the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Homestead, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Homestead Karting here in beautiful South Florida. We're just outside of the Homestead Miami Speedway, where just a few months ago NASCAR wrapped up their 2015 season. Well, today, the Safina Foods Florida Winter Tour Rotax Max Challenge is kicking off their 2016 season. That's right, it's the opening weekend of the Florida Winter Tour campaign. 3 tracks, 3 towns, 3 months, and a whole bunch of great racing. Great weather most of the time, usually. If you've been here in Homestead, Miami, I can understand your desire to object to that, as you at home watch live pictures of qualifying, which has just gone out on track. Today is beautiful, sunny, little overcast right now as clouds start to roll in over the speedway, but for the most part, beautiful weather. Yesterday, however, was canceled, meaning qualifying and the first round of heat races, which should have been completed yesterday, were pushed back to this morning due to torrential downpours, tornado warnings, and other severe weather in the area. What that means for you today, lots of great racing. On the track right now, our first round of qualifying. It is the Masters Max category. This class brought to you by the folks at Falcon GP. So as you see drivers making their way around the track right now, putting a little bit of heat in the tires, fast laps are starting to get laid down. Troy Woolston, quickest driver on the track so far, 40.248. Correction, that's Scott Roberts. Had to refresh the race monitor. 50.416 for Roberts. Coming off of that U.S. Grand Nationals win last year in Kershaw, South Carolina. Rafael Matos, the driver who we saw dominate the weekend last week at the Rock Cup USA opener. He is sitting second with a 50.420, so less than a 100th of a second separating Roberts. And now it's Matos to the top. Matos goes purple. 49.611. Roberts, a 50.2. And then it's Nick Tucker racing with Rollison Performance Group, jumping up to P2 as he brings Mario Barrios along with him. Roberts falls to 4th. And then it's the Floridian racing with the New York team, Bobby Green out of the Oakland Valley Race Park pit. He's currently rounding out the top 5. Peter Corteau is 6th. Bortoni, 7th. DeLuca, 8th. Robertson, 9th. Christoph Adams, making his Masters Max debut this season, runs 10th as they lay down their first couple laps of qualifying. A lot of grip out there on that track, or at least there will be when the day is over. Tons and tons of rain yesterday. What a lot of the tuners are telling me, lots of rubber getting washed off the track, obviously, so you can be sure that these karts are going to be set up a lot differently in the morning sessions for qualifying and probably those first 2 rounds of heats, in all honesty, as they're now dealing with a lack of grip on the track, or at least not as much grip as the last couple of days here. If you want to see photos of how bad the rain was here, just head on over to Facebook and check out any of your friends who are here this weekend, especially Canadian Kart News. Head over to their Facebook, their website. Cody Schindel and his guys have been putting up a lot of great photos. You'll see exactly how bad the weather was here yesterday and during the Rock Cup USA portion of the Florida Winter Tour. Matos still on top as we watch a couple drivers making their way down the back straightaway. Ready to click off another lap here. That looks like the 628 of Scott Roberts, and it is. He's wearing the Team USA suit, which he wore proudly into battle only a few months ago in Portugal, Portimao, Portugal, where he represented Team USA in the 16th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. He was a part of the Nations Cup winning Team USA. That's right. United States of America brought home their second Nations Cup victory in 16 RMC Grand Finals. The first one came in 2013 when the Grand Finals were hosted here on U.S. soil at the New Orleans Motorsports Complex, NOLA. Roberts doing good right now. He's in the top 5, sitting 4th, 49.724. Good shot him flying off that last corner. And then behind him is the 6'11 of Salvador Bortoni. Bortoni 2 positions back in P6. Christoph Adams now goes to the top, 49.107 for last year's DD2 Masters Florida Winter Tour champion. Adams goes purple, drops the hammer, goes 49.1. Great lap for your reigning DD2 Masters class champion. Matos now falls to second. Matos swept the weekend here at the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour opener only about 6 days ago. Picked up the pole in qualifying, swept the 3 heat races, drove away in the pre-final, and dominated the main event. So Matos trying his hand at the Rotax weekend here in Miami. He is certainly going to be a driver you want to keep your eye on. With less than 3 minutes remaining, Matos, the winner from last weekend, sits second right now. If the checkered flag fell, he'd be outside row 1 for our heat races. And that is another point of reference. Today's heat races will not be progressive, meaning where you qualify today in this timed qualifying session will be where you start for all 3 heat races today. They are not progressive. Typically, if they were, where you finish in Heat 1 would be where you start for Heat 2, and where you finish in Heat 2 would be where you start for Heat 3. That's not the case here this weekend in Homestead, Miami. You get a qualifying time here, and you carry that on into all 3 heat races, and then based on your performance in those heat races, that determines where you will start for the pre-final tomorrow morning, and then, of course, where you finish that pre-final is where you start the final. We keep an eye on Scott Roberts as he is just dicing through traffic. One of those drivers he cleared was Christoph Adams. You see Adams' 3rd cart in line on the track right now. We're going to try and pick him up. It's a good 3-cart pack right there. Adams, your quickest driver. He slowed down a lot that last time around, 52.909. His best lap, though, a 49.1 as we continue to watch Scott Roberts. Minute and a half to go here in Masters Max qualifying. Again, this class brought to you by Falcon GP. Falcon GP, those guys probably had the highest rain boots on out of everybody yesterday. Their pit was completely flooded. I give all the credit to the Falcon GP guys. Heck, everybody who was out here in the pits this weekend. Some of the guys were saying, you know what? This place is crazy. There's so much rain, so much water. If we drop a nut, we drop a bolt, we drop a tool, we're not going to be able to find it. We're going to need a fishing rod. And that was seriously the case. There was water up to Micromax drivers' knees in some areas of the pit. But you know what? I got to give credit to Tony Schroeder and his staff here at Homestead Karting. Over the week between Rock and Rotax Max Challenge, him and his staff did a great job. They laid down a ton of gravel in the paddock. They did a lot of stuff, cleaned up all the water, all the mud from last weekend. Tough luck. We had more rain yesterday, but all in all, Homestead Karting playing a fantastic host to the Florida Winter Tour once again. Can't think of a better track to start the Winter Tour off of. And Adams almost runs off of the track right there. Heading on the back section, you can see his driver's credentials flapping in the breeze out of the back of his driving suit. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much, though. On top still, as we have about 20 seconds to go, as Roberts and Adams both come across the line. This will be their last lap. They'll see the checkered flag when they make their way around. Cameron Egger is your chief starter. He'll be the one waving that checkered flag over their heads all day today and tomorrow. And Adams has gotten around the slowing Scott Roberts. Roberts is done, and I have to imagine so is Adams right there. That should be Matos. Through the double right-hand complex. Beautiful day here in Homestead, Miami, folks. Clock hits 0, and Cam Egger is going to throw the checkered flag. So all these drivers are going to get this last shot at it. That should be Matos hitting the scale line. No, he's going to stay out for one more lap. Here comes the 602. Does Matos have anything at the line? He goes green, 49.2, but not enough. Christoph Adams is going to end the session on top. Adams with a 49.107 takes the pole position. Matos goes green, his best lap of the session. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. Matos goes 49.2. He's 1/10 of a second off Adams. Scott Roberts, your reigning U.S. Grand Nationals champion, starts third in the heat races. Nick Tucker making his debut at the Florida Winter Tour out of the RPG tent. He will roll fourth. Mario Barrios rounds out your Fast Five. Bortoni 6th, Corto 7th, Bobby Green The Floridian racing with the New Yorkers 8th, Daniel Robertson 9th, and DeLuca rounds out your top 10. There you see a sparse-looking grid for Senior Max. Don't worry, they're all sitting back behind the bend. You're going to see a full grid of Senior Max drivers here in about less than 2 minutes when they open the floodgates and send those drivers out. Good numbers here to start the Florida Winter Tour. If you were watching our broadcast last weekend, thanks a bunch for tuning in, and thanks a bunch for watching this weekend's broadcast. If you're new to the Florida Winter Tour broadcast this weekend, welcome. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, brought to you by Fixie Wheels. Big thanks and big shout-out to our new official media partner of Max Speed Entertainment, motorsport.com. Guys, if you're here in the pits this weekend and you have a smartphone, first of all, it's probably smarter than me. And what you need to go do with that smartphone is download the motorsport.com app. You can go to your app market. It's on iPhone, Apple devices, and Android devices, I believe. Go find motorsport.com's app. And you know what is super cool about that, folks? You go to motorsport.com right now and you scroll on their front page. You're going to find coverage of this race. You're going to find a photo of a flooded Homestead kart track from yesterday, but you're going to see coverage of us racing down here in Homestead, Miami on motorsport.com. So go get that app, check it out, look at photos of yourself, show your friends, show your dog, tell them you're on the internets. Of course, Ritmo Mundo, the official timekeeper of Max Speed Entertainment, and as always, our sponsors, PSLKarting.com, AM Racing Engines, Brash Racing, Rollison Performance Group, GP Falcone, Kuna USA, and Mojo. And a tip of the hat and a thanks to K1 Race Gear, XPS Kart Oil, Bell Racing Helmets. Packy Wheeler is in the building, folks. Go see him. He's got all the things necessary to keep your noggin safe out here this weekend. Bell Helmets, go see Packy. He has got a bunch of cool stuff over there. And, of course, my good friends over at the Mazda Road to Indy, we thank them for partnering up with Max Speed and bringing you coverage of the Florida Winter Tour. Next qualifying session is out on track now, and what do you know it? It's the RPG Senior Max grid. Rollison Performance Group Senior Max Group 1 out on track now. That's what my schedule shows me. Group 2 will be out next. So many entries in Senior Max, Micro Max, and Junior Max. We had to split the classes to give everybody in these groups equal track time and a fair shot at grabbing that pole position. Let's take a look at a few of the drivers in this category. Diego Dominguez, quick driver right off the bat, 49.443. Then you have Henry Talib. Connor Ford out of the Crosslink powder coating team. He goes 49.4. That puts him up to second. Ivana Sentinch is fourth. Jesse Lazaire, fifth. Sterling Fairman, sixth. Oviero, seventh. Cussin, eighth. Zong, ninth. And Mateo Diaz in 10th. I'll tell you what, I know where the drivers with the difficult names to pronounce are today. They're out on track right now in Senior Max. This is Group 1 qualifying. A few other drivers that are going to be out on track. Thomas Jackson, Jan Leong, Marcus Peterson, Nicholas Hornbostel, Felix Rosenquist. Man, they put all the hard names in one group for me. I appreciate that. So there goes the 311 of Jan Leong, and I do believe, based on the driver that I've seen walking around in that same suit next to that same go-kart all week, he is racing out of the Kuna USA pit. He now heads up to the turn 4 hairpin. He's going to jack that chassis, get that inside left wheel lift up as high as he can, and make his way down into turn 5, where we now pick up a few more drivers. Out of 5 through 6, the quick left-hander. Now the double right-handers, 7 and 8. You never get out of the steering wheel there. Then into the left-handers once again, a couple 90-degreers. 9 right there. Turn 10 they come out of. Now they'll head for 11. Now down the back straightaway to the final corner. Turn number 12. You see those drivers dipping down a little bit, trying to get as much of an aero advantage as possible. Barely nick the curbs over 12. Now down the front straightaway. That's going to be the 321 going down to the inside in turn 1. Then you set up for another left-hander. Turn 2, a lot of 90-degree corners here at Homestead. Very fast, very physical corners. 321, the driver we just saw That's Jesse Lazaire. That driver's second quick on the track right now, 48.816. But it's Connor Ford, the Texan, 48.631 on top right now. Lazaire second, Dominguez third, Talib fourth, and Sentinich fifth. Talib leapfrogs over Lazar. Talib now up to P2, 48.8. But Connor Ford, 0.2 of a second nearly out in front of the field, 48.631. He goes quicker now, 48.4. Great lap for the Texan. There goes Lazaire across the line, not able to move out of third, still in second. Talib in P2, Dominguez fourth, Oviero fifth. Picking up shot of the Sodi kart, Connor Ford making his way through the infield section now through the left-handers. He's on top, 48.426. Lazaire is second. Dominguez third, Talib and Fairman round out your top five. Good lap here for Sterling Fairman. Keep an eye on the 318 Cosmic driver. Running fifth right now in Group 1, but I think he's going to be someone that we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the day, especially throughout the weekend. It's a lot of racing, a lot of laps, a lot of stuff can happen out here. Not a lot of time left in Group 1 of our Senior Max drivers. About 2 minutes to go. And it is Connor Ford, the Texan, on top. Lazaire second, Dominguez third, Talib fourth, and Fairman fifth. Oviero sixth, Sentinich seventh, Zong eighth, Cusin ninth, and Mateo Diaz, the 316, in 10th. So you've got Texans bookending the top 10 here. Connor Ford and Mateo Diaz, both running out of the Lone Star State. They're on both ends of the top 10. Yan Liang is 11th with Thomas Jackson in 12th. He is the last driver to have taken time here in this session. We're missing drivers like Jordan Sherritt, Austin Boloski, Felix Rosenquist, Marcus Peterson, Nicholas Hornbostel, and Lance Stroll. Keep an eye on Cosmic driver Sterling Fairman. Talked to you about him a little while ago. He's right there in the fifth position. 48.7 is his best time. He just clicked off a 48.775. Let's see what he can do here at the line. Fairman across the stripe. Stays in that fifth position. Connor Ford still on top. Fairman P5. And then, like I said, Mateo Diaz goes from 10th to 9th. Logan Cusin rounds out the top 10 here as drivers are just trying to find clean air, get out to where they can lay down a few solid laps and pull in. Like I said, if you joined us last weekend for coverage of the Rock Cup portion of the Florida Winter Tour, you were introduced to some of our many new sponsors and partners here at the Florida Winter Tour. But you were also introduced to Mouth of the Northwest. I think Indiana's in the Northwest. My geography is not fantastic. No, Midwest. That's what I meant. I knew what I was talking about, Chris. Chris Wheeler, how are you doing, my friend?
Good, man. Good, man. Yeah, no, everything's good. You know, the sun's starting to rise a little bit. Clouds starting to part, and things look like you're kind of starting to finally get towards the drying stages. And it's called the Corn Coast. In case you're curious, it's the Corn Coast.
The Corn Coast. I knew Indiana's not in the Midwest. I spent a bunch of time in the Northwest. That was, I don't know. It's early. Speaking of how early it is, Chris, checkered flag's going to fly here. There's a good look at your Senior Max Group 2 grid. There's Jacob Motaz from Anderson Racing. He has got a whole bushel of hair. Chris, track conditions have changed vastly. Okay, you're in here giving us a little bit of your time, but your day job is spinning wrenches and keeping the kids over at Kuna USA fast. So based on all the rain yesterday, what is going on out there on the track right now?
Honestly, we're not that far. I think. The surface here.
Okay.
So as we were saying there, Tony, as far as the weather that we've had over the last 24 hours, I don't really think that it's really hurt the racetrack that much. One of the big differences when drivers switch to the Mojo tire, they already know that they're not going to necessarily have the grip they have with other tire compounds. You've got to take an easier driving style approach to it. So the rain didn't really hurt us that bad. Once the track's 100% dry and all the corners are back to their dry lines, it shouldn't be an issue at all. The surface here at Homestead Karting does a great job of holding rubber in, no matter, they're used to the rain here. And it's kind of a coarse layer of asphalt, you could say, after the years of sun abuse. So I don't think, other than a couple patches, maybe the double rights, maybe a little bit of the rubber inside the braking zones, I think we're pretty well back to where we should be as far as dry track, dry times.
So as we get ready to start Senior Max qualifying group number 2, Connor Ford ends group number 1 on top, 48.4. And now we've got a few of our big names coming out here in group number 2. Guys like your reigning U.S. Open champion in Junior Max. You just saw him on your monitor, Trent Estep. He is going to go to the track in the number 300 Tony kart, making his debut in Senior Max. You got Olin Galley, who Chris and I were able to watch run a fantastic race last weekend at Rock Cup. His teammate, Elaine Sisdeli. You got guys like Matt Solarchek, who had a fantastic run at the U.S. Grand Nationals, Canadian Zachary Clayman DeMello, John Franco Mazzaferro, and Luke Selikin. Chris is from the Corn Coast, the Midwest. Luke Selikin, he's from the left coast in the Northwest in Oregon. Luke Selikin, I'm definitely looking forward to see what he can do. You got Zach Holden, Chris. He had a good run in Rock Cup. What's the outlook for him here today in Rotax Max?
Zach's shown a lot of maturity this week, coming back to the Rotax. He's only done maybe a handful of Rotax races his whole life leading into this weekend. And the last time he did it, he was in Mini-Max. And so, a lot has changed, you could say. But, he's been working hard with his dad, Paul Holden, Tony Lineski, Tyne Kuna, and Mike Marini. That core group right there, they've done a great job. And that last session this morning, Zach was third quickest overall. So a lot of good expectations on the line for him this weekend.
You can see the wind blowing here in Homestead, Florida. Windy throughout all of South Florida today. The ladder just got tipped over. Hope someone goes and picks that up. Bad luck to walk under an open ladder. Renus von Comtout leading Lane Vakala in the comp card. Vakala was on the Burrell last season at the U.S. Grand Nationals. He's on the J3 comp card entry. The chassis, the frame is essentially made by Burrell, but J3 did a fantastic job at making all of the components for that chassis, and they put a sharp-looking paint job on that comp card. We zoom in on Austin Garrison, the OGP driver. He's going to come down and see what he has for Olin Galley. Galley a 49 flat, Garrison a 50.7. That puts him third quick. Zach Holden, Chris, the driver we were just talking about, is second quick. Now it's Cedric Lupien up to third.
Yeah, no, Lupien's another driver coming out of Canada, Tony, who's got a lot of speed and a lot of potential to lay it out here this weekend in Senior, as well as the final 2 rounds that'll follow in Ocala and West Palm Beach.
The racing, wherever we go at the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, is going to be fantastic.
So just as we saw Jordan Lennox go to the top, Jordan Sherritt now going to go in the 301 Sodi Kart. So Sodi Kart out front, Holden in the second spot. Lennox, Kirkwood, Selleck in your top 5. We've still got quite a bit of time remaining here.
You bring up a great point, Chris, a driver who I totally forgot to mention. Jordan Lennox out of PSL Karting, the Burrell driver who we saw run fantastically in DD2 last year, is making his Florida Winter Tour Senior Max debut, and his good buddy and friend over there at PSL, Oliver Askew, he's doing the exact same. He's pulling out a Senior Max, and he's making his debut in DD2. So two of the hottest and young American, well, not American, Jordan out of Great Britain, but two of the most dominant young karters right now in the world trying their hand at a new class this weekend. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
So, Tony, as you see the timing monitor here on the race monitor start to shake up a little bit, it's because all these drivers are really just trying to find themselves their gap on track, getting the right spot here. Kirkwood now on top, 47.880. So Ocala Grand Prix, Tony Kart driver out in front. They're going to be Holden, Sherritt, Mazzafaro, and Lennox, your top five.
Kyle Kirkwood, those OGP drivers, you can never be too surprised when they're up at the front. Kirkwood ran very strong at the Rock Cup portion of the Florida Winter Tour last weekend. Ended up having a bit of an issue with the stewards when it was all said and done, removing the win. But I don't think that dampened the driver's spirit at all coming into Rotax, and I can tell you for fact it didn't dampen OGP's effort. One of the hardest working teams here in the pit this weekend. Sherritt still in second, Mazzafaro third, Lennox, the British driver, fourth. Malukas on the comp cart running very well in Senior Max. He's up to fifth. Brooks sixth, making his sophomore season debut in Senior Max. Zach Holden seventh. Then you have S-Step eighth, Galley ninth, Von Kamptout in 10th. Garrison's 11th. Selikin struggling to find speed in 12th. Peterson 13th. Solarchek and Zachary Clement DeMello round out your top 15. Kirkwood goes purple once again, 47.7. Good lap for the OGP driver. Lennox now back up to P2. Selikin now finally finds the speed, 47.8. The Northwest driver puts it in second. Jordan Lennox, Zach Holden, Sherritt, your top five. Heck of a run for David Malukas early on here, Chris.
You know, Malukas done a good job this weekend. Obviously, didn't show up get on track on Tuesday like a lot of the guys. Took his normal approach. He's done a lot of training in the offseason. I know he's got some car stuff lined up, and I know he's been doing some stuff in Europe at the end of last year. But he's back on the comp cart, and he's back to try and see what this freshman year and senior can do. Of course, Malukas, Holden, those were the two dominant teammates through the first half. Last couple of years, through the first half last year, all both with Top Kart USA. They both went their separate ways from that program, finished their junior careers the best they could, but now seeing them here in senior together, you got to think that rivalry will continue.
You're right. It's Malukas' freshman year here in Senior Max, and boy, the years start flying by just like that. I remember Malukas as a junior driver, and boom, before you know it, he's in senior, and I feel old.
Old? You should have been there when he was in first year with Sportsman.
That's what we have you for, Chris. That's what we have you for.
It's funny as we look here in the executive suites here high above Homestead Karting. Carl Rickard, I mean, this guy, the timing and score for Noah's Ark. You've got myself looking at 30, and then the young one here next to me, you.
Experience. We'll take it over beauty every time here in the Homestead Karting announcers booth. We sure do prefer experience over beauty because none of us have the latter. Checkered flag getting ready to fly here. In fact, it does fly in 2 minutes. In our Senior Max Group 2 session, Kyle Kirkwood still on top. Luke Selikin and Rollison Performance Group were down here testing for a long time, back before the Florida Winter Tour even started. Heck, before the new year even turned over on the calendar. RPG and Luke Selikin were down here testing. As you see, Garrison, and that should be Von Kamptout, nose to tail, running around the track. Out of 3, they'll head to 4. Garrison would be wise, I imagine, to maybe back off of Von Kamptout and find a little bit of running room for himself. Garrison currently 9th on track. Let's find out where Von Kamptout is. He is scored currently in 16th. So both those drivers may just want to back off and run their own race. That's the 333. Yeah, that is Renus and Garrison hooked up nose to tail. Maybe a little bit of the draft possibly coming into play here, Chris.
I mean, there's a chance that, we saw Garrison pushing Van Kamptout at the final stage of the back straight last time by with that amazing camera shot you had. We've lost them on the camera, but they go by us, and I think Garrison's going to go ahead and just make the pass now in turn 1. No, he lifted. So, Garrison now is going to try and bleed off, get a little bit of room. As we look back at the top 5, nothing changing. Kirkwood out in front, Selick in second, Lennox, Holden, Jordan Sherritt. So not much action here as qualifying starts to wind down. We're less than 50 seconds here from the checkered.
At the back of this group we're watching right now, Chris, we're going to see Northwest star Luke Selikin. You see him come through the final corner right there just a second ago. Luke Selikin with RPG, and then Southeast rising talent, Kyle Kirkwood right there. You see those two hooked up, nose to tail, and then right in front of them should be Matt Solarchuk. But Selikin out of the Northwest with RPG, Kirkwood out of the Southeast with OGP. I've always wanted to see a battle between these two guys, and with Selikin making his Florida Winter Tour debut down here this weekend in Homestead, I think we're going to see some really great racing. Selikin making his stock car career take off over the last couple of years, and then you have Kirkwood who's foraying into formula cars as well.
So Lennox, last time by, sets his fastest lap of the session, 47.833, but it's not going to be enough to jump in front of Kyle Kirkwood. So the clock has expired. A lot of drivers pulling off, a couple drivers trying to get just a little bit more. We sit here and we watch the monitor. See if we will get any changes here. The steel cart's on track. So far, nothing's going to change, I don't think, Tony. I think our grid here will be set.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. Doesn't seem to be much change at the front. Kirkwood, they call him Woody. He's up in the front now. 47.702. Good lap for the OGP ace. He's looking to redeem himself after a Rock Cup debacle last weekend. Jordan Lennox, who says you need a lot of seat time and a lot of race time in a new category before you go out there and put it on front. I can guarantee he's had the seat time. But Lennox hasn't been racing this single-speed Senior Max a ton lately. He's been in the two-speed DD2 lately. It's all right. Doesn't matter. He is sitting outside row number 1. Luke Selikin goes third. I said Kirkwood and Selikin. It's the fight I've been wanting to watch for a while. You might just have front row tickets for it, folks. Zach Holden ends up fourth, and then Sherritt completes your Fast 5. Mazafaro is sixth. The rookie and senior, David Malukas, out of the J3 tent, goes seventh. Darren Keene, we saw him run very well in Colorado and South Carolina last year. He's eighth. Austin Garrison, ninth. And Clement DeMello rounds out your top 10. Solarchik on the FA cart is 11th. Olin Galley in 12th. Cedric Lupian right behind him. So that'll do it for Senior Max qualifying. There you see Andrew Campbell with his camera in hand and his sharp Team USA jacket. He's walking back from the grid. He was probably snapping some cool photos there for the Facebook and the Instagram and the Twitter and the MySpace page. But now it's time to go to work once again. Senior Max wrapped up. Now it's time for Mini Max. You see the tuners making the walk and jog off grid. Now they'll go to the roof above us, as Chris Wheeler would say, high above Homestead Miami Speedway. Chris, when those tuners are running back to the roof, what are they wanting to see when they get up there? What's the point of being that high up there watching these carts?
I mean, obviously, the higher you are, the better vantage point you've got. You know, unfortunately, times have changed in the last decade or so, and it almost feels like the amount of drivers who can give you accurate feedback consistently has gone down, unfortunately. And so the mechanics, the tuners, those kind of guys, they've been put in a harder position as time goes on here to be able to step up and almost make decisions based upon just their eyes and not necessarily everything they're getting back. So, the more you can see, the better off you are, and that's the situation as Minimax now on track.
Now, Chris, as a tuner, you're not one of those guys who thinks the harder he flails his arms up on top of the roof, that's going to make the kid go faster. Are you the guy who's driving the cart for the kid from the tuner stand?
No, I'm usually just kind of watching to see what kind of mistakes they're making on track.
So all the positives.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of situational awareness that you have to be able to have on the racetrack when you're behind the wheel, and a lot of times, there's times obviously when the drivers figure it out and they do a great job, and there's times when they don't, and it's our job to make sure that we make it known to them in the best possible way that they didn't maybe do that exactly the right way. But that's part of the game. There's these kids. There's a lot for them to learn. There's a lot for them to take on. Well, I don't care what class they're in. Even the best drivers out there learning something every time they're on track. So, for me, I think a lot of it is just making sure that you're as supportive as you can to any of them that you're working with and trying to help them achieve their goals.
Even the best drivers learn something every time they're out on track, ... if Chris Wheeler's working with them.
Not a chance. No, I mean, there's times where I'll think one thing and I'm completely wrong. In fact, that happens quite often when you're surrounded with guys like I am into the CUNY USA program. Sometimes it's just easier to pick up the mop.
Oh, boy, you're telling me. I sure know what that's like. So let's end the Chris Wheeler Love Fest and check in Minimax qualifying. Tyler Gonzalez, 51.197. Gonzalez has still got to be riding a high after scoring the win here in Minimax at the U.S. Open of Las Vegas at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino a few months ago in October. Back in Las Vegas, the season finale to the inaugural U.S. Open. He was up front in Vegas. He's near the front now, but we got a new driver on top. Arias Duke Medjin. Duke Medjin, a Florida Winter Tour veteran, had a great run here last weekend at the Rock Cup, but he's got Jade Hubert not too far behind.
You know, Duke Medjin's program is a different program than most of these people that you see here on the top of your monitor. Instead of, the big team approach, the big atmosphere approach, it's quite simple. It's a 10x20. It's Paul Howard. It's Greg Bell. And that's it, and you take two guys that have been around the sport for probably collective 80 years. You got a lot of experience there. And Duke Medjin's done a great job, of listening and learning. And he came on real strong last year at the Grand Nationals, and I wouldn't expect anything less of him here. Not much changing up top. Duke Medjin out in front, 50.981. Hubert, check that. It's a new driver into the second spot.
That's Thomas Netview in the number 124. We've seen him at the Winter Tour last year especially. He ran very well. That bumps Miss Jade Hubert down well. Now we got a big change up at the front. Gonzalez back to second. Netview third. Miss Jade Hubert falls to fourth. And now Matias Morgado goes purple. The 162 lays down a 50.941. Morgado to the top. Duke Medjin second. Gonzalez third. Netview fourth. Jade Hubert down to fifth. And I'm going to say his name right this year, folks. Cody Crucker in sixth. Behind him in seventh is going to be Jeremy Fairbairn. Montoya eighth. Torgerson ninth. Jetpack Jack Crawford 10th.
Now, just as you got through that, Duke Medjin goes purple, 50.879 to Morgado's 50.941. So the 199 of Duke Medjin back out front here in Minimax.
One rookie. As one of the best parts about coming to Florida for the Winter Tour, Chris, is you get to see all these drivers. We were just talking about Malukas moving his way up from junior to senior. It's always so great to get back down here in Florida and see all the new kids in the new categories. One of those names that I really want to talk about, and I have to, good friend of mine, comes from a great family. Diego Larac is making the move from Micromax, in which he has run so well in over the last couple of years. Now he's up to Minimax, and he's making his national level debut in the category. He ran so well, the young driver out of Arizona. He had a lot of great battles with one of your drivers, Ugo Chukwu. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how Diego and the rest of the class rookies do here in Minimax. Duke Medjin still on top.
So as I look down here, that was a good lap there for the 109. Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez.
They got names down here in Florida, man.
So that lap put the 109 in the sixth spot with a 51.008. But Duke Medjin still out front with a 58.79.
And just as I talk about Diego Larac, you'll see him right there coming out of turn 4 on your monitor. And they keep dropping purple lap times, 50.762 for Matias Morgado. He ran really well at Rock Cup 2. So now, Chris, I have to ask the question, obviously, as a tuner, as a guy who knows how to do more than just turn on a mic, what benefit does coming here last weekend and running a completely different engine program have? You can't take any tuning knowledge, I don't feel like, from last weekend. But what does it do for the drivers to come here and run last weekend before RMC?
No, that's probably the biggest thing right there is the drivers getting the racetrack down. You got to feel every bump, every crack. You got to touch every curb, things like that. Trying to develop the racecraft so that way when you do unload with the new package, you're not wasting time still working on the driver. Yeah, you've got to slow them down a bit to run on the Mojo tire and to be fast with it. If you're running with one of the bigger teams here, hey, chances are it only takes a session or two until you got the setup figured out, the gearing, the jetting, etc. You still got some things to fine-tune on, but you've got it zeroed down there within a few sessions. So the big benefit from last week is the drivers. Being down here, if they're from a different area, a different time zone, getting the time change down, getting into a good rhythm before they hit the track earlier this week.
Good points all the way around. Gonzalez was on top, but now it's Jeremy Fairbairn. You see 2/3 of your U.S. Open Minimax podium in the top 3 right now. Fairbairn finished second after having a great drag race to the finish line in Vegas with Hannah Greenemeyer out of Colorado. She'll make her 2016 season debut at Challenge of the Americas next week down in Tucson, Arizona. Hannah Greenemeyer will be there. But you have Fairbairn, who finished second, and your winner from Las Vegas, Tyler Gonzalez. So real recognizes real. That's what they say in the rap game. Outside of the top 10, we see Jack Crawford in 11th, Juan Jose Diaz 12th, Fernando Barrichello running 13th, Luca Mars on the comp cart 14th, and Elio Giovanni 15th. My good buddy Aiden Fox out of New York runs 16th. Good run for Aiden Fox. Another New Yorker, Dylan DeFonts, 17th. Manuel Jr. in 18th. Dale Curran and Diego LaRocque are not your top 20, as we're going to have still over 3 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Keeping an eye right now on Aiden Fox, the driver out of New York I was just telling you about a little while ago. He's the third cart in that pack coming down the back straightaway around turn 12. You see him in the all-white right there. Up on that wheel, man, the kid's driving. He's 17th right now with a best lap time of 51.56. On top, though, it's a 50.56. 50.5 for Fairbairn. 51.5, a full second off, is Aiden Fox, almost to the 10th. Diego LaRocque continuing to climb the ladder. He just went green, a 51.447. He's up to 17th. LaRocque, like I said, making the transition from micro to mini. And what you need to know about Diego LaRocque, he is one of the tiniest kids out here. That kid is super small to be racing in Minimax. He's of age. He's legal to be racing it, but as such a little-bodied driver, he really has to drive these karts different. It's a bigger chassis, bigger frame, more power. So how he gets around this track is going to change from last year to this year.
So starting to shuffle up here in the top 5 as we're down under 2.5 minutes. Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez now to P number 2, 50.601. About 2 minutes ago, Tony, that would have been quick time, but Fairbairn raises the bar. Jeremy Fairbairn in the 187. Out in front, 50.373. Then it'll be Jade Huber, Austin Torgerson, Arias Duke Medjin. That is your now top 5 as Gonzalez slips all the way down to 7th.
Yeah, he does. Not necessarily a bad lap for Gonzalez, but just such great laps. Your top 3 all went green, Chris, meaning that they laid down their personal best laps of the session. Fairbairn, a 50.3 is cooking. Vasquez, second. Jade Hubert, third. Torgerson, fourth. Duke Medjin, fifth. Morgado, Gonzalez, Montoya, Nepview, and Crawford, your top 10. I was sitting over in the Verde Speed Resources pit 2 days ago speaking with Jeremy Fairbairn and Jack Crawford, and let me tell you, that conversation was rich with knowledge and driving expertise. I always love hanging out with these younger drivers and listening to them joke, listening to them play, hanging out with the D. Orlandos from your pit, Chris. The young kids in this sport are such a blast. But Matias Morgado drops the hammer, 50.496. Morgado now to P2. Minute 20 to go here in the session, as I believe we're back on Tyler Gonzalez. That driver has slipped now to 7th, as Chris said earlier. Let's see what he can do here. That's Fairbairn. I apologize on your monitor. Fairbairn clicks across the line, 51.1, so he's obviously looking for open space right now with about 2 to go.
Yes, we got a minute flat to go here. Fairbairn out front, 53.73 in the 187. Morgado second. Vasquez, Huber, Torgerson, Duke Medjin, Gonzalez, Nepview, Montoya, Diaz, your top 10 here.
We pick up Jade Hubert on your screen right there. The young driver from Fort Myers. Jade Hubert, one of the things about these young drivers, Chris, either they're going to be talkers or they're not. when you open meet them, when you talk to them face to face, when you put a mic in their face, whatever. Some of these kids, they're outgoing, they're ready to talk to you. Some of them, they aren't totally ready to be the talkers yet. But Miss Jade Hubert, she is a great kid, man. She came up. I was walking past her 2 days ago. She saw me, asked me how I was doing, told me about this weekend, told me about hanging out in the PK Sports Pit, working with Nelson PK Jr. Jade Hubert, man, she'll tell you anything you want to know. Hopefully we get a chance to interview her a little bit later on in the day. About 4 seconds remaining here in the session. Cam Egger's going to wave that checkered flag. There it is. Checkered flag flies as we keep that camera still on Jade Hubert and Gonzalez. Fairbairn on top, 50.3. Let's see if anybody has anything for him. Gonzalez and Hubert now working their way through the infield. There goes Crawford across the line. We're not seeing any change up at the front. It's going to be up to Gonzalez, Mergado, and Vasquez here. I don't think anybody's going to have anything for Fairbairn, Chris. I think he's going to end this session on top.
Yeah, great drive there by the 187, Jeremy Fairbairn in the Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart. We'll say it once, we'll say it 100 more times this weekend. Mike Speed has put in a lot of time on that Minimax motor program, and it shows you right there. Over a tenth of a second separates first and second. Jeremy Fairbairn, he's going to earn the quick time here for that Ocala Grand Prix program.
Absolutely. Mike Speed and that whole engine department over there at Ocala Grand Prix is phenomenal. Fairbairn on top, Mergado second, Vasquez third, Jade Hubert. Phenomenal run for her. She qualifies fourth. Austin Torgerson out of Medford, Oregon is fifth. Duke Medjin ends up P6. Gonzalez seventh. Nepview eighth. Sebastian Montoya ninth. Juan Jose Diaz completes the top 10. The Houston Texan driver Jack Crawford is 11th with New York's Dylan DeFonts 12th. Cody Crucker, who scored a win here last year at Homestead, Miami, is 13th. Luca Mars 14th. And Fernando Barrichello 15th. Well, Fernando, you qualified 15th. Now scale that go-kart and get over to the fence line because Dad, Rubens, is about to take to the track in DD2. Big thanks to Chris Wheeler for stopping by, but as always, he's the man on the move, and he's already out of here heading back to work over at Kuna. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. So welcome back, folks, from that short water break for your mediocre announcer. On track now, DD2 and DD2 Masters qualifying. These classes brought to you by the good folks at Mojo Tires. When you need tires, use Mojo Tires. That's not their slogan, but it could be. Robert Wickens, the DTM driver, goes purple, 47.73 in DD2 Senior. And then it's that kid who's driven a few go-karts once or twice. He's won a few times in Florida. What's his name? Oh, it's Oliver Askew. He's second quick. And then you got Luke Chudley, Marco Signoretti. Marco and I are friends on Facebook, but we've never met. How sad is that? And then in fifth place, we have a driver whose full name does not even fit on the monitor. Gian Sebastian Herrera is fifth, and Javier Gonzalez sixth. Chiavo Luis is seventh. He is your quickest DD2 Masters driver, and he's seventh overall. Salvador de Alba is eighth. Christoph Adams, he's pulling that old double duty. He's in ninth, and then Geza Fodor rounds out your top 10. Christian Cornio is 11th. Mike McCarthy out of Anderson Racing is 12th. Dev Gore, I saw him at Pat's Acres a few months ago running the Can-Am Series finale. He's 13th. Munoz is 14th. And then that Formula One driver, Rubens Barrichello, he is just getting started, folks. He's 15th now, but don't expect him to stay there long. When you've got Brian Fletcher spinning the wrenches on your go-kart, you're going to go straight to the front. Wickens drops the hammer, 47.73. On that first lap, he is on top. Oliver Askew, though, he's the driver. They're all chasing. 47.141. Askew, the Floridian, on top. Wickens now down to second. Signoretti, third on the energy cart. Javier Gonzalez and Luke Chudley round out the top five. Bizotto, another Team Canada driver, he's sixth. Bizotto won his ticket to the grand finals via the Can-Am Karting Challenge. He is currently seventh as Munoz picks up a spot, moving to sixth. Askew, though, he's the driver on top. There we see a good shot of him, and I believe that's going to be Robert Wickens, the intrepid driver that he is chasing. Wickens is in the 416. Let's see as they come down the back straightaway, heading for turn number 12, and that is Robert Wickens and Oliver Askew coming to you down in turn one. Askew looking to the inside. He's through. He's through for nothing except a fast lap, 47.032. The Jupiter, Florida driver turning up the heat. He has another driver in front of him. Is that Chiavo? I'm not sure. Askew trying to negotiate traffic as they're all real slow coming out of that turn 4 hairpin. That was the 439 that he just got on. That was Luke Chudley. Man, and they're just out there in a train right now, spacing themselves out. Robert Wickens, the DTM driver, what a fantastic talent he is in the Touring Car Series. And then he comes down to race karting with us. Why? Because it is such a great training tool, he says, and you can't beat the wheel-to-wheel racing. Askew and Wickens come across to complete another lap. No change at the front. Signoretti third, Gonzalez and Munoz, your top five. Christian Munoz continuing to climb the ladder. Mike McCarthy, the driver out of Anderson Racing, sixth. Barrichello, what did I say? Don't expect him to stay up there for long. He's seventh. Chudley, eighth. Dev Gore, ninth. Bizotto, 10th. Askew slowing down, trying to find some clear track. We have 20 drivers who have taken time at this point in qualifying. So there's still a lot of open track out there. It's just a matter of finding it and capitalizing on it. That's Marco Signoretti in the energy cart coming down to complete in the lap. Currently, he's third on the board, 47.3. What's he got this time by? 47.6. Not enough to move out of third, but he's going to keep trying. Bless your heart. Robert Wickens second, Askew in the lead as we have a minute and a half to go here in DD2 qualifying. This class brought to you by Mojo Tires. Micromax Group 1 drivers, you need to be on the grid. Micromax Group 1, you're up next. There's a shot of Wickens coming through. Turn 5, pick that right front tire up with the curb. Now over the left-handers, 6. They go to the double right, 7 and 8. Then they'll set up for the left-handers. Homestead Karting, home of the 90-degree corner. They come out of 9 through 10. The short shoot down into 11. Wickens hits it. down the back straightaway. They'll head for 12. He ducks his head just for a moment through 12. Clips the outside curbing, makes a run to the line. Not enough. He stays in second. 1 minute to go in qualifying. Askew does the same. Clips the curb in 1. Now through the right-hander, turn 3. He'll set up, sweep back to the right side of the track, setting up for the left-hander. Turn number 4. He unwinds the steering wheel. Now has to come back to the left side of the track to set up for the right-hander. Turn 5. Great shot of the Formula car driver there. Smooth on the hands. Could be a little bit smoother, methinks. Through the double right-handers, 7 and 8. Now into the left-handers one more time. 9. Now 10. He hits the short chute. 2:11 down the back straightaway. This is going to be his last lap. 10 seconds remaining. Will he beat the checkered flag? Yes, he will. 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds remaining. When Askew gets the line, he'll have this lap and this lap only. What about Wickens, Signoretti, and Gonzalez? Do they have anything for Askew? Checkered flag flies. The session is over. Here comes Michael McCarthy and Bizzotto. McCarthy 6th, Bizzotto 9th. No change there. And Oliver Askew looks to remain on top here. I think that's where he's going to stay. 47.032 for the Senior Max driver turned DD2. Wickens ends up second, Signoretti third, Javier Gonzalez fourth, and Christian Munoz, who's coming off of a very scary injury last year when he flipped during Rock Cup in Orlando, separating his collarbone, if I remember correctly. He broke his collarbone, didn't he, in Orlando? I believe so. I saw those x-rays. I'm no doctor, but that still looked like it hurt. Michael McCarthy ends up 6th, Luke Chudley 7th, Barrichello 8th, Bizzotto 9th, Dev Gore rounds out your top 10. Salvador de Alba 11th, John Sebastian Herrera 12th, Christian Cornio 13th, Ethan Simone 14th, and Schiavo rounds out your top 15. Let's break those up and tell you who was where in DD2 Senior and Master. Your top 5 in Senior are Askew, Wickens, Signoretti, Gonzalez, and Munoz. And then down in Masters, you have Cornio with a time of 47.881 on top. Schiavo P2, Christoph Adams 3rd, Geza Fedor 4th, and John Karate in 5th. With Luis Zervagon, the NOLA driver, rounding out the field in 6th. So that'll do it for DD2 qualifying. There you see, taking to the track now, Micro Max Group 1. So as we check in with Micromax Group number 1, these classes were split as well. Micromax brought to you by AM Racing Engines. So thanks a bunch, Ariel, for stepping up and sponsoring Micromax this season. Granger Piera, 54,875. Granger in the number 51 goes P1. Alex Papau was on top before that. And then Ricardo Garcia Filho is third. Miguel Costa and Nikita Johnson are top 5. Alex Jankowski, 6th. Vinces Tesoro, 7th. Rodrigo Sanchez and Ethan Donkers with Ian Aguilar Etuart round out the top 10 here in Micromax Group number 1. These are our youngest racers competing with us here this weekend at the Florida Winter Tour. Let's see as they come across the line here. Ricardo Garcia goes purple, 54,376. Papau stays in second. Parrott slips all the way down to third. Jankowski and Johnson complete the top 5 as we work our way through Micromax Group 1 qualifying. These Micromax drivers, as you can see right there on your monitor, struggling to find open track to lay down a smooth and uninterrupted qualifying lap. Ethan Donkers in that Tony kart trying to find some open space out on track. Dixie Chicks, they sang a song called Open Spaces. It was a good one back in the 90s. Ricardo Garcia on top, 54,376. Papau is second. Jankowski third. Para fourth. Now Jankowski goes purple. 54,217, the number 84 of Jankowski on top. As you see these drivers right here in Micromax, the 32 leader of the group is going to be Isaac Canto. He's 9th. Rodrigo Sanchez in the number 8 is 10th. Ian Etuart is 11th. Geronimo Barrio, 12th. Ethan Donkers, 13th. And Jesse Carrasquedo, 14th, with Enzo Falquette rounding out the field in 15th. But they're all chasing Jankowski, who just went purple again. 54,217. Filho, second. Papau, third. Para, fourth. Tesoro in fifth. And that's Brent Cruz in the number 11. He's sixth. Ricardo Garcia Filho now on top. 54,193. Filho on top. Jankowski goes back to the plot, though. 53,927. Jankowski goes purple for the third lap in a row. He and Filho are having a great battle as they now work their way around the track. Here comes the 99 Fernando Alonso kart across the finish line. That's going to be Enzo Falquette, as this is group number 1. They always put the hard names in group number 1. Senior Max had some tricky names. Micromax, group 1, it's got some tricky names as well. Jankowski, 53,927. What a lap for Jankowski. They should be making their way down back across the line here once again. Filho should lead them. Let's see what Jankowski and Filho can do against each other. Filho slows down to a 54.5. What about Jankowski on his 6th lap? What's it going to be? Slows down as well, 54.652. So up front, things calm down for just a moment. Less than 6 minutes remaining here. Micromax Group 1 on track. Micromax Group 2 to the grid. So as this long qualifying session continues here, Brent Cruz has worked his way up to second impressively thanks to a lap time of 53.889. Kanto is up to third, and then you see guys that we saw up at the top like Philho drop to fourth. Popao is fifth. Costa is sixth. Granger Pera bumps Tesoro down from seventh to eighth. Nikita Johnson and Rodrigo Sanchez complete the top 10. Alex Jankowski, though, still on top here as Brent Cruz, Kanto, and the rest of our Micromax Group 1 drivers go to work on chasing him down. Micromax again brought to you by AM Racing Engines. Coming up next, Micromax Group 1 as our drivers continue to lap here in qualifying. New driver now to the top of the timesheets, 53.723 for the number 11 of Brent Cruz. They went a little soft on the tire pressures to start, I think. Took a while to build some heat up into the tires, and now it pays off as the clock strikes zero here in about 5 seconds. Brent Cruz saves his best lap for his last lap and goes purple, putting him on top, 53.723. Besting Jankowski's .788. So great lap there for the number 11, Brent Cruz. No, Jankowski gets him right at the line. 53.663. That was Jankowski's 13th lap. If Brent Cruz is still on track, which he is, and comes across the line, 53.759, not enough. So Jankowski, with some last lap heroics, gets on top. Brent Cruz second, Costa third, Kanto fourth, and Philho rounds out your top five. Hey, there's some of the Orsalon Racing drivers down there on the grid. Who do I see? I spy, is that Darren Keene? Yes, it is. Nick Bruckner is there. Oh, Darren Keene, don't do that. You're on camera. Then we see Riley Dickinson as well. There he is. And is that a Pedrosa brother? Yes, it is. All those Junior Max drivers are taller than Matty Egger. Not a surprise. Nick Bruckner and the rest of the Orsalon Racing drivers are talking strategy. Maybe where they're going to go for dinner tonight. Fabio Orsalon looking sharp as always down there on the grid. He's got the fleece zipped up. They obviously can't hear me talking about him. And there you see Aaron Nelliton next to his driver, Josh Pearson, down on the grid. Nelliton with his game face on. That guy wakes up with his game face on. He's always in the zone as we continue to pan the grid for our Micromax Group 1 qualifying. This is, again, where we're going to see some of our bigger names in this category heading out on track. But getting it done in Group 1, Alex Jankowski, 53.663. Good lap. Brent Cruz in second, as these Micromax Group 2 drivers are signaled to head out onto the track. Their fast laps are going to come momentarily. There you see Chris Egger pointing to his head. Think, guys, be smart out there. Let's get through qualifying, and then we'll get to the racing. They spit out onto the track in turn 2. Out laps underway here in Micromax. Hey, don't forget, folks, we're broadcasting live this weekend, not only on the internet, but on Florida Winter Tour FM. That's right, 90.3 on your FM dials. Look us up. And on Race Monitor as well. So if you have Race Monitor in the pit, turn it on, open up your phone, click the green little square down in the bottom left-hand corner. It says live. Click that. You'll be able to listen to the race call, grid announcements as well. But I do understand a lot of people are pitted in areas where they're out of range of speakers. BBR, you see them all the way over in turn 1. They're in their own zip code. So they've told me they can't hear the announcements, obviously. There's no speaker over there. So let them know. Tune to 90.3 on the FM dial. They'll be able to hear grid calls, general announcements, updates throughout the day. I just want everybody to make sure they hear what is going on. Again, we're on 90.3 FM. All right, it's Micromax Group 2 qualifying. You know what that means? I'm up, I'm out of my chair, and I'm standing because it is time to see some fast laps. Jazz hands, Josh Pearson, the driver out of Oregon, 53.694. Nelliton, you got that kid driving. Arsenault in the number 36. Burrell out of Canada. I believe he's racing with Ben Cooper. Racing Arsenault is second. My buddy, the number 48, James Agozi. Third, good lap for Agozi. Rafael Camara fourth, and then Jeremy Fletcher, number 22, is fifth. Juan Pablo Cepeda, sixth. Diego Campos Ramirez, seventh. Here come some of our fast drivers. Let's see what they can do here. Agozi goes to the top only for a moment, though. Camara and now Arsenault to P1, but it's Jazz Hands going back to the spot. 53.341 for Pearson. Ashton Torgerson, one of his fellow Oregonians, goes up to second. So it's Pearson and Torgerson. I spent a lot of time last year calling those two names out loud all over the Northwest at the Can-Am Karting Challenge. It's good to see those young drivers running so well here down in Florida. Arsenault third, Camara fourth, Cepeda fifth, Agozi down to sixth. Diego Contagia seventh, Trisney eighth, Tyner and DeFont your top 10. So as they come around to complete another flying lap here, open up the windows, folks, and let the sun shine in. We're in South Florida today, the Sunshine State. There goes Agozi across the line. He stays in sixth. Trisney eighth, Cepeda fifth. What about Josh Pearson, though? Is anybody going to challenge him? He goes purple once again, 53.198. Let's take a look outside of the top 10. It is Jeremy Fletcher in 11th, Campos Ramirez 12th, Emerson Fittipaldi 13th, Schianti 14th, and Andreas Asmar in 15th, Marcelo Pancini in 16th. There's Jeremy Fletcher in the number 22. He is right behind the number 12. Out on track, those two drivers making their way around the track. The number 12 is Marcelo Pancia. As they head through turn 11, now down the back straightaway. Fletcher's going to pull out of the draft and try to pick up a spot on track. There he goes. Good move through the final corner. Let's see if he slows down or speeds up this lap at the line. Fletcher a 53.979. But it's Pearson on top, 53.198. And folks, I'm going to tell you Josh Pearson's secret right now. I'm going to tell you, well, you know what? I'm going to wait till the end of qualifying to tell you his secret and why he's so fast. Rafael Camara up to second. Brandon Tyner, good looking lap out of Tyner. Third quick, Contagia Porras fourth, and Torgerson in fifth. There's a good shot of James Agozi in the number 48 and Rafael Camara in the 88. Hey, if we've got eights in our numbers, let's hook up and go to the front. What do you say? They say yes. Ashton Torgerson, he doesn't need a number 8 in his card. He's got a number 2, and he goes number 1. Torgerson, 53.058. Pearson now down to second. Kamara third. Tyner fourth. Contagia in fifth. We check back in with James Agozi and Rafael Kamara. Kamara third. Agozi is down to 10th. James Agozi, come on, buddy, let's go. He told me 2 days ago during practice he had a little bit of an engine issue in the infield. They needed to find a bit more low-end speed. James Agozi, man, he is one. I always say it. These Micromax kids, these Minimax kids, they're cool. Okay, I say that because, one, they're cooler than me, all right? Real recognizes real. Second of all, Agozi and so many of these other Micromax kids, man, they're awesome. They don't have a filter. They're honest. They want to tell you what's going on. They want to tell you what they think and what they feel, and I love that. When you get to the junior level and the senior level ranks, man, they're all playing head games with each other. Agozi, he's not worried about head games. He's worried about fast laps. 53.018. Agozi to the top. Just as I start talking about him, he picks up the speed. Good lap for Agozi as we still have 6 minutes to go. There's a shot of Torgerson as he works around a driver in the infield. Second, Torgerson was on top a little while ago. He's down to third. Contagia fourth. Pearson rounds out your top 5 here. But James Agozi, the one they're all chasing right now, 53.018 for James Agozi. Now on your monitor, we watch the number 29 of Schianti and the number 10 of Asmar making their way around the track. Andreas Asmar 13th, Schianti 16th, towards the bottom of our grid. But guys, anything can happen in these races. 3 rounds of heats coming your way later this afternoon. And folks, you didn't even need to buy me anything. I'm going to bring you this live racing action for nothing, folks, because we love you that much. About 4.5 remaining here in Micromax Group 1 qualifying, and once we're done with that, we're on to our final Class 2 run groups, Junior Max 1 and Junior Max 2. There's James Agozi, sawing on the steering wheel down there. James Agozi back at the Florida Winter Tour after a pretty scary accident at the final weekend of Rock Cup in Ocala last year when he got upside down while racing with Gabriela Ramirez. But you know what? Agozi's a tough dude, hung tight, and he was back at the track that afternoon for podiums, man. And it's a big part because his parents take safety so seriously, as do the people at Bell Racing Helmets. I'm telling you guys, if you're here this weekend, go over right there in the middle of the pit area in the Sprinter van with the red pop-up tents. Packy Wheeler is here, full service, Bell Racing Shop. I mean, he might as well have a permanent building over there with everything he can do out of that Bell Racing Sprinter. He's got helmets on display. Guys are over there buying helmets for their kids this season. Go see Packy in the Bell Racing tent. He's got what you need to be safe this weekend. Josh Pearson back to the top now, the Northwest driver, 52.952, and you see him leading the pack right there on your screen. Still 3 minutes to go in this session, though. A lot of things can change, but Pearson looking good. Torgerson second, Agozi third, Kamara fourth, and Contagia fifth. As we wrap up Micromax qualifying, Chris Wheeler joins us once again in the booth. Chris, I was just talking about Packy Wheeler. You're Chris Wheeler. Any relation?
Well, if you put us next to each other and I took my hat off, you'd probably see that we're more like twins than father and son. But, he's done a great job the last 2 weeks. Obviously, he factory representative from Bell Racing USA down here. Really didn't plan on coming down to sell products or anything like that. His main focus was just to come down and, Bell puts a big emphasis on customer service, and they wanted to support all the Bell helmet athletes. And I think they actually converted about 5 or 6 guys in the last 2 weeks, which is good. well, I know they're working hard to make it work. He's actually, I believe, he's going to forego going to the Daytona 500 in February with that van, and I think he's actually instead going to come visit us in Ocala.
Wow. Skipping the Daytona 500 for Ocala, Florida Winter Tour. That is awesome. They didn't ask me to come to Daytona this year, unfortunately. They barely asked me to come to Ocala. But that's so cool that we have a guy like Packy, a representative from the factory at Bell down here, taking an interest in the safety of these drivers. And he does a lot of work with the IndyCar guys as well.
Yeah, so he handles Bell Racing's aspects for NASCAR, IndyCar, sports car, and karting. I do my own work with Bell on the consulting side. We're trying to help them grow the brand and everything in the middle that we could possibly do. A great company out of Illinois. And you look at the IndyCar side, he started spotting 2003 area, I think it was, about the time when it actually started to get popular within the IRL. And back then with Scott Dixon, won 2 championships in Indy 500 there. Won an Indy 500 with Dan Weldon. Was with Justin Wilson for his only oval career in the modern day IndyCar series. So, he's done a lot. Not sure who he's actually going to be with this year. We haven't really talked much about it, but so he'll be at all the IndyCar races. He'll be at a majority of the larger scale IMSA sports car races. He'll do some NASCAR stuff. He'll do a lot of World of Outlaw stuff here in the state of Florida. A lot of sprint car stuff here over the next 2 months as everybody's coming down, as well as the Florida Winter Tour. So it's really cool. I'm pretty sure we'll see him at a couple stops of the U.S. Open, as well as it'll definitely, I believe, be in Las Vegas with the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino when we cap that series off.
It's awesome to have Packy and the folks from Bell here taking such an interest in karting. We sure do appreciate it. Up at the front here with less than half a minute to go in qualifying, Josh Pearson. There you see him in the black bodywork. He puts his hand up in the air. He's going to let a lot of these drivers go by. He's on his last lap now, so he's effectively done. Pearson with a 52.952. That's going to be a tough lap to beat. Torgerson, 53 flat. Checkered flag waves. There you see it right there. My roommate, Cam Egger, showing off those calves in the Florida sunlight as he waves the checkered flag. And there's Pappy, Chris Egger. It's a family affair here at the Florida Winter Tour. But Pearson's going to end up front with fellow Northwest Can-Am Karting Challenge competitor Ashton Torgerson in second. James Agozi third. Rafael Camara fourth. Contecha fifth. Arsenault sixth. Juan Pablo Cepeda seventh. Brandon Tyner eighth. Jeremy Fletcher ninth. And Marcelo Panchilla rounding out the top 10. I want to go grab Josh Pearson for an interview right now, Chris, for grabbing that pole. So you take care of us and get us into Junior Max qualifying.
So now to your monitors, you see Junior, the first of 2 groups, now on track. Evans on the way out. You look through this one, you've got the likes of Dylan Tavella, Ryan McDermott, Matthew Latifi, Matias Ramirez, Nicholas Bruckner, Arthur Least, and so on. Those junior drivers in the even-numbered carts now making their first lap here. Timed qualifying. Great shot of drivers here down the back straightaway. Now crossing the start-finish line to start that first time lap. That gives you a view right there as you look at the horizon of your screen. The wind is on the move here in Homestead, Florida. You see a great job done by all the track staff to get all the motorsport.com banners hung up all over the racetrack in front of these cameras. Everybody at the Max Speed Group doing a lot of work in the offseason to bring you this coverage package this year. And again, there's the wind. Palm trees bending for days. Drivers working their way across the stripe here for the first time. We let them start to cycle through. All but maybe a couple across the stripe here for that first lap. The 288 Arthur Least out in front early, a 50.558 for Least here. Killian Meyer, Harry Colton, Sergio Crispin, Ryan McDermott. Top five as they've laid down their first flyers, of course, just over 6 minutes. Still to go here in this even number qualifying group, Rotax Jr. So Least goes purple for the second straight lap, 50.002. For the young Brazilian on board the 288 machine. Killian Meyer, Manuel Suleiman, Daniel Duminy, and Sergio Crispin. Your top five. Third laps now starting to hit the start-finish line. McDermott goes purple. So Ryan McDermott going to knock off Least here, 49.844. Tony Laporta joining us back here in the booth as Hollingshead now into the fourth spot. So Zachary Hollingshead in the 256 now to fourth. But right now it's the Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart. The Canadian, the 216, Ryan McDermott out in front, 49.844.
Ryan McDermott looking good right now. Chris, I told him this morning I'd call him McDermott, but I'm not going to do that. It's Ryan McDermott, and it's also a fast lap time. 49.844. Leist is second. Killian Meyer third, and then Zachary Hollingshead is fourth with Manuel Suleiman in fifth. Harry Colton right there on the bubble. He runs sixth. Daniel Domini seventh as we take a look at the rest of our Group 1 qualifiers. I was gone for a little while and waiting for Jazz Hands Josh Pearson, who just locked up the pole position in Micro Max qualifying. He's busy scaling that cart right now, but when he is done at the scales and talking to officials, he's going to make his way in here, and we're going to bring you a live interview with Josh Pearson. Just about 4 minutes to go here, though, in Junior Max qualifying. Chris, we got one group left after this, and it's the Group 2 of the Junior Max drivers. We got some quick guys in this one right now, some ones that I think you'll really need to watch as the day progresses, but Group 2 is going to be our faster drivers. Who are you expecting to really make a splash here in Junior Max? You know, we got guys like Nicholas Bruckner back in the group, stuff like that. As we check back in the top, Arthur Leist goes purple. No, McDermott goes back, 49.699. We're getting ready for Group 2, though, later on.
So, Tony, on this one here, to my knowledge, it's a bit of a different situation than we had in senior. It's not a fast-slow combination. This one's odd-even because they didn't get that third and vital round of practice yesterday. So even though McDermott is in the Group 1, traditionally with the format here, Group 1 would be your slower of the two groups, not so much for this class. So McDermott 49,699. Still leading the way in that Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart. Trying to get things shuffled around here in the skybox, high above Homestead Karting. As Lease now back to the point, 49,607. Check that. Here comes McDermott. So these two, Tony Laporta, having one heck of a battle royale, you could say. Trying to take the top spot in this Group 1 session. But for as exciting as that is, buddy, you've got some other things going on here in the booth.
Yeah, we do, Chris. Junior Max Group 1 qualifying nearly complete, but I'm now joined by the pole winner, unofficially, from Micromax Group number 2, Jazz Hands Josh Pearson. Josh, first of all, congratulations on the great lap. Tell me about it. When you rolled into the scales, you had the number 1 up. Did you know you were quick enough to have the top spot?
Well, when I rolled into the scales, my dad was just holding number 1, so I assumed I was number 1, so I was just really excited.
You can't listen to that guy, though. He's a nut.
No, he's not.
Well, you're singing a different tune last time, I say. So I want to talk about why you're so fast down here, okay? And I think I know why. You guys were down here back in December before Christmas, spending the first part of your Christmas break from school testing. Tell me about that. You got the trailer down here to Orlando, and you guys hit all 3 tracks the Winter Tour is going to go to in 5 days. You guys did something like 700 laps over 3 days. Tell me about coming down here to test.
Well, I liked this track when I came down here to test, and I thought it was a really fun track. And I think this is my favorite out of all of them. And I'm really enjoying it here, so.
Well, I hope you're enjoying it. You're super fast. Tell me, how much help has it been working from the Rollison Performance Group team with a guy like Luke Selican? Because it was Raleigh, your dad, Luke, and yourself down here testing for 5 days. How much help did Luke give you, and is he a big part of this pole position?
Well, I think Luke is definitely a big part of this pole position, and so is Aaron. He's tuning that kart, and Luke is helping me get better with my driving, and it just helps a lot to have Luke and Aaron doing that on my kart.
Josh Pearson, Aaron Nelton's tuning your kart. Luke's helping you with the driving. Who coached you on interviews? Because you got a lot better since last year, man.
My dad.
Okay, your dad, Greg Pearson. Josh, congratulations on the great lap, buddy. Congratulations. We're going to see you in those heat races. Best of luck. Thank you for stopping and talking to us.
You're welcome.
Josh Pearson, ladies and gentlemen, your unofficial pole winner in Micromax.
And as we jump back here to Group 1, 15 seconds remain. McDermott laid down yet another flyer, 49,493. So the young Canadian out in front here. Least, Meyer, Colton, Latifi. Then it'll be Lupien, Tavella, Hollingshead, Suleiman, and Jet Nolan going to round out your top 10 here.
Perfect timing with the interview from Josh Chris as the clock strikes 0 and the checkered flag waves. McDermott with a solid lap, 49.493. Leist ends up second, as you said. Meyer third, Colton fourth. Latifi making his Junior Max debut after running Mini Max last year. Lupien 6th, Tavella 7th, Hollingshead 8th, Suleiman 9th, and Jet Nolan from the PK Sports tent is 10th. Kai Palomino is 11th. Sergio Crispman is 12th. Max Hewitt, the 222, 13th. Nathan Ratton and Daniel Domini round out your top 15 here in Junior Max Group number 1. So one more session of qualifying to go here, folks. Stick with us. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Max Speed. And it looks like we need representative from cart number 15 to please report to the steward's office. Again, we need a representative from cart number 15 to the steward's office. We'll be back after this short break, folks, for Junior Max qualifying.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
So this is a live look at the beautiful sunshine that is soaking the track here at Homestead Karting, just off the side of the front straightaway of the Homestead Miami Speedway. Like I said, it's so cool that this big racetrack we're racing just outside of is where NASCAR comes every November to crown their series champions and put a bow tie on their season. Well, it's where we in karting come to kick off our season, especially here at the Florida Winter Tour. There's a good shot of Matias Ramirez making his way around the track on his first flying lap here in Junior Max Group 2 qualifying. Natel Canton, quick driver, out early, 51.449. Andres De Alba, Nicholas Flitter, Marc-Antoine Poirier. Stephen Malozzi out of New York goes third. We got a couple drivers in here you're really going to want to keep an eye on. The Orsalon drivers, Nick Bruckner and Riley Dickinson. Matias Ramirez out of OGP goes purple, 50.875. Now it's D'Orlando, the Junior Rock winner from last weekend, throws his hat into the ring early here in Rotax Max, going to the top, 50.619. That bumps Ramirez down to second. And little brother Nicholas, don't call me Michael D'Orlando, in third. Juan Diego Velasquez fourth, and Peyton Durant in fifth. Man, there's a lot of Kuna USA drivers in the top five, Chris.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look too bad. You got Edenholm in eighth, Durant sixth, D'Orlando third, D'Orlando first. So, yeah, I'm cool with it if you are.
I don't have an option but to be cool with it because it's what I see in front of me. Michael D'Orlando with a 50.619. D'Orlando Jr. in third. And now De Alba up to fifth. Big shakeup at the top. Ramirez goes purple, 50.261. Now it's Michael D'Orlando back to the top. Michael, don't call me second place D'Orlando to the top. Matias Ramirez back to second. Bruckner to third. Velasquez fourth. Barrichello up to fifth. The whole Barrichello family's racing this weekend. Aiden Keel from Anderson is sixth. Nicholas D'Orlando seventh. Spencer Mills, Natel Canton, and De Alba, your top 10. And another Kuna USA driver this weekend, Chris, Zoe Edenholm, just outside of the top 10. What can you tell us about that young driver from Arizona?
Obviously the decision to join Team Kuna USA happened a while back, but the actual decision to come to the Florida Winter Tour happened while we were here last weekend. So a lot of little extra preparation to get that done. I'm really glad that they're here. Ricky Luther flying in all the way from Sacramento Regional Airport. He's just a peach to work with. Honestly, he's been a pleasure to have under the tent, and so really awesome stuff there. I'm looking forward a lot to them being around us for the entire season, and just kind of still continuing to learn from those guys and work with them as they've done a great job. But right now, the man doing the work is the 274 Nicholas Bruckner out in front, 50.021. Pretty good lap time.
Hey, if you're going to keep Edenholm over there under the Kuna USA tent, might I recommend getting that girl a Tony Kart suit? Nicholas Bruckner up front. Saw him yesterday for the first time all week, all year, honestly. Was surprised he was here. Didn't think he'd be making the Florida Winter Tour, as we see Barrichello in the 291 getting around one of the Anderson Racing drivers. I believe that was Keene that he just passed.
Colt Hensley in the 277.
You're right. That's Colt Hensley, who is working with longtime racer and tuner out of Anderson Racing. Nick Bruckner on top, 50.021 for the Texan. Michael D'Orlando second, Aiden Keel third, Matias Ramirez fourth, Velasquez in fifth.
So Bruckner, you talked about him and his kind of late arrival. He's got a lot of stuff going on. He's taken some pretty hardcore advanced classes in school, so time is of the essence with that. He decided a Friday arrival was good enough for him. If that's all the track time he needed, they're all the years of coming down here to Florida. So, he's definitely putting on a show for having limited track time.
One driver we're trying to keep an eye on right now, we're bouncing around. I think he's going to be right there behind Zoe Edenholm. That's going to be the 211 of Stephen Malozzi. I got to give a shout out to this kid. He's from New York. I went up, I did Tim Hannon's OVRP championship banquet, hosted their dinner, met Stephen, met his dad. Fantastic people. His dad told me Malozzi remembers me calling this race last year, and he didn't make the final, unfortunately. Just missed the cutoff in the LCQ. And he says, Dad, this year my goal is to have Tony talk about me during that broadcast. Well, Steven, we're talking about you. Just keep digging, buddy. You're 14th right now on track. Looking good right behind Zoe Edenholm and Eduardo Barrichello. But you can keep an eye on Stephen Malozzi. He's progressed so much since last year racing with the OVRP team. Oh, no, and just as I talk about him, he loops it out of 11. Well, I'm going to quit talking about him so he can have a good lap here. But Stephen Malozzi, one driver we're keeping our eye on right now. 2.5 minutes to go in Junior Max qualifying.
So just like that, a young man going purple once again, Michael D. Orlando, 49.790. So last week's Rock Junior final winner, D. Orlando back up top. 2.5 tenths of a second separating first and second here.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I thought you were going to cry tears of joy last weekend when D. Orlando scored that Junior Rock victory here at the Florida Winter Tour. Talk about the difference a year makes. Him making his sophomore season and where he is as a driver. Not saying he wasn't competitive last year, but the level of competitiveness this year is off the charts. He's doing phenomenal in Junior Max.
You know, the difference of a year is a lot. Obviously, we showed up here last year. Probably was a handicap to him. I was on the tools. So we got here, kicked off his junior campaign, and he did a good job. He showed a lot of speed. It was a lot of mental and physical strengths that were kind of needed to help kind of close the deal, you could say. He's done a lot of preparation since then, and the difference in a year is not only reflected on the racetrack, on his overall speed, his judgment on the racetrack, his racecraft, but also leading our entire group in the pits. Obviously, 5 juniors is a lot, and a lot of them making their first year in the junior ranks with him being the veteran, and he's done a great job of kind of leading the way for those guys, showing them the ropes. You know, I've sat through data sessions with all of them this week, and he's done a fantastic job trying to help each and every one of his teammates. So I'm really proud of him, as is, everybody else in the Kuhn USA tent, and I think it's really cool to see him out here kind of leading the way now in qualifying.
It certainly is. Michael D. Orlando maturing both as a driver and a young man. I just wish he would add me on Snapchat. The kid won't accept my friend request on Snapchat, but you know what? Right now, he's not worried about that. I just want to be Snapchatting with a winner. You know what I mean, Chris? And the good news is his mom, Sherry, is here this weekend. She's going to keep an eye on that rascal.
Yeah, she showed up last night, and there's a little bit of an extra pep in their step. She was pretty disappointed she couldn't be here last week to watch the win. She was messaging me talking about the two of us and the job that we did bringing that home, and she was very grateful for our Max Speed Entertainment, having this platform, having the broadcast, as well as being able to hear your voice. She said it reminded her a lot of unicorns and rainbows.
Well, Sherry, I appreciate that, but now that you're here this weekend, we're done being nice to your kids. Clock strikes 0, and time runs out. Checkered flag flies, and D. Orlando is going to get it done. 49.790 ends it. He almost got clipped off there at the very end. Eduardo Barrichello jumps to P2. Great lap for Barrichello, but not enough. He's still nearly 2 tenths off D. Orlando. So let's take a look at the finishing order here in qualifying. D. Orlando gets the top spot. Barrichello second. Nicholas Bruckner with a solid lap in third. Aiden Keel from Anderson Racing ends up fourth with Matias Ramirez. No, Ramirez falls to fifth as De Alba gets him at the line. Fifth for De Alba. Ramirez slips to sixth. Nicholas, the young brother, D. Orlando, seventh. Canton, eighth. Velasquez, ninth. And Durant, your top 10. Just outside of the top 10, Riley Dickinson, my good buddy from Texas, is 11th. Spencer Mills, 12th. Zoe Edenholm, 13th. Emma Delartre, 14th. And Marc-Antoine Poirier, 15th. Stephen Malozzi rebounds well in 16th. Colt Hensley, who's being tuned on this weekend by shifter cart ace Connor Wagner, rounds out the field. So now we are done with qualifying, Chris. The fun is not done. It's only just beginning. There's a live look at your Masters Max grid. Chris Egger is having a discussion with some of those young men, at least young compared to Father Time Chris Egger. We're getting ready to go with heat racing, folks. Stick with us. Chris Wheeler's already on the way to lunch. We'll be back with more coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. So as we get ready to begin heat racing here in South Florida, on track now, it is our Masters Max category. This category brought to you by Falcon GP. You see a look at your starting grid. Let's walk you through it. Starting in the 11th position after a time of 1:08.827, Michelle Abosia. Starting in row 5 on the outside in the 6:19, Alessandro De Luca. Alongside him in the 6:09, starting 9th, Daniel Robertson. In row 4, Bobby Green lines up outside of Peter Corteau. Row 3 sees Bortoni and Barrios. Row 2, Nick Tucker and Scott Roberts. And on the front row, last weekend's Rock Cup dominator, Rafael Matos, and the 666 of Christoph Adams, thanks to a lap time of 49.107. So there you see, it's a good-looking grid of Masters Max. I was racing Masters Max when I was 15 years old, folks, but that's because I was a foot taller than everybody else in Junior Max. We're getting ready to go now. Christoph Adams, Rafael Matos, your front row. Adams is pulling double duty. Roberts, your Grand Nationals winner, right behind him. And Nick Tucker, he's been racing and winning all over the country. Last weekend, we had a lot of thrown-off starts due to speeds. Let's see if our Masters Max drivers get it right this time. Coming down, green flag is going to fly, it looks like, and Adams leads them down into 1. Scott Roberts does a good job of jumping up from P3 up to 2nd as he utilizes the inside of row number 2. He's in the neon green helmet working on Adams in 2nd. Rafael Matos trying to defend for 3rd. Nick Tucker in 5th as they make their way into the infield. Adams on the Burrell leads them now through the right-hander, turn 5, and there you see a bunch of positions up for grabs. In 4th, that's going to be the 690 of Mario Barrios. Good jump here off the start for Barrios as he comes from 5th on the grid up to 4th with Nick Tucker right behind. 3rd is Matos. 2nd is going to be Scott Roberts as Christoph Adams leads him down the back straightaway. He's pulled all the way up in that seat, over the curb, through the woods, and at the line, Roberts is in 2nd. Adams, your leader, after 1 lap. Farther down the running order, we see Daniel Robertson in 6th, Bortoni 7th, Abosia 8th, Bobby Green 9th, and Corteau in 10th. Now we see Nick Tucker going to work on the 690. For the 4th position, that's Mario Barrios. Nick Tucker on the Cosmic RPG, making that kart work, but Barrios is doing more of the same. As you can see, that right front tire hiked up in the air as they roll through turns 7 and 8, the infield double right-handers. There we pick up Rafael Matos, but Nick Tucker going to work right now on the 690 of Barrios. Does Tucker take a look in 1? Yes, he does. Tucker to the inside, and he's through. Good move for Raleigh's driver, Nick Tucker. So Tucker picks up 4th and is going to try to drive away. How'd Chris Egger get up on that ladder, folks? He's high up in the sky. Christoph Adams leads him down, and look out, because here comes Scott Roberts. If you go to the max speed section here, our broadcast on Race Monitor, once you open up the event page and you see live timing, right now you would see Christoph Adams, Scott Roberts, Rafael Matos. Click that little I right next to the word live timing, and it will show you today's schedule. So go there, check that out, and don't forget to watch the live broadcast with audio down in the left-hand corner. At the line last time by, the gap was 0.4 of a second. Roberts goes purple. Now it's 0.2 of a second. A little bit farther back, we see the fight. That should be 6th and 7th, I believe. The 611 of Bortoni and the 608 of Aboisa. That's the fight we should be watching right now. Scott Roberts, though, chopping some serious wood back up at the front. There we go. As we transition back to the lead, Roberts last time by cut the lead down 0.2 of a second thanks to a 49.493. He's gunning down Christoph Adams as they're going to come to see 6 to go. Not even halfway. The gap last time 0.2 of a second. Let's see what it is here. Christoph Adams stabilizes. The lead stays at 0.3 of a second. Matos is in 3rd. Tucker 4th. Barrios in 5th. There you see Roberts not giving up. They'll see the cross flags next time by. Roberts swings way wide on the exit of turn 3, and he's all over Christoph Adams now. This is the fight for the lead. Roberts, your Grand Nationals champion from 2015, working on Christoph Adams. Roberts is close, but he's not there yet. They head through the double right-handers. Roberts needs to be careful as he plays offense against Adams. He has to play defense against Matos. They come through the double left-handers. Now, through 9, 10, they'll head for 11. Down the back straightaway, they'll look for 12 one more time. They'll see the cross flags, and Adams has a great run. Or is it Roberts falling asleep at the wheel? I think it's the latter as we have a drag race for P2. Matos on the inside. He's through. Matos picks up second place. Roberts slips to third. So Roberts, with an off lap there, not only causes him to lose a bunch of ground to Adams, he loses second spot to Matos. Matos trying to double up on wins down here in South Florida. Christoph Adams, though, has a country mile lead over Matos in second. Roberts to third. Nick Tucker up to fourth. Barrios fifth. Abogia quickest on track now, 49. 2-7-0. Bortoni 7th, Courteau 8th, Green 9th, Dewick in 10th. So now Scott Roberts gets back on his horse, and he's going to go to work on Rafael Matos for that second spot. Remember, you start all of these heat races where you qualified today, so Roberts is going to go back to starting third no matter where he finishes in this race. But that's not what's important. What's important is you earn points in all of these races. Winner gets 0 points. Second place gets 1 point. Third place gets 2 points. Driver with the lowest points at the end of the day starts up front in the pre-final, and where you finish in the pre-final, boom, is where you start in tomorrow's main event. Big change over the offseason. Obviously, if you were with us last year at the Florida Winter Tour, is the event format change. Last year, we came down here for Rotax. We qualified on Friday, and then we ran a full race day on Saturday, and then a second full race day on Saturday. So in one weekend, you'd knock out 2 full rounds of the competition. There we see Bobby Green working on that should be the 677 of Courteau as they head up to turn 4. Chris Egger has climbed down off the ladder. Boy, am I relieved. But anyway, as I was saying, the event format has changed quite a bit from 2015 to 2016. Instead of qualifying on Friday and running a full race day on Saturday and a full race day on Sunday, now we show up on Friday morning, run a little bit of practice, have lunch, qualify Friday afternoon, and run a heat race that afternoon. Come back Saturday, run 2 rounds of heat races, have the grid set for the pre-final, and we race for the round victory on Sunday. Obviously, the schedule has been adjusted this weekend due to severe weather yesterday on Friday, pushing qualifying and that first round of heats to this morning. But you know what? That's okay, because I love racing. And all that did to Saturday was give us even more racing. Scott Roberts loves racing too. He's trying to race Rafael Matos for the second spot. It's crucial that he finishes as high as possible if he wants a favorable starting spot for that pre-final tomorrow morning. Laps winding down as Christoph Adams is going to come down to see the white flag flying. 1 to go. Christoph Adams, there you see the gap between he and Matos. Last time by 9/10 of a second. Let's see what it is here. Stays right at 9/10 of a second. Roberts in third. Tucker fourth. Barrios fifth. Brosia gets around Barrios for P5. Mario now back to 6th. Bortoni, Courteau, Green, and Dewick, your top 10. There we see Bobby Green right on Peter Courteau as they head down into turn 1. Bobby Green has less than 1 lap to try and make something happen up at the front. We rejoin the battle for our leaders. How's that for camera work, folks? Christoph Adams continues to lead through the infield. He's got a half a lap to go before he sees the checkered flag. Matos has stabilized his lead over Scott Roberts. No fight for second as he comes down the back straightaway, pulling double duty this weekend. Christoph Adams kicks it off in style. Your winner in Masters Max is going to be the 666 of Adams. Matos comes home in second. Roberts third. There's Nick Tucker. And fourth, Boisa in fifth. Barrios sixth. Bortoni 7th, and Courteau looks like he was able to hold off Bobby Green. Let's see as they make the run to the line, and it is Courteau. Bobby Green 9th, and Andre Dewick will round out your top 10. And look at that beautiful shot of Homestead karting here at Homestead Miami Speedway. You see the tower on the front straightaway of the NASCAR track right there. A little bit of clouds off in the distance, but it's sunny and windy here in Homestead, Florida. Great shot right there of the main front straightaway grandstands at Homestead Miami Speedway. Stick with us, folks. Coming up next, we've got a humdinger of one in Senior Max.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you.
So as our cameraman, John Michaelman, shows you a great look of that starting grid down there on pit lane, let's look at the starting order for our Senior Max Heat number 1. This class brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Starting in row 17 on the outside in the 305, it's Elaine Sisdeli. Alongside him on the inside is going to be the 303 of Thomas Jackson. There's Mike Marini. In row 16 in the number 311, Jan Leong lines up next to Logan Cussin in the 308. Starting in row 15, it's the 316 of Mateo Diaz with Haopeng Zhang starting 29th. Starting 28th, Austin Biloski with Lane Vicala on the 355 comp cart in 27th. Starting 26th, Ivana Sentinch with Nicholas Hornbostel starting 25th. Justin Overo and Sterling Fairman make up row number 12. In row 11 on the outside, we see Diego Dominguez and Jesse Lazaire. As the carts come to life, let's take a look at the front 10 rows. There's Jake Motas. Man, that guy's got some sweet hair. Starting in 20th in the number 319, Henry Talib with Marcus Peterson on the inside. Starting 18th in the 377, Connor Ford. Last year's Junior Max U.S. Open champion out of the great state of Texas. Starting 17th, it's Trenton Estep. Rena Stephon Comptown had a fantastic run in Las Vegas, finishing second in Senior Max. He starts 16th. Christian Brooks making his debut this weekend on the CRG chassis, rolls off 15th. Marcio van der Laan starts 14th with Cedric Lupien in the 330 and 13th. Allen Galley in the 304 Tech Speed starts 12th with Fernando Alonso kart driver Matt Solarchek in 11th. Starting 10th in the 313, Canadian driver Zachary Clemendemello coming back to race with us after a interesting karting year in 2015. Out of the OGP pit, Austin Garrison starts 9th. Darren Keene from Orsalon Racing starts 8th with comp kart driver and Senior Max rookie David Malukas 7th. Gianfranco Mazzaferro rolls 6th with Jordan Sherritt alongside in 5th. Zach Holden in the 322 starts 4th alongside Team USA member and Grand Finals podium finisher, the 315 of Luke Selican. And on the front row, out of Great Britain, racing in Senior Max for the first time here in the United States, driver of the 359, Jordan Lennox. And on the pole, out of Ocala Grand Prix, Kyle Kirkwood. And I do have to correct myself, Jordan Lennox not making his debut in Senior Max in the United States, making his debut in Senior Max this year. Lennox coming over from the DD2 side of things in PSL karting. So that's your starting lineup. It's a heavyweight battle here in Senior Max. Let's get ready to throw down. As they come through the final corner, they'll hit the tram lanes side by side. Kirkwood, Lennox, Selikin, and Holden. Make your picks, ladies and gentlemen, as they come down into the tram lanes. They see a good number on the board. Green flag's going to fly. Kirkwood jumps down into lead in turn 1. Selikin follows suit from third place. He gets up into second. Lennox goes for a spin in turn 2, and they scatter through turn 3. Selikin made the advantage, though, on the inside. He's up to second. Crazy start there as you see Luke Selikin holding his own right there in P2. Garrison up to 4th. Jordan Lennox went for a spin, though. Chris Wheeler, how's he going to get back to the front of the pack?
Well, luckily, that spin early on shouldn't cost him as much as, say, a spin halfway through this heat race would cost him. Everybody's still stacked up. He got back going. He's not dead last on track, so he should have an opportunity to pick off some more and try and regain some of that track position.
There's Kyle Kirkwood, your leader, coming through the final corner to lay down our first lap. Let's see what the times are as they start this second lap. Luke Selikin right there in P2. So if you're checking your race monitor, folks, give us a moment to sort that out, as it is, in fact, Kyle Kirkwood. There we go. Kirkwood's your leader. Man, Shelby Jocelyn, she hears everything. Luke Selikin second. Then it's the Sodi cart of Jordan Sherrod in third, Garrison fourth, and Malukas. How about the rookie running fifth, as he's going to work on Garrison right now. And then right behind them, it's the 322 of Zach Holden. Holden had a good start in fourth. Run down the order a little bit.
Now, a little request for you and myself here from Zach Holden. He wants to be referred to as the triple-double deuce, 322. So what he's asked us to do is he's going to get around, I believe, Garrison right there on the exit of turn number 3. Check the camera, and he does. He got Malukas and Garrison. Garrison now in the air.
They're out there getting jiggy with it right now. Austin Garrison just had both rear wheels up in the air. Oh, who is that? The not sure on the number on that Burrell.
I believe that might have been Cedric Lupien.
I believe you're right. The Burrell driver, Cedric Lupien, getting into Austin Garrison. Garrison goes for a spin there, as it was getting mighty physical early on back there.
So you asked me about Lennox making up positions. I told you everybody was bunched up. What happened there? It all started when Malukas tried to overtake Garrison, made a mistake, some contact. Holden put his hat in the party. Holden comes out in front of all of them, and then everybody gets stacked up, and we crash them out.
Ain't nothing but a gangsta party down here in Florida. Up at the front, though, we still see Luke Selikin holding off Jordan Sherrod. Sherrod goes green that last time by 48.534, and he's going to work on Luke Selikin right now for second.
So some pretty heavy contact there. Turn number 5, that was Sherrod in the backside of Selikin. That's going to allow the 322 here, Holden, and then the 345 of Keene to start to close that gap now to the top 3.
Our leaders make their way down the back straightaway. Kirkwood with a country mile lead over Selikin. We check in on our battle for 6th place right now. Zachary Clement DeMello, and that should be Allen Galley running 7th in the 304. Galley running well here in this race. We saw him run very strong last week in a Rock Cup USA. There's Matt Solarchek. As we see Kyle Kirkwood come out of turn 4 into the right-hander, turn number 5, smooth on the hands. The battle for second still going on strong right behind him. Selikin and Sheraton, and watch out, guys, because Holden is coming quick.
So here they come down the back straightaway. Kirkwood going to hit the stripe, 48.487. But Holden goes purple. Fastest man on the racetrack, 48.245. And then Zachary Clayman DeMello is going to best that, 48.180.
They're out there cooking with gas right now as we've already reached the halfway point in this race. Galley still in 7th. Brooks on the CRG. As I said, he's 8th. His dad, Chris, he's got his shoes matching that team color. Bright orange. Matt Solarchek, 9th. Trenton Estep, 10th. As we have a loaded field here. And there goes Holden down on the inside in 9. And he muscles his way around Jordan Sheraton. Holden now up to P2.
Yeah, so Sheraton there, a little bit of contact with Holden. Holden had the line. I'm going to be partial here, not really sure what happened, but doesn't matter now. +5 and leaving for Holden. He's now got his sights set on Sullivan, and DeMello goes purple once again, 48.062 in the 6th position currently. The 313 Intrepid. So DeMello going to make his Mazda Road to Indy Lights debut here. It's got some testing coming up. I know you're going to be there with him all steps of the way, but doesn't mean he can't come down here to Florida and start getting ready.
Heck no, Chris. We've got a couple Mazda Road to Indy drivers here this weekend and last weekend. Victor Franzoni, one of those drivers who was racing with us at Rock Cup last weekend. Those Indy drivers, man, no matter what level they're at, we talked about Robert Wickens as well. They always find a way to come back to karting. 1, because they love it, and 2, because it's a great tool.
You know, another one that you might not have heard about just yet, but I know is in the works. You're going to be pretty excited when we get off the air. Keep everybody at home kind of on the edge of the seat. But if everything goes well, Rotax Ocala weekend is going to be a barn burner with some of the names that are going to stop in.
I'm going to go ahead and not say anything for a minute because I want to hear who Chris is talking about. Wow, that is a big deal. And in true edge-of-your-seat fashion, we're not going to tell you, folks. What I am going to tell you is you're going to want to be in Ocala next month for the Rotax weekend. And if you're not there, you're going to want to watch this broadcast. I can tell you that.
But in the meantime, if you're really looking for some action, look to your monitor. Here comes the triple-double deuce. Zach Holden running down. Luke Selikin, 2 laps remaining here. Double sticks in the air. Holden's 48.183 to Selikin's 48.522. Fastest man on the racetrack, Zach Holden.
I'll tell you what, Chris, we're also watching this battle right here. Clayman DeMello was purple, and he's caught the group now. Out of nowhere, very quietly, we've also seen Darren Keene up to 5th. Well, now it's Clayman DeMello, Keene, and Sherritt all fighting for a piece of that action right there. Clayman DeMello throws his nose in as Keene gets around Sherritt for 4th place. So it's 4th, 5th, and 6th right there. These guys are all just trying to stay inside the top 5. Every position matters here in the heat races.
Here comes Kirkwood down the back straightaway. Coming to the white flag. Holden with the big run. I'm looking to the outside of Selikin. Half a cart length of distance. Through the final corner, nothing there. All about to run into turn number 1. Now starting the final lap. Selikin half car lower through 1. A little bit of a defensive line. Now they head through 2. The right-hander 3. Now off to the left-hander, turn number 4.
There you see that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th still raging. Darren Keene in 4th. Sheraton on the Sodi cart in 5th. Clayman DeMello in 6th. Up front, that fight for 2nd. What does Holden have for Selikin? They now head to the infield. Through the tight stuff. Selikin on the Cosmic. Holden on the Tony cart.
Through the double rights they come. Holden likes this left-hander to set him up. Nothing there. He's going to try and get him on the exit shot now. Kirkwood still out in front. This one in hand. 2 corners to go. The battle for 2nd. Down the backstretch. Holden with a run. Holden with the run on the back bumper. Selikin looking to the inside. He's going to get through.
Kirkwood picks up the checkered flags 1st, and Holden sees him 2nd. Great racecraft right there by Zach Holden. Luke Selikin settles for 3rd as Darren Keene outlasts Jordan Sherritt and Clayman DeMello for 4th. Allen Galley comes home 7th. Brooks 8th. Vanderlaan 9th. And Estep making his senior max debut in 10th. Matt Solarchek 11th. Jordan Lennox rebounds very well after a spin in corner 1, lap 1 to finish 12th. Marcus Peterson 13th. Sisdeli comes all the way from the back of the grid to finish 14th. Cedric Lupian 15th. Mazzafaro 16th. Garrison had trouble after a spin early on. He ends up 17th. Lazaire 18th. Von Comptown uncharacteristically down in 19th. And then Talib 20th. So Senior Max Heat 1 in the books. There's a live shot of that grid. And as we zoom in on Matty Yeager's hair whipping in the wind, you're getting an idea of just how cool and windy it is here this afternoon. So as we pan down from the nation's flags here across the spectator stands and now back onto the starting grid, let's take a look at the starting order here in Mini-Max. This class brought to you this weekend by PSL Karting. Starting 13th, I don't like to say his name so early in the running order, but I love saying this kid's name any chance I get. Starting 25th, don't expect him to stay there long. The number 118 of Caleb Bacon. Man, I love that name. Cash Tyner, 24th. Chloe Chambers rolls 23rd. Yuvan Sundramurthy out of the Oakland Valley Race Park pit starts in 22nd. Dale Curran was talking to that driver a little bit earlier today from Ben Cooper Racing. He starts 21st. In row number 10 on the outside, it's going to be the number 170 of Andrew Masel alongside the 108 of Manuel Jr. In the 18th position, racing in Mini-Max nationally for the first time, the number 156 of Diego LaRocque. Alongside him will be the number 195 of Elio Giovanni. Row 8 is made up of Jetpack Jack Crawford and the 144 of Aiden Fox. That's row number 8. Row number 7 is Fernando Barrichello and Luca Mars. Row 6 is the 127 of Cody Crucker. His mom's birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, Mrs. Crocker. Dylan DeFont in the number 142 starts 6th. Juan Jose Diaz starts 10th alongside the 158 of Sebastian Montoya. Thomas Nepview rolls 8th with Tyler Gonzalez, your U.S. Open of Las Vegas race winner, starting 7th. Duke Medrin in the 199 rolls off 6th with Northwest Medford, Oregon driver Austin Torgerson in P5. Jade Hubert from Fort Myers, Florida starts 4th with Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez in 3rd. On the front row, we see the 162 of Matias Morgado and the 187 of Jeremy Fairbairn. Chris Wheeler, that's a lot of drivers. Chris Eggers holding the grid for us. We're all done. They can head out on track now.
Yeah, you know, Egger talked to all the drivers there on the grid before. You see the 1 minute sign now up. Engines are fired. I've been a part of a couple of those conversations with Chris Egger, and some of them are really awesome and some of them aren't.
Well, and some of them just never end.
No, he's definitely full of valued information.
The only problem about talking to Chris is how many times you have to repeat yourself, unfortunately, when speaking to old Egger.
What?
So we're getting ready now as our grid stewardess, Christine, makes her way out of the front of these drivers. They're going to be given the thumbs up here in a second. And the big thing these young drivers got to remember is there's not a trophy for getting out on track first. There's only a trophy for getting to that finish line first. So this is Mini-Max Heat Race number 1 brought to you by PSL Karting. You see the strong winds whipping around the track here at Homestead Karting, getting ready to take to the track now. We're getting ready for this next race here. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back for the green flag. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. So we're back from that station identification break, ready to go. 8 laps of Mini-Max Racing. Jeremy Fairbairn and Matias Morgado, your front row. Noel Vasquez, Jade Hubert, Austin Torgerson, Arias Duke Medjin, Tyler Gonzalez, Thomas Nepview, Sebastian Montoya, and Juan Jose Diaz, all ready to go here. Fairbairn looks over his right shoulder, gives the field a thumbs up. They make their way nice and slow over that final corner. Chris Egger puts them in the tram lanes, tells them where they need to be. Cam Egger, what do you say we go racing? Green flag flies. Good move by second-place driver Matias Morgado to jump down to the inside. Couple carts to get together on the entry to turn 1. We're off and rolling up at the front. Fairbairn jumped out to the early lead. Morgado did a good job, Chris, of not giving up second place. He jumped down from the outside of row number 1, and now he's going after Fairbairn for the lead. In 5, Morgado's there. He's through. Morgado, your new leader.
Vasquez is going to sit in the 3rd spot there. Then it's going to be Jade Hubert in the 4th. A little bit of a break now back into the 5th position. That should be Duke Medjin.
Looking at that bright green helmet, I think that may be Torgerson running 5th. We'll confirm as they come by. But a great move by Morgado, not only to steal the lead, but to get down to the inside and protect that 2nd spot off the green flag. There you see Jade Hubert up on the wheel. You were right, Chris. It was Duke Medjin in 5th, Torgerson in 6th. I need to get my eyes checked.
So getting racy up front. Oh, buddy. I think that was
Fairbairn and Vasquez that got together.
Vasquez threw it in, locked him up, slid into Fairbairn. Fairbairn had nothing to do with it. Vasquez to the back now. That should move up Austin Torgerson now into the 5th spot as they come down the back straightaway.
Yeah, that's going to benefit Jade Hubert, Duke Medjin, Torgerson, all of them, Chris.
So Morgado leads them off the final corner here.
But Fairbairn does a good job of closing the gap right there. 1/10 of a second last time by. Jade Hubert does pick up the pieces, goes to 3rd, and we got a new fast driver on the track. Danger zone, it's your son, Cody Crucker, with a 51. Great lap for Crucker as Jade Hubert is now trying to defend against Duke Medjin down in 5. Duke Medjin and Hubert make contact. Duke Medjin's through. He's up to 3rd, Hubert to 4th. Now she's got to defend against Thomas Nepview and Austin Torgerson. All kinds of battles going on around the track right now. Morgado and Fairbairn, 1/10 of a second separated them last time by. They come through 11 down the back straightaway. Fairbairn is quick. Is he quick enough to take the lead? Let's see. Down out of the final corner, across the stripe. Let's see the gap this time by. It shrinks to .129. Fairbairn takes a look in 1. Close, but not close enough. Morgado holds the top spot. They come out of 3, up the hill to the hairpin turn number 4. Fairbairn is there, but he's just not close enough.
Now, if these two drivers out in front, Morgado and Fairbairn, aren't smart, they're going to continue to race. And if they do that, they are going to be busy holding off the 199 Duke Medjin. You know the 199 is good because you can hear it. You can hear Greg Bell high above us here. Every time he takes a step, the only guy, 64 degrees, wind blowing, breaking a sweat here today in Homestead, Florida. But he has that CRG dialed.
He certainly does. Duke Medjin on the move right now. He's in 3rd. Fairbairn in 2nd. As you see our leaders come off that final corner. Another lap down, 4 to go as we've reached the halfway point. You're right, Chris. Morgado and Fairbairn need to work together. Austin Torgerson out of BBR Karting goes purple that time by 51.018. Gonzalez is 6th. Nepview 7th. Montoya, Diaz, and Crucker the top 10. Barrichello 11th. DeFonts 12th. Crawford 13th. LaRock 14th. Good move for him. And Luca Mars up to 15th as we see a bunch of jockeying for position. That's Jade Hubert trying to hold up Tyler Gonzalez. Torgerson has got on, and that's Torgerson on a Gallard, not typically on his Tony Kart chassis. No, Torgerson's normally on a Bennick. Now this weekend he's on a Gallard with BBR Karting, the North American importer for that chassis. Jade Hubert's trying to get back around him for 4th place, but she's got a storm coming up behind her right now in the form of Gonzalez and Nepview. Jade Hubert takes the look down in one. Great move. Hubert's through, back up to fourth. So Jade Hubert not done yet. She's got her dancing shoes on right now, and she's found a couple partners, one of them Austin Torgerson, as they go to work. We rejoin the battle for the lead. Fairbairn all over Morgado's back bumper. Fairbairn's got a big dent in that Tony Kart bumper, Chris. Do you think that's from a little bit of contact with Morgado?
Yeah, a little bump draft to never hurt anybody. Rubbin's racing, we all know that. Nothing to really worry about. When you really want to look to see who's making the moves, look for the nose dent to be a little bit bigger than that on the Tony Kart. It definitely caves in quicker than the rest, but it also falls off less than the rest.
You know what they say about Tonys? They cave under pressure. I can attest to that. 2 to go at the line. Duke Medjin goes purple. 50.848. Man, Fairbairn is all over Morgado. There's not really a reason to sit and wait much longer. He's got to make a move on Morgado. And as Chris said earlier, if these two keep playing patty cake with each other, you're going to have a mirror full of Duke Medjin here on the final lap. There you see the top three. Then behind them, that's going to be Jade Hubert in fourth, Torgerson, Gonzalez, and Nepview. They race fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Diaz, Montoya, and Crucker complete the top 10.
So Duke Medjin, purple lap last time, 50.848. 6.5 tenths of a second separates him and your leader, Morgado. How about that run? How about the exit shot there coming to the white flag? That was Jeremy Fairbairn showing the ponies. Fairbairn shoves him off into turn number 1 now.
He just gave Morgado a bump in the back door saying, hey, man, I'm here. Let's party.
So Duke Medjin purple again, 50.691. 2 tenths faster than Morgado and Fairbairn, but he's 5.5 tenths back from your leader. A total of 4 tenths here off the back bumper. Fairbairn last time was ahead through turn number 5, 6. Now headed to the double rights. Your top 3, one final time here. Off the double rights, looking for the exit shot on to the left-hand carousel.
Duke Medjin's done a good job now of reeling in these top 2, but it's too little too late. And then the final lap, Morgado has spaced himself out from Fairbairn. Nobody's going to be close enough to challenge for the win. Heat 1 in Minimax is going to go to Matias Morgado. And purple on that final lap. That shows you why he had the gap. Gonzalez ends up as your quickest driver, but it's Morgado your winner. Fairbairn second, Duke Medjin third. Jade Hubert, fantastic run for the young Floridian driver in fourth. Gonzalez fifth, Nepview sixth, Torgerson seventh, Diaz eighth, Montoya ninth, and Cody Crucker in 10th place. Chris Wheeler's already out the door. In 11th, it was Jetpack Jack Crawford, Barrichello 12th, Dylan DeFonts 13th, Luke Gamarza on the comp cart 14th, and Caleb Bacon. How about the rally for my favorite name in the field? He goes from 25th in the starting order, climbs 10 positions to finish 15th. Diego LaRock out of Arizona comes home 16th. Manuel Unia finishes 17th. Noel Vasquez 18th. Aiden Fox and Yuvan Sundaramurthy, the teammates, finish 19th and 20th from Oakland Valley Race Park. So stick with us, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Coming up next, we're going to sit down or stand up and talk with our race winner from Minimax, Matias Morgado. He'll be coming into the booth here in just a moment.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
So as our DD2 karting drivers take out onto the track now, DD2 Senior and DD2 Master getting ready for their green flag. We're now joined in the booth by Matias Morgado, your winner in the PSL karting Mini-Max category. Matias, great run. Tell me a little bit about the race. It was kind of a hairy start. What was that first corner like?
The first corner, I just wanna pass somebody there to don't go to the back, and was a great one. I went to second. Then the race, I already passed Jeremy, that is a good pilot, on the third corner here, and he was pushing me to go forward, and the race was a little bit difficult to know that Jeremy was like me, and that's it. I want to thank everybody of AM Engines, Ariel, my mechanic Carlos, Mari, my mom, my dad, and God.
Matias Morgado, great job on the track. Great job with the interview, buddy. Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Matias Morgado, ladies and gentlemen, your PSL karting Mini-Max Heat Race winner. Now we're getting ready for Heat 1 in DD2 and DD2 Masters. This class brought to you by Mojo Tires. Let's take a quick look at that starting grid. Luis Zerbagon, John Cariotti in row 10, Geza Fedor, Christoph Adams, row 9, Luis Schiavo, Christian Cornio, row 8, Moises de la Vera, Ethan Simoni, row 7, John Sebastian Herrera Martin, and Salvador de Alba, row 6, Dev Gore, Bezotto, row 5, Barrichello and Chudley, row 4. McCarthy and Munoz, row 3. Gonzalez and Signoretti, row 2. Wickens and Askew, row number 1. They're into the tram lanes, 2 by 2. They're at a great speed. Cam Egger shows them the green flag. Let's go race, and Askew holds on to that early lead. Marco Signoretti and Robert Wickens go to work for second place. Let's see as they come through the opening 3 corners. They head for the hairpin in turn number 4. Great shot as you see him make that 180-degree corner. Now back towards the paddock, and they're spread out for second on back. Signoretti going to work on Wickens, down in 5. Signoretti's going to get hung out to dry, or is he? He battles back to the inside, holds on to third. They're hustling around this joint already. Wickens should be up into the second spot, and this is all good for Oliver Askew, as he has already driven out to a big lead out of turn 11 down the back straightaway. They'll head for 12. Askew's ducking, dipping, and dodging. He's your leader. 1 lap into DD2. And if you're sitting at your monitors going, geez, what a lead, we agree. Oliver Askew out big time over the DTM touring car driver of Robert Wickens. Signoretti runs third. Gonzalez and Luke Chudley round out your top 5 early on. Remember, it's DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters out on the track racing at the same time, but they are 2 separate classes, 2 separate races, 2 separate championships. So we'll look a little bit farther down the running order. There's Rubens Barrichello. This is the fight for 6th. Looks like Barrichello, Bizotto, Dev Gore, and a few more involved right there. That should be about 7th, 8th on back as they make their way onto the front straightaway off the final corner. There you see Rubens Barrichello. In front of him is going to be Christian Munoz, but it's Barrichello, McCarthy, Bizotto, and Dev Gore. That pack of carts you're watching right there as they hustle their way around the track. And this DD2, it's such an interesting Askew. If you just take the decimal point on back, it's a 47.47 for Askew, and it's a 47.74 lap time for Wickens. Signoretti still in third, Gonzalez in fourth. There's that fight for second, and now it becomes a 4-car train as Signoretti's going to lose P3 to Gonzalez. Signoretti battles back on the inside, though. Signoretti and Gonzalez both run wide on the exit. They're going to lose 2, maybe 3 spots. That allows Wickens in second by Chudley in third. Who's going to pick up 4th? Gonzalez. Signoretti now back to 5th. 6th is Barrichello. McCarthy 7th. Munoz slips to 8th. Dev Gore and Herrera are the top 10. So a big shakeup right there, and that leaves Marco Signoretti having to fend off challenges from Formula One veteran Rubens Barrichello. It's the fight to get into the top 5. Barrichello on the outside looking in as they head through the left-hand carousel. Through turn 11, now down the back straightaway, they'll head for 12. Askew continuing to just chop wood as he goes purple. 47-4-2-5. Wickens in second. Chudley third. What battle is this right here? That should be, I believe, Michael McCarthy and Dev Gore, I want to say, 7th and 8th. In front of them is going to be Barrichello and Signoretti. Cam Egger shows them the halfway flags. We pan around to pick up that fight for 5th and 6th. There you see Barrichello in 6th. Signoretti in the blue cart. He runs 5th. Javier Gonzalez 4th. Chudley on the Intrepid, I do believe, is what Chudley's on. He's 3rd. And then Wickens on the Maranello is 2nd, but it's Askew on the Burrell, purple all the way. There you see a good shot of your leader just out for an afternoon drive here on a blustery Saturday afternoon. I think that's a word for windy. DD2 and DD2 Master Racing brought to you this weekend by Mojo Tires. When you need tires, get Mojo Tires. Now we see Barrichello with his hands full. It's the young Michael McCarthy putting a pass on the F1 veteran. That's got to be pretty cool to say that you raced head to head and went wheel to wheel with a guy like Rubens Barrichello, who doesn't just happen to be a Formula One and racing legend. He also happens to be a great guy. That is so cool for young drivers like Michael McCarthy and the rest of this field to say that they've been a part of. So we move around the track here trying to pick up the best battles for you here in Homestead, Florida. If you're at the track this weekend and you can't hear the speakers, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. It depends on if we're friends or not. But if you can't hear the speakers and you would like to for important announcements, grid calls, and race updates, tune your radio dial to 90.3 on your FM dial. We're bringing y'all the classics here in Homestead, Florida on Homestead, Miami, Florida Winter Tour Radio. Only a few laps remaining here. 2 to go as they come across the line. Oliver Askew currently holds a 3.5-second lead over DTM ace Robert Wickens. Wickens, though, not slowing down. He goes his quickest lap yet of 47.685. So great lap there for Robert Wickens. Luke Chudley still in 3rd. Gonzalez after that dust up with Marco Signoretti is in 4th. Signoretti no really worse for the wear as there you see the two of them fighting once again. Signoretti in 5th, trying to find a way around for 4th from Gonzalez. He takes a look to the inside in 9 and right by. Good move by Marco Signoretti. He'll set his sights next on Luke Chudley. But up front, Oliver Askew's going to see the white flag waving. 1 to go for the Jupiter, Florida driver. Robert Wickens there in 2nd. Chudley in 3rd. Moves Signoretti now up to 4th. Gonzalez back to 5th. Half of a lap to go here. Rubens Barrichello can only now try to keep up with Michael McCarthy. Last time by McCarthy was a 47.9. Barrichello a 47 with an 8 on the back. There you see your leader, Oliver Askew, and it's quite a while till you see another go-kart. It's clear sailing ahead, and it's a country mile lead. There's a good old fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. It's not the fight for 2nd, it's the fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. McCarthy runs wide. Signoretti follows him. What are you doing? That lets Barrichello by. Big dust up here in the final lap, but scoring the checkered, it's going to be Askew. Let's see where they shake out behind Wickens. It's a big cluster for 3rd. It's going to be Chudley, Gonzalez, and Barrichello goes from 7th to 5th in the last 3 corners. Michael McCarthy ends up P6. Signoretti, what an up-and-down battle for that driver in the Energy chassis, number 413. He comes home 7th. Dev Gore on the Burrell, 8th. Bizotto, 9th. And Simone rounds out your top 10. De La Vera, 11th, with Cornio, who I will believe score the win in Masters DD2. Let's check the class breakdown here. And it is going to be Christian Cornio winning DD2 Masters with Christoph Adams in second and Schiavo in third. Geza Fedor fourth and Zervagon your top 5. So DD2 and DD2 Masters, that class brought to you by Mojo Tires. They're done. They're in the books. We'll see them a little bit later on after lunch for heat race number 2. Coming up next, you see the starting grid for our youngest drivers, race number 5, Micromax, coming to you next. That category brought to you by AM Engines. Hey, there's old Greg Pearson walking down the grid. His driver, Josh Pearson, well, he's starting pretty well in this thing. Can-Am Karting Challenge regulars, Josh Pearson and Crashen Ashton Torgerson are going to start this Micromax heat race up on the front row. Behind them, starting third, will be James Agozi with Rafael Camara in fourth. Teo Contecha Porras starts fifth with Justin Arsenault alongside in sixth. Juan Pablo Cepeda and Brandon Tyner make up row number 4. Marcelo Pinchilla and Santiago Trisney make up row 5. Starting 11th will be the 22 of Jeremy Fletcher with Karsten DeFonts in 12th. Alex Jankowski was quick in Group 1 qualifying. He starts 13th with Diego Campos Ramirez in 14th. Isaac Canto and Emerson Fittipaldi line up next to each other, 15th and 16th respectively. Enzo Schianti starts 17th with Andres Asmar in 18th. Your top 20 is rounded out by Brent Cruz and Granger Para. 32 drivers in this field. Starting 21st will be Ricardo Garcia Filho with Alex Papau in 22nd. Vinces Tesaro and Nikita Johnson start 23rd and 24th. Starting 25th will be Rodrigo Sanchez with Ian Aguilera Etuart in 26th. Jesse Carrasquedo starts 27th with Ethan Donkers in 28th. Geronimo Barrio starts 29th with Enzo Falquette in 30th. Making up row number 16 in the 31st position will be Georgie Zwain and Miguel Costa starting 32nd. That's Micromax starting grid brought to you by Ricola. So we're getting ready now to begin our first heat race of the day for our Micromax drivers. This class brought to you by AM Racing Engines. We read the starting order off to you just a moment ago. Josh Pearson and Ashton Torgerson, two of the best in the country, and they both happen to hail from the same state and the same local region, the Can-Am Karting Challenge. When you head up there to the Northwest and you see all those super technical and tight racetracks, you're not going to be surprised as to why those drivers that come from that area are some of the best in the country. They have the best training all year long. Oh, and it rains a lot up there, so they get pretty used to driving on wet weather tires. Pearson and Torgerson, they got slicks bolted onto the karts today. It's a little windy out there, but it's nice and dry. We're going to see some great wheel-to-wheel racing here. James Agozi starting third, coming down into the tram lanes. Green flag flies. Let's turn them loose and go racing in South Florida. They all scatter at the back half of the field, but up front they make their way out of the right-hander. Turn number 3 up to turn 4. They make the 180-degree corner heading back towards us, and there you see Josh Pearson out in front. Where, though, is Ashton Torgerson? That should be him as they make their way through turn 2. It's there he is in 4th place as he is involved in a fight with Tyner for the 3rd and 4th position. They make their way into the infield, and man, the wind is picking up here in Homestead, Florida. We dealt with the rain yesterday. Well, we're dealing with the wind today. They come out of the infield section and make their way for the back straightaway. Out of turn 11, down to 12. Pearson's going to lead lap number 1. Let's tell you what the rest of the running order looks like this time by. That time across the line, Rafael Camara ran second to Josh Pearson. There you see Ashton Torgerson and Brandon Tyner. Torgerson looks like he's gotten around Tyner. Yes, he has for the 3rd position. Now Camara going to work on Josh Pearson. Pearson, he got the lap times down thanks to a week of testing. Now, did he get the racecraft part hammered out while they were here 2 months ago? Well, only about a month ago, right before Christmas, is when he and the rest of the RPG squad were testing. We're going to find out now as they come to complete lap number 2. Only 6 to go at the line. It's a quick 8-lapper. Pearson a little wide on the exit. He needs to be careful. Camara closes up the gap onto the front straightaway. Lap 2 in the books. It's Pearson and Camara, but how long till that switches? Camara stays right on Josh's back bumper as they head through 1. There you see very little room, about a half a cart length between the two there. Less than that now. They come out of 3, heading for 4. Camara on Pearson's back bumper, and you see Chris Egger. He's watching the same thing we're watching. Pearson a little wide on the exit of 4. Don't look behind you, Joshy. Look in front of you. He's got Camara hard on the bumper behind him. Then it's Torgerson in 3rd. Contagia quickest on track. 53-3. Tyner in 5th. Cepeda 6th. Agozi has slipped from his 3rd place starting position all the way to 7th. Karsten DeFonts up to 8th. Penchia 9th. And Fletcher in 10th. They come down to see 5 to go. 1 more lap till we're at the halfway point. Pearson in the lead. Camara right there over the final corner. Does Camara make a move this time by? He's staying patient. Behind them, good battle for 2nd. Contagia and Torgerson starting to go wheel to wheel here as they come out of turn 3. Torgerson has the spot now. Contagia wants it though. Pearson leads him out of the hairpin turn number 4. Down into turn 5. Camara right there on the inside. He's good and he's through. As my friend Chris Wheeler would say, +5 and leaving. Good move right there by Rafael Camara as Josh Pearson loses the lead for the first time, coming down to see halfway. But don't count Pearson out just yet. He's back on the offensive. Quick through turn 11. They head down the back straightaway to 12. Pearson's got to be smart here. He can't get aggressive too quickly, but he also can't wait. He takes a look over his right shoulder. What are you looking at, Josh? Chase the kid in front of you. Camara's the leader. Then in 3rd, it's the quickest driver on the track. His mom calls him Crashing Ashton Torgerson out of Medford, Oregon. Contagia 4th, Cepeda 5th. A little bit farther outside of the top 10, you'll see Trisney in 11th, Penchia 12th, Schianti, Jankowski, and Barrio inside the top 15. Now, Torgerson's made it a 3-kart race for the lead. Torgerson, about 2 kart lengths, maybe less than that, off of Pearson's back bumper. They're going to see 3 to go at the line. Into the left-handed carousel. You see those tall, thin Micromax radiators standing up in the breeze. They're catching the air necessary to cool these engines off. But with 3 laps to go, tape those things off solid and run them till they blow. If you want to win this thing, you're going to have to go now. And that's exactly what the 37 of Contagia does. Around Torgerson in 1. Contagia now to 3rd. Pearson still in 2nd. Kamara in the lead. Kamara trying to check out, and that's exactly what he's doing. 1/10 of a second lead last time by. If he keeps driving the way he is, it's going to be more than that at the checkered flag. It's a 4-kart train for the lead here in South Florida. Kamara and Pearson. Pearson wants to take a look, not close enough. Tyner holding off charges from Cepeda and Agozi. Cepeda now up to P5. Tyner, though, back to the inside. Pearson trying to hold off Torgerson as he got passed by Contagia. Pearson not driving smart right now. He needs to stay calm here. With a lap and a half to go, he can lose a lot more than he can gain. It's Kamara, but for how much longer? Contagia to the inside. He's through, and he brings Pearson with him. Pearson now back to P2. Contagia your leader. Pearson in 2nd. Kamara to 3rd. Torgerson 4th. It's a 4-kart train all the way around. Folks, we still have a full lap of racing to go. Into the left-handed carousel. Then we check in on the 2nd train. That's going to be 5th, 6th, and 7th. Cepeda, Tyner, and Agozi with DeFonts for good measure. Out of the final corner. White flag flies. Pearson, Contagia, Kamara, and Torgerson. Contagia got back around. He led him at the white flag. Kamara in 2nd, but he's right there. They're all over each other. It's an accordion effect through every corner. Contagia leads them. Now Kamara pulls out of the draft in 4. He's going to try and bring Pearson with him. Pearson gets 2nd spot. Contagia left out to dry. They're 2 by 2. Coming down into 5. 4 wide. That won't work. Contagia holds the lead into the infield. Kamara in 2nd. Pearson in 3rd. Torgerson right there. They just tried to go 4 wide in a section. You can't go 2 wide. Into the left-handed carousel. It's Contagia and Kamara. One more time. Pearson and Torgerson. What do they have to say about all of this? Down the back straightaway. 1 corner to go. Contagia, Kamara battling for it. Kamara pulls up on the inside. He's going to try and bring Pearson with him. They're 3 wide for 2nd. Kamara wins it. Pearson gets 2nd. Torgerson 3rd. And Contagia goes from leading 500 feet before the line to finishing 4th. Wow, my heart is pounding, and my throat hurts just a little. What a battle between Rafael Kamara, Josh Pearson, Ashton Torgerson, and Diego Contagia. Heck of a fight right there. Rounding out the top 5 will be Juan Pablo Cepeda, Karsten DeFonts in 6th, James Agozi 7th, Jeremy Fletcher 8th, Brandon Tyner 9th, and Enzo Schianti 10th. How about that? What a battle, folks. There's a good look at the Champions Club. And here at the Florida Winter Tour, we got champions walking all over the place. Stick with us, folks. Our last race of the morning is coming up next. It is going to be Junior Max. There's a good shot of your grid. You see Andrew Sherry at the back of the pack. We call him Tommy Bahama. You can't see it right now under the jackets and all the layers, but that kid right there walking with the tire gauge slung over his shoulder, that's a new look. I haven't seen that one before. But that's old Tommy Bahama down there, folks. He's from New York, and he loves coming to Florida and getting to put on some floral printed shirts. So welcome back, folks, to live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. We're here with Chris Wheeler watching the grid. Chris, grid watching is one of my favorite things to do.
You know, quite disappointed. We just saw Alex Speed from Ocala Grand Prix, and I got to tell you, man, he had some handlebars growing on that face of his, some nice ginger, thick handlebars, and they're gone, and I'm pretty disappointed, but and you can't control everybody, man. You can barely control yourself, right?
All you can do is pray. We're praying for some great racing, and that's what we've got so far today. We're getting ready for our last heat race of round number 1. We'll then break for lunch. That's my personal favorite class of the day, and then we'll be back for the last 2 rounds of the heat races.
Yeah, so I already ate in my little jog out when you were doing micro heat racing, and so I got to tell you, the Gourmet Affair, our official, pretty much a caterer here, they supply most of the teams they're catering, as well as the staff here from Max Speed Entertainment.
My mom calls them an enabler.
Amazing job. They did another one. You know, when you're here for 15, 16 days, worrying about all the things that we're worried about throughout all those days, food's usually one you don't really want to have to think about, and we're really fortunate to have a group like that that travels with us all over the country and make sure we're not sticking to our point system here for Weight Watchers. But meanwhile, I think you've got our field here for Junior.
Yeah, I do. We're getting ready to go green flag racing here, and I'm going to bring you the grid that I see right in front of me. Ryan McDermott, 49.493 out of the gate. That's a good lap for him. Arthur Lice with a 49.6 on the back. He starts second. Killian Meyer and Harry Colton make up row number 2. Michael D. Orlando, don't call him Nicholas, he starts 5th. Eduardo Barrichello 6th. Matt Latifi making his debut in Junior Max after a good run in Mini Max the last couple of years starts 7th. Nicholas Bruckner from Orslon Racing starts 8th. Aiden Keel from Anderson Racing in the 269 starts 9th. Sam Lupian from Canada rolls 10th. Then we see Dylan Tavella, the Northeast driver, rolling 11th with Andres de Alba in 12th. Matias Ramirez, Zachary Hollingshead, and Manuel Solomon make up the rest of the top 15. And then you see PK Sports driver Jet Nolan, Nicholas D. Orlando, Natal Canton, Kai Palomino, and Juan Diego Velasquez rounding out your top 20. What a good-looking shot that is of our Junior Max starting grid here coming down for their first heat race. Junior Max Racing brought to you by Kuna USA. There's McDermott on the front row, right next to Leist in the 288. PK Sports, OGP, the front row. The speedboard looks good. No, that does not. Yellow flags come out for our first aborted start of the day, Chris.
It's really unfortunate, you know, with a field this large, it's very hard to get all those drivers synced up here in one motion to hit those tram lanes, but that's part of it. Now, this is a big pole position here for McDermott. Not sure if maybe the pace was a little bit too high or what it might have been. But it doesn't really matter here as we're going to try and get back into a little side-by-side formation as they head off through our infield section of the race course. And Tony Laporta, I gotta tell you, man, if you don't pay attention to turn 1, then you don't know what you're looking at when we do go green, because there's a lot of talent deep in the field.
You can't win a race in the first corner, Chris. It's an old adage, but you sure can lose it right there in that first corner. So we will keep an eye here on this stacked Junior Max starting grid. According to this piece of paper I got in front of me, we've got 36 carts out on the track getting ready to take the starting grid. That's the same size as a nationwide NASCAR field. Few more than even an IndyCar field.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to watch here on your monitor as you see the field, and I'm not sure if McDermott's just playing games or what's going on, but he has definitely got these guys creepy crawly. Not going to get hit and get pushed back a row. You see all the brake checks happening, the accordion effect, as they say. And these guys are literally crawling right now.
Hey, you got to learn how to crawl before you can walk. That's what they say.
If we're trying to figure out how to walk coming to the green flag at the Florida Winter Tour, then, Tony, I think we've skipped a few steps along the way.
I agree, Chris, but it's time to hit one big step. That's going to be the green flag. Speed looks a lot better this time. Green flag flies. We're racing down into turn number 1. McDermott's got a big job trying to keep everybody behind him, and he does. And honestly, Chris, that's a cleaner start than I was expecting.
Absolutely. You see a lot of kart shuffling. A good shot there of guys on the outside through turn number 3 into turn number 4. Bottleneck City. 3 wide as they exit. McDermott least 1-2 headed into 5.
And then it's going to be the CRG, the 210 of Killian Meyer right behind them. You know what? The CRGs are light here this weekend at the Florida Winter Tour, but you know what? The ones who are here, Chris, they're fast, and the folks at CRG tell me there's going to be more of them, and you're going to see them at the front here before too long.
You know, funny you say that. I had a chance to sit down with Joe Ramos earlier in the week. Of course, Joe, a staple in the Rotax community when it was introduced to us here in North America. As Arthur Lease takes the lead right there. They hit the stripe. He will lead lap number 1. Red flag situation now. Tony Laporta. We'll get back to our story soon, and it's over off of turn number 3. Between 3 and 4, you see the officials trying to get him stopped. I'm looking here. And I'm just not picking up off our camera angle who we're looking at.
So our cameramen and our track staff go to work now as we try to find out exactly what happened. Red flag out on the course right now, so bear with us just for a moment, folks. We're going to find out all the information we need and get back to you momentarily. Stick with us. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need parents of cart 242 and 284. Again, I need parents of carts number 242 and 284 to please report to the head of the grid. So the word from race officials out on track right now as we tend to our 2 drivers that were involved in that incident is a full race restart will come, minus the 2 drivers that were involved in the on-track incident, and the race will run the full prescribed distance, which, according to our schedule, was 10 laps. So as soon as we have a little bit of information on the 2 drivers involved, folks, we'll bring it to you. Of course, it's not our job to speculate, and I would hate to give misinformation on the condition of those drivers. We have, we have no idea on the condition. Often the ambulance ride is completely precautionary. So again, please bear with us. Give the guys on track the room they need, and as information comes in to myself, I will let you guys know. But at this time, no status update on those 2 drivers. We'll let you know as something comes along. We're getting ready to go to a full restart here in Junior Max, this class brought to you by Kuna USA. Speaking of Kuna USA, Chris Wheeler still in the booth with us here as the drivers are working their way back into their carts. Chris, red flag like this, we talked about a little bit during Rock Cup last weekend. You always hope for no red flags. We're fortunate. We haven't seen too many lately here at the Winter Tour. But what's going through these drivers' minds? They got literally 1 lap in before the red flag came out. What's going on right now?
I think a lot of them see it as a second chance. I'm assuming some of these guys probably have damage. You see them on your monitor, or at least on our monitor here. They're starting to kind of roll back under speed here. But that's one of your big thoughts, is you got to think about a couple of the aspects. The red flag wasn't long, maybe it doesn't help that they parked right at the scene of the accident. That could trigger some questions in some of the guys' heads, but mainly it comes down to those with damage and those without, and those who made mistakes and those who didn't, and getting a second chance. If the good ones will reproduce it, and the guys who made the wrong decision the first outing, maybe they'll be able to make it better here.
Definitely a second chance coming up on the docket here for all of our Junior Max drivers. We're going to go to a full restart and then run the full 10 laps of this race. It's a quick heat race, and then just like that, we will be done. Obviously, with the issues on the schedule yesterday and getting pushed back, we can't afford too many problems and too many red flags, but it's all right. We're going to keep on rolling here. All the water is cleared up and gone from yesterday, and it's clear sailing and dry racing here. So once again, a quick look at your starting grid. Ryan McDermott is going to bring the field down to the green flag. Arthur Leist will start outside of row 1. Killian Meyer on the CRG starts 3rd with Harry Colton on the Burrell in 4th. Michael D'Orlando, coming off that Junior Rock win last weekend, starts 5th with Eduardo Barrichello in 6th. Matt Latifi 7th with Nicholas Bruckner alongside in 8th. Aiden Keel and Sam Lupian make up the top 10. Dylan Tavella rolls 11th with Andres de Alba in 12th. Matias Ramirez with a 50.177 starts 13th with Zachary Hollingshead in 14th. 15th is Solomon Noland, rolls 16th. D'Orlando, Canton, Palomino, and Velasquez are at your top 20. And Chris, just like in the first attempt of this race, that grid is at an absolute crawl right now. And even with the updates to the engine from this Evo package, that can't be great for the engines.
It's not really a lot about the internals of the motor, Tony. A lot of it comes down to maybe how some of these guys have their carbs set up, some of the jetting. You kind of load the thing up right here, and it might stumble a little bit coming to the green. Honestly, the drivers that have the experience that know what they're doing here, some of them, you'll see them kind of reach over, kind of lean out a little bit by pinching the fuel line. Not much worry about. You see Bruckner right there. Trying to watch some of these drivers.
The speed is sub 20 miles an hour as they come out of the final corner. That's a great-looking grid. Green flag flies in the air. A few carts get tagged and go around in the back. Everybody else makes it through turns 2 and 3. But, wow, Ryan McDermott just brought that field down to an absolute crawl. Good news for him, though. It works out. He's your leader as they come out of turn number 4. And then in the CRG, Killian Meyer in 2nd. But he's got competition. Arthur Leist, Harry Colton, and Michael D'Orlando are there.
Do the double right-handers for the first time. Meyer around Arthur Leist here. Here comes D'Orlando. He's going to push his way through. Latifi going to follow. Maybe another one. So Lease dropping pretty quickly. Meyer now has his eyes set on McDermott down the back straightaway. Top 3 here on your monitors. They come across the start-finish for the first time.
It's going to be pole sitter Ryan McDermott up in the front. Killian Meyer in second. Third back is Michael D'Orlando. Then we see Latifi. That's where things start to get a little side-by-side.
I believe that's now Aiden Keel right there behind Latifi. And then Bruckner gets around Least also. So Arthur Least not having a good of a start here post-red flag as he did on the initial attempt.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the problem you always risk. Yeah, it's a second shot for some of the guys who got snookered, but it's also a second opportunity to lose some ground on the start for the guys who are up front. McDermott did a great job. He really manipulated that start. I have to say, Chris, I don't think the kid had any ill intent, but he really got in the heads of these other Junior Max drivers. He was the only one who knew how slow the field would be when they got to the green flag, and it paid off big time. Killian Meyer's right behind him, and then Michael D'Orlando. It's a good 3-cart train up at the front. Latifi's got his hands full, fourth on back. That should be Harry Colton and Nick Bruckner getting around. Colton now up to fourth. Bruckner comes with him in fifth. And Latifi falls all the way back. Change for the second spot as Michael D'Orlando times it perfectly in 4 and clears Meyer for second.
So D'Orlando now to second spot. They head through turn number 6, headed to the double right, 7 and 8. Meyer about a half a cart length back from D'Orlando as they make the first of the left-handers. Away from us they go now. The farthest point of the racetrack now to the back straightaway. You can see the gap here. McDermott has got some ponies underneath him today. Final corner back to the start-finish line one more time.
Coming down to complete another lap here. 10 laps was on the schedule. 10 laps is what will run. Michael D'Orlando getting around for second place. He sets his sights on the leader, Ryan McDermott, for the top spot. Purple lap, though, out of the driver who is falling off the start. Arthur Lease down in 7th. He's your quickest on track at the moment.
So the last time through here, Tony, if we look to the scoring monitors, mine is actually froze just as I said that. Trying to look for the lap times, the difference last time by between McDermott and D'Orlando.
Let's see here. McDermott was a 50.128. That's his best lap. D'Orlando's a 50 flat. So technically, D'Orlando is quicker of the two. We're waiting for Race Monitor to refresh here. I'll tell you what, it doesn't really matter what the lap times are right now because D'Orlando has caught McDermott. Ramirez quickest on track, 49.578. But D'Orlando all over McDermott as they head into the hairpin turn number 4. When does D'Orlando pull the trigger?
Well, D'Orlando works the exit shot here. If he can get the thing to suck up with the draft as much as he wants into 5, not going to happen there. Now I'll try and look for the setup through the double right-handers. Talking about a little bit later apex, a little bit straighter exit shot. You see the thing kind of slide a little bit now through the first of the 2. Not quite ready to pull the trigger just yet. So now, Tony, you're going to start looking at the end of the back straightaway.
They're coming down to see 5 laps to go, this time at the line. There you see your pole sitter, Ryan McDermott, with Michael D'Orlando coming off an impressive Junior Rock win last weekend. He's right there in second. Great run out of the final corner, D'Orlando. Last time by, let's take a look at the gap. 1/10 of a second. D'Orlando pulls up alongside in between 1 and 2. Can't get it done, but D'Orlando's there, Chris.
All that was a bit of a head game, Tony. Pull up alongside of him, shake him up a little bit. He's pulled away from Meyer. Now McDermott knows he means business. Now McDermott is going to get pressured until he can make a mistake. And if he doesn't make a mistake, D'Orlando will then find another way by.
D'Orlando's right there through the infield. McDermott is sitting duck right now as they're going to see 4 to go at the line. A little bit farther back, you see Killian Meyer, Harry Colton, Nick Bruckner, and the rest of them fighting to stay inside the top 5. Least is 6th, Ramirez 7th, Latifi 8th, and we might have a fight for the lead. We do. D'Orlando's around in turn 11. He's your new leader.
So D'Orlando leads him by for the first time in today's heat race action through turn number 1. Interesting if you look at it, Tony. What I like to see personally is when you see 2 drivers battling for position into the corner and watch how the gap changes middle off. That's where it matters right here in the Rotax program. It's all about exit shots.
Absolutely. There you see our front five. They're all broken up pretty evenly. It's D'Orlando, McDermott, Killian Meyer, Nick Bruckner, and Harry Colton, the top five. It's a packed grid here as they're coming down to see 3 laps to go. Chris, D'Orlando is looking to double up in junior category wins down here in South Florida.
Well, you know I'm not going to be against that at all. As you see him pull out, about a 3.5 kart length lead over McDermott. Final corner. Back down the front straightaway one more time. Who's 3 to go here? As you look at the lap times, 49.9 to 49.9 to 49.9 to Bruckner's 49.8. So you can cover him with a blanket. Here comes Nick Bruckner in the 4th spot.
Bruckner laid down his best lap of the race last time by 49.873, and he wants to get aggressive. He's right behind Killian Meyer. Then it's Bruckner in 4th, right behind him. Harry Colton rounds out your top 5. And don't look now. It's Matias Ramirez throwing his hat into the ring. 2.5 laps to go as they work their way through the tight infield section here. There we pick up the battle between Matthew Latifi and Sam Lupien. That's 9th and 10th on the monitor right now. We move back to the front to pick up our leaders. They'll come out of the final corner and see the sticks. 2 laps to go. It's D'Orlando, McDermott, Killian, Bruckner, and Harry Colton, your top 5 here with 2 to go in Homestead.
One of the things right now, man, and I tell you, Tony, watching this monitor makes me kind of want to throw up at times. Because I'm sitting here and I'm watching, and I keep telling myself, why are you looking back? Stop looking back.
Exactly.
The only thing that matters is what's in front, little man.
Look through the glass. That's what matters. McDermott with a good run through 5. He closes up on D'Orlando, but not enough. The gap at the line last time by 0.2 of a second. We'll see what McDermott can do with it here. Meanwhile, Matias Ramirez trying to inch his way closer to the top 5 as he runs in 6th, battling with Harry Colton. There you see your leaders. About a 3-kart length gap between the two of them as they come down into the final corner. Final time, they're going to see the white flag flying here. 1 to go. Michael D'Orlando. He dominated last weekend in that Junior Rock final. And just as we talk about that, McDermott comes to the inside and gets around D'Orlando. But to finish my point, Chris, what an awesome start to D'Orlando's sophomore season it's been. To score a win in Junior Rock and to be running this well at the front of Junior Max, D'Orlando setting himself up for a great year.
Well, he just got a big help there. Meyer tossed it into turn number 4. Totally blew the exit, checked up Bruckner. Ramirez now in the 3rd spot. So Matias Ramirez now up into 3rd as I'm trying to find your leaders here on the monitor. McDermott +3 to D'Orlando as they head to the far side. 2 corners to go. D'Orlando's going to need an exit shot from God here. He's going to get one, but it's just not going to be enough to close that gap on McDermott as McDermott is going to come across with the checkered flag. D'Orlando, Ramirez, and I believe it will be
Killian Meyer.
Bruckner, then Killian Meyer, Arthur Least, Aiden Keel, Harry Colton, Samuel Lupien, and Matthew Latifi to finish off your top 10.
So unfortunately, a red flag got us started here in Junior Max Heat race number 1, but we were rewarded for waiting with a great race. Again, your top 5 sees Ryan McDermott score the victory after a good battle with Michael D'Orlando. Matias Ramirez comes home 3rd after a dust-up between Nick Bruckner and Killian Meyer. Arthur Least finishes 6th, Aiden Keel 7th, Harry Colton 8th, Sam Lupien, and Matt Latifi round out your top 10. Dylan Tavelas scores an 11th place finish with Manuel Suleiman in 12th. Juan Diego Velasquez 13th with Eduardo Barrichello and Sergio Crispman in 15th. The top 20 is rounded out by Natel Canton, Jet Nolan, Stephen Malozzi, Peyton Durant, and Nathan Ratton. So that'll do it for our morning sessions here in South Florida, folks. You see the mechanics and parents and friends heading back from the spectator stands to their pit area. We now enter our staff lunch break. We'll be back with live coverage of rounds 2 and 3 of the heat races this afternoon. Again, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate everybody watching live. I'd tell you to email us at live@floridawintertour.com, but the only problem is we're having a hard time accessing that email account. So if you're technologically savvy enough to have Twitter, find Chris and I both on Twitter. I'm at TLP Voice. If you have a Twitter account, tweet at me at TLP Voice. And Chris, where can they find you on Twitter?
At the Chris Wheeler, TheChrisWheeler. Check out the Chris Wheeler. Mike Marini doesn't let me have my phone out when I'm back at the tent, but I'm in here with you. I don't have an issue with it.
So tweet us, folks. Again, that's at the Chris Wheeler and at TLP Voice on Twitter. Let us know what's going on, maybe what names we're saying wrong, or what you're doing and where you're watching from. Thanks for watching live coverage, folks. We'll be back after lunch. Again, this is the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour.
support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Orson Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orson Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orson, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Orson Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orson Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orson, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to Coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Orson Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orson Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orson, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to Coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of cosmic carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Alrighty, folks, heads up. We are going live in 10 minutes, going hot in 10 minutes with our heat race number 2, Masters Max. Need to be on the grid, please. Masters Max on the grid for heat race number 2. Once again, you'll line up as in the order of qualifying once again.
Driver Fabio Orson has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orson Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit
the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Homestead, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Homestead, Florida, here at the Homestead Miami Speedway for live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. And like I told you a little bit earlier today at the beginning of this broadcast, 2016 has been an exciting year already as Max Speed has partnered up with so many new organizations, bringing all kinds of exciting things to the forefront of karting. Of course, Fixie Wheels stepping up as our presenting sponsor for all Max Speed events. Cannot say thanks enough to those guys. It's such a great company and an amazing product. If you have some time, please check out Fixie Wheels and see what they're doing right now out of Canada. Phenomenal product. Of course, our official media partner at Max Speed Entertainment, Motorsport.com. Drivers here this weekend, if you're competing at the Florida Winter Tour or any Max Speed promoted events, head over to Motorsport.com. You can make a driver profile page, skin it, add your info, photos, stats, all kinds of great things. Motorsport.com. Head over there, get their app, check them out. Of course, the official timekeeper of Max Speed Entertainment, Ritmo Mundo from California. They are making beautiful watches every day, especially the Dan Weldon commemorative watch. Very excited to have a partner like Ritmo Mundo. And of course, all of our event sponsors, PSLKarting.com, AM Racing Engines, Brash Racing, Rollison Performance Group, GP Falcone, Kuna USA, and Mojo Tires. Of course, and also special thanks to K1 Race Gear, XPS Kart Tech, Bell Racing USA, and the Mazda Road to Indy. We're getting ready to go with round 2 of our heat races. It's a windy Saturday afternoon here in Homestead, Florida. We just came back from our lunch break, and as we'll transition to a live shot here in a few moments, you'll see exactly how windy it is out there right now. There's a great shot of the pit area. You can see the Mojo, Rotax, and other banners flapping in the wind. Some teams have taken down the tops of their tents. The wind is a whipping out there right now. Masters Max drivers are on the grid getting set for their second heat race of 3. If you're just tuning in now, let's catch you up a little bit on what has happened so far this weekend. After wrapping up Rock Cup racing last weekend here in Homestead Karting, preparations for Rotax Max Challenge began. Yesterday saw on the schedule qualifying on Friday afternoon and the first round of heat races. Due to severe weather in the area, torrential downpours, high winds, and even tornado warnings, the day was washed away, pardon the pun, and we moved everything back to today, meaning we just wrapped up qualifying, finished up our first round of heat races. Now after lunch, we're getting ready to complete our final 2 rounds of heat races. The heat races are not progressive, meaning where drivers qualified earlier this morning in their timed sessions set their starting spots for all of the heat races today. If you qualified 5th, you'll start every heat race 5th. Doesn't matter where you finish. You earn points in all of those heat races. Those determine your starting position for the pre-final tomorrow. How you run and finish in that pre-final determines your starting spot for the final. And boom, just like that, you've got the first round of the 2016 Florida Winter Tour in the books. We're getting ready to go with Masters Max. That's our first class on the grid. We'll bring you a starting grid here in just a few moments. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And also, our email account is back up at live@floridawintertour.com. So we finally put our heads together here in the booth and found a way to access the email account. Email us, please. We'd love to hear from you. Live, L-I-V-E, at floridawintertour.com. We just could not access the emails the last couple of days. I'm not going to tell you why, but we're into the account now. We have emails such as, good luck, Harry Colton from Caroline, Peter, and JC back in the UK. Shout out to the entire Rollison Performance Group team. Mike, you're awesome, and we couldn't do it without you. RPG is a quality program. Thanks for all your help. That's from Josh Pearson's mom, Janelle. And one that says, ciao, Tony. Always good to hear you. We'll see you in Ocala. Thanks a bunch. Thanks for the shout-out as well. And how about one more? Great job, Aiden, cheering you on, Grandma Luann and Randy. So stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. So we're getting ready to kick off round 2 of this afternoon's heat races. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at that starting grid. Christoph Adams pulling double duty this weekend will start on the pole position in the 666. And then we have Rafael Matos in the 602 alongside. Scott Roberts, the reigning U.S. Grand Nationals champion, is right there in that yellow, green, and red helmet. Nick Tucker lines up fourth with Mario Barrios and Salvador Bortoni behind. Your top 10 is rounded out by Courteau, Green, Robertson, and De Luca. Coming into the tram lanes, Cameron Egger, let's turn them loose. Green flag flies, and wow, that must be Rafael Matos way out in front, like he was shot out of a cannon, or the rest of the field was just hanging back. I got to admit, I was looking out my window to see Cameron Egger wave the green flag. I did not see that start on your monitor. But based on the lead that Rafael Matos had going into turn 1, I hate to speculate, folks. I know it's not my job, but I have to admit, that was a big start for Rafael Matos. You just have to wonder. All I'm asking is, are the stewards possibly going to review that? We will see. Christoph Adams, he's not got his hand up in the air. He's not complaining. He's just going to work, and he's going to run down Rafael Matos. At least that's the goal. Behind him, we have a shake-up for what should be about the 5th position, it looks like, right there. That's going to be one of Matos' teammates making a pass. Tiffin Wilrus says, hey, give Lynn Verhagen a shout-out. She's watching live from Mooresville. Lynn, thanks a bunch for tuning in and watching. Hope you guys are surviving that snowstorm down there in North Carolina, if that's what they consider a snowstorm. Anyway, thanks a bunch for tuning in and watching. Salvador Bortoni and Mario Barrios were the drivers we saw battling each other a moment ago down in turn 1. There we see the leader, and it hasn't taken Adams long to catch back up to Rafael Matos. Matos, your leader, Adams in second, and then Scott Roberts in third. They come down the back straightaway. Nick Tucker runs fourth. Don't forget, folks, we are on Race Monitor this weekend, so if you have the app, make sure you open it up and then click the little green live square down in the bottom. You can hear and see live video and audio of the racing here this weekend. Because here at the Florida Winter Tour, we think if you want to hear the racing, you'll probably want to see it. And that's what we're doing here. Christoph Adams closing now up about a 2, maybe 1.5 cart length gap from him up to Rafael Matos. Adams going to work, though. He goes purple that time by 49.492. He's closing up on Rafael almost every lap here. Scott Roberts in third, Tucker and Barrios your top 5. A little bit further down the order, it's Bortoni in 6th, Green in 7th, Aboisa in 8th, Courteau and Daniel Robertson are your top 10. There you see the field. Let's look at the gap this time by. It's going to grow slightly as Matos goes purple. 49.4. No, now it's Aboisa. 49.322. But Matos lays down a 49.4. Adams only a 49.7. That keeps the lead right at about half of a second. This is Masters Max. On track now, this class brought to you by Falcon GP. Senior Max will be coming up next, Rollison Performance Group. So Senior Max drivers, you need to be on the grid as your heat race number 2 is coming up next. Rafael Matos talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast, folks. He was here last weekend racing at the Rock Cup portion of the Florida Winter Tour. If you're maybe not familiar with the FWT, as we watched Bobby Green trying to fend off a pass right there. Aboisa, he's been on the move all day, and Michael Aboisa around for 7th. But as I was saying, if you're new to the Florida Winter Tour, maybe you're not tuned in all the time and you don't exactly know the format. Basically what goes on is there's 2 weekends back-to-back of racing, full racing. The first weekend is the Rock Cup USA, meaning that the drivers compete with the Rock Cup engine. And then the second weekend is Rotax Max Challenge Racing. All the drivers are on Rotax engines. As we check back in on our lead here, Rafael Matos starting to drive a little defensively. But that's not going to help him as Christoph Adams makes a great pass to the inside down in turn number 9. Adams is through for the lead. Matos had really no way to defend that. You unwind from a right-hander. You try to get back to the right side of the track to set up for a left-hander. Adams just kept the cart out a little bit wider, a little bit longer. Boom, he was on the inside. Matos could only watch as he passed. But Matos isn't giving up just yet. Neither is Roberts. It's a 3-cart train up at the front. But my whole point of explaining the Florida Winter Tour and the event format is this. They ran Rock Cup last weekend. A lot of the same drivers mostly, but not all the same. Rafael Matos was here as he tries to defend against Scott Roberts. Matos was here, won the pole in Masters Rock, the Masters category in rock racing, same as Masters Max here in Rotax. Matos wins the pole, sweeps the heats, scores the pre-final win, dominates the main event. He swept the weekend in Masters Rock here 5 days ago. He's trying to do the same right now in in Masters Max at the Rotax weekend. Obviously, he didn't win the pole. He can't sweep the weekend, but he can still score a lot of victories. Aboija in 6th place continues to get faster and faster. Adams trying to keep Matos behind him. Adams now on the outside as Matos throws it to the inside, but he slides wide on the exit of 4. Adams is going to have a shove from Roberts, and Matos is going to get freight trained. No, Matos to the inside. They're 3 wide for the lead. Roberts now throws his hat into the ring. He gets around Matos on the inside as they head through the double right-handers. Matos now back to 2nd. Roberts is your leader. Christoph Adams, he was involved in a great race right there, but before he knew it, he was in 3rd place watching 2 drivers check out on him. Scott Roberts now coming down to complete the lap. 3 to go when they get there. Matos is not going away, though. Matos pulls out halfway down the straightaway. They're going to be side by side when they get to 1. Is he going to have enough room? No! He gets up on top of the curb, doesn't lose it, but does lose some ground to Roberts. Scott out in front as they unwind from 3. They'll now head to 4. Matos driving a fantastic race right now, and it's allowed the top 5 to catch up here. It's a 6-cart train at the front. Roberts, your leader on the Tony car. Matos on the Tech Speed. Adams on the Burrell. Tucker on the Cosmic. Mario Barrios on the Gallard. And Aboija on the Tony kart. 6 carts racing for the lead. Now Tucker to the inside in 10, but he gets crossed back up by Matos. Tucker back to 4th. Matos holds on to 3rd. This allows Adams and Roberts to check out up front. They'll see the sticks when they get to the line. 8 down, 2 to go. Nick Tucker, Rafael Matos going at it here in Masters Max. Don't forget, you still have 5th and 6th place drivers, Barrios and Aboija, all fighting for the same piece of property, the front, here in Homestead. Scott Roberts sits comfortably in that position right now, but for how much longer? Tucker a little slow, out of 4. Matos, Adams, and Roberts on their own once again. Tucker's going to lose 1 spot to the Tony kart. That should be Aboija. Aboija now up to P4. Tucker back to 5th. The Gallard of Barrios back to 6th. That's the fight. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. You're watching those 3 carts right there. Up front, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's still Roberts, Adams, and Matos. Roberts with a big old lead as they come down to see the white flag. Once again, we see that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Roberts out in front. He's not worried about all this. Tucker, he's getting a little sideways on the exit of 1 through that fast stuff. He backed up to Mario Barrios. Barrios was giving him a few shots in the back bumper. It's going to hurt Barrios. It's going to hurt Tucker, too, as they've completely lost the draft here up front. Now it's a 3-man race. I don't know if any of them are close enough to each other to make something happen, but there's always the M word, mistakes. That's what these drivers are all trying to avoid. 3 corners to go. Down the short chute. Now 2 corners to go. Down the back straightaway. Now 1 corner to go. Christoph Adams with a great run. Down to the inside in the final corner. Not enough. Roberts is your winner. Scott Roberts scores the win in Masters Max, holding off a great run from Christoph Adams. Matos comes home 3rd. Aboija, the man on the mission, finishes 4th. Tucker slips to 5th. Barrios 6th. Bortoni 7th. Green 8th. Corto 9th. And De Luca, your top 10. Masters Max in the book. They have 1 more race today before they're done for the afternoon. Coming up next, it's going to be the Rollison Performance Group Senior Max class here in Homestead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here as we are high above Homestead Karting, the Homestead Miami Speedway, for the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels. I'm Chris Wheeler, and I'm so honored to be in the house of Tony Laporta here, the elegant broadcasting booth, as we see on your monitor, Rotax Senior leaving the grid. You see Paul Holden trying to double-step run back to the tower. Tony Laporta, let's tell us how they're going to take the green flag.
It's going to be a lot of the old regulars back up at the front, Chris. Kyle Kirkwood and Jordan Lennox. Now, right there in itself is a story. Lennox got turned around at the start of this race earlier this morning. Thought is he's probably going to try to avoid that here in this race as the hooves of thunder stampede above us here at Homestead Karting. That's the sound of wild tuners in their natural habitat. Luke Selikin starts third with Zach Holden alongside in fourth. There you see your front row of Kyle Kirkwood and Jordan Lennox. There's Selikin and Holden. Jordan Sherritt starts fifth with Mazzafaro alongside in sixth. David Malukas, the rookie, starts seventh with Darren Keene along in eighth. Austin Garrison had trouble of his own in the first heat race. He rolls off ninth. Zachary Clayman DeMello will be on a tear, that's for sure, in 10th place. Matt Solarchik starts 11th with Olin Galley on the outside in 12th. Cedric Lupien starts 13th with Mauricio Vanderlaan in 14th. Making his sophomore season start here in senior Christian Brooks out of Southern California rolls 15th, while Renus Von Compound is going to try to rebound from an odd first heat race starting 16th. Trent Nestep, your Junior Max champion from last year, rolls 17th with Connor Ford, Marcus Peterson, and Henry Talib rounding out the top 20.
So we've talked a lot about the guys making the transition from the junior to senior ranks, and you cannot be any more impressed than a couple of these drivers, actually. You got Malukas and Holden, both in the top 10, both making their senior debut here. Tony, these two are the future.
Children are our future, Chris, as they say. They come down single file. It's the new trend to be single file through the final corner and then get 2 by 2. This is Senior Max Heat Race number 2. 20 mile an hour at the line. Green flag flies, and we're racing. What a start as Kirkwood leads them down into 1. Selikin jumps from row 2 up to second. It's a little hairy all the way through the opening few corners. That was an interesting start for sure. They were nice and slow in the tram lanes, but boy, things went hairy quick.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what I missed. I mean, there was a 5-6 cart length disadvantage to the outside row, but nonetheless, the green flag flies right here. Good battle. That was slide, Job City, over, under. Holden was driving there with Sherritt trying to take that 4th spot. As they're heading out of the backside, it's Kirkwood out in front. Selikin, Lennox. Then that battle for 4th that we talked about, Sherritt, Holden. Then you'll see Malukas, Garrison trying to pick up the next Bureau driver.
There's a good shot of Austin Garrison. He had trouble right around this part of the race in heat race number 1 where he got turned around down in turn number 5, the corner you see right there. Garrison obviously going to be trying to avoid a situation like that once again. He runs 7th currently. Kirkwood and Selikin, though, it's a fight I've been wanting to watch for quite a while as we have a stopped cart on the front straightaway. It's the 310 coming to a complete stop on the front straightaway. That's going to be Mauricio Vanderlaan getting out of his cart as it is parked on the side of the front straightaway. The driver, in mature fashion, just simply walks away and leaves the cart sitting on the front stretch.
Nothing quite says princess like one who just gets up and walks away from their race car.
Well, we should give him a little bit of credit. He's come back the cart now, so Vanderlaan will be back in the 3rd heat race. Up front, though, Lennox has caught up to Luke Selikin, and together they're catching up to Kyle Kirkwood. I talked about in qualifying, Chris, northwest versus southeast, Kirkwood, Selikin. It's a fight I've wanted to see for a while. Selikin called it a revolutionary war because you just threw someone from Great Britain in the middle, Jordan Lennox, now from P3 up to P2.
Lennox purple last time through 48,200. So Lennox definitely has the speed after the early mishap in heat race number 1. But Kyle Kirkwood still looking to try and stretch his legs.
With that Mike Speed Ocala Grand Prix Rotax power, Chris, that is going to be easier done than said, I would say. Kirkwood making a bit of an adjustment with his right hand there. I saw Kyle Kirkwood drive the finale at Ocala last year, holding his hand, I believe it was, on the pulse line to keep it on the nipple on the carburetor. Drove the last, 8 to 10 laps at a physical track like Ocala with one hand. Kirkwood is the real deal. And another point I want to bring up here in Senior Max, you just talked about kids of the future. These guys are going to be moving up one day and racing big time. Kyle Kirkwood is foraying into Formula cars right now. He's making his debut over the offseason. He's doing Formula car racing. Great battle you see right there. That should be Darren Keene and Clayman DeMello, I believe, going wheel to wheel through the infield right now as they continue to trade spots back and forth. Oh, Keene puts all four wheels off. Those curbs are slippy. But as I was saying, Kyle Kirkwood, he's making his foray into Formula cars. He's out there trying to do big things and expand himself out of karting. Well, you also have him up there side by side with Luke Selikin, who is going the opposite direction when it comes to where he's going. He's trying to make his way into stock cars and the short track racing series. He's moving down to North Carolina. He's going to attend school down there, and he's going to immerse himself in the stock car racing culture. It's just fun to see what these kids are doing right now in karting and how they're trying to advance their career into cars. Between Kirkwood and Selikin, though, it is Jordan Lennox now trying to catch up to them. It's going to be Austin Garrison on the Tony kart, and right behind him should be Connor Ford, I believe. It shows David Malukas right now, but that looks to me like a Sodi kart. It is. I believe that's Connor Ford. I'm not positive, though. No, I'm sorry. It's Jordan Sherritt. Jordan Sherritt in the Sodi kart as I update Race Monitor.
So this time, by the stripe, one more time. Kirkwood goes fastest that he's personally done, 48.2, but Lennox goes purple, 48.0. So Lennox all over the back bumper now of Kyle Kirkwood through turn number 4. Headed back down to 5. Quick right-left combination before the double right sweeper. Lennox about a kart and a half separates them now as they pull out of the 5-6 complex. And Tony, I'm starting to think here, possibly Kirkwood one tooth higher on the rear sprocket than Lennox. Let's see what Lennox can do as he tucks his head, trying to run through the headwind here down the back straightaway.
You brought it up, Chris. There's a ton of wind all over the track. I almost feel like you're going to get a headwind no matter what direction you're driving here at Homestead Karting during lunch, man. It was whipping out there, as we said. Kyle Kirkwood goes purple that time by 48.050. The gap, 0.2 of a second. It looks a lot shorter than that as they head into turn 4. Kirkwood on the Tony kart, Lennox on the Burrell. These two chassis dominated the Winter Tour last season. The question is, who's going to come out on top here? As we continue to watch this race, I want to say a special shout out to my good friend Artie Carpenter back home in Corvallis, Oregon, where he's attending Oregon State University. Artie, we sure appreciate you tuning in and watching. Hope you're having a great day, buddy. And hopefully the weather's half as nice as it is here in Miami. You'll have to come to Ocala with us next month. Up front, Kirkwood still trying to drive away, or Clayman DeMello wants to make a little bit of noise, and that's what he does. 47.997. Clayman running 8th right now as he's going to try to catch up to another Canadian, Gianfranco Mazzaferro, who he has passed. Now DeMello sets his sights on class rookie David Malukas.
So as we look at the battle for the lead here on your monitors, I'm looking for it. The 5-6, and you can see Lennox just briefly passes through with Kirkwood. Kirkwood holding that 2, maybe 3 car length advantage as they now come to your viewing area. As they head to the backstretch, and Kirkwood, nice, pulling it away now. So we saw Lennox really make a charge at him, got to the back bumper, and as soon as Kirkwood felt the tap, he was able to turn it up, as you now see 2 to go.
These are 2 of the smartest drivers right now in karting. I said Lennox and his buddy Oliver Askew, they're making the old switcheroo. They're trading classes. Askew's going from senior to DD2. Lennox is coming down from DD2 going to senior. I think Oliver Askew and Jordan Lennox have to be 2 of the most impressive young kart racers right now in the world, in my humble opinion. But Kyle Kirkwood, on equipment like he's on, can hang with any of these guys. All right, and that's not a knock at Kyle's talent, but Jordan Lennox has been all around this world racing go-karts, Chris, and you just cannot discount the guy.
No, Lennox definitely one of the most talented go-kart drivers in all the world, and I think Kirkwood is ranked up there around that section. I mean, Kirkwood, the performance he's put on the last 24 months here in the United States has been unreal. You see the white flag flying as they head into turn number 1. That's where Lennox really gets fast. Turns 1 through 4 as Lennox really closes the door, but then as soon as they turn off of turn number 5 is where he starts to struggle. But that time by, Lennox goes purple overall, 47.973 to Kirkwood's 47.980. You see him now back down the hill, theoretically, to the right-hander, and this is where he struggles. Right here, Kirkwood will pull a cart and a half, 2 cart lengths, and then it takes him the whole rest of the lap to try and reel him back in.
So not only does Mike Speed's Rotaxes like to make power at the top end in a lot of revs, they make power in the bottom end when there aren't a lot of revs. That's what it takes to win anywhere you go, especially here at the Florida Winter Tour. Kirkwood puts his head down, looks over his left shoulder. What are you doing? Look ahead. You're going to see checkered flags waving as Kirkwood scores the victory. Jordan Lennox ends up 1/10 of a second back in P2. Great race up front. Luke Selican had nothing for him, unfortunately. He ends up 3rd, just where he finished in the U.S. Open at Las Vegas a few months ago. Kirkwood's teammate Austin Garrison holds on for 4th. Good run for him. Jordan Shearet is 5th. Malukas ends 6th. Clayman DeMello has a good run to finish 7th. Mazzafaro 8th. Darren Key 9th. Zach Holden in 10th. Allen Galley was 11th. Christian Brooks 12th. Von Comtown rebounds well to finish 13th, Sisdeli 14th, and Solarchek your top 15. In 16th, it was Connor Ford with Jesse Lazare in 17th, Henry Talib 18th, Lupien 19th, and Peterson in 20th. As you see, a good live shot of our miniature Max grid taken to the track now. Long form for Mini Max. Tuners are making their way back up to the tower here, high above Homestead Karting at Homestead Miami Speedway. Located on the front straightaway. Now joining us high above the track is Kyle Kirkwood. Kyle, you just got off the track so quickly from that Senior Max race. You're quick on track. You're quick getting to us. Are you not quick at anything else? I mean, you drove a great race out there. Jordan Lennox was all over your back bumper. Tell us about that. What a talent to keep behind you.
Yeah, I knew he was right there. I know how good he is and how well of a racer he is. He's done a lot of WSK stuff, so his racing abilities might be a little bit better than mine, but I knew I could hold that pace just a little bit further ahead of him. He was catching me a little bit through turn 1 and turn 2, but other than that, I think I had him through most of the high-speed stuff.
Yeah, you really did. And what we noticed here in the booth was that you were really solid in the infield stuff as well. That's where you really seem to be opening up the gap on him. Obviously, that has to do with your engine setup and everything else. Talk about Mike Speed and the guys at OGP building those engines.
Oh, well, I definitely got to thank Chris. I mean, this is his second weekend doing all the senior stuff. Mike's been helping out a bit during the week, but he kind of let Chris do most of the work now. So hats off to them. They've been doing a great job.
Kyle, thanks a bunch for stopping by and talking to us. You'll have one more heat race today. Any adjustment changes you guys are planning on throwing at the cart?
Nothing yet, maybe minor things, but I just got to say thank you to Max Speed for putting on such a great event also.
Kyle Kirkwood, you sure know what to say, buddy. Thanks a bunch. And that's your winner of the Rollison Performance Group Senior Max class here in Homestead. On the track now, it is Mini Max getting ready to go. As they are out on the track, your starting grid is going to look a little something like this. Jeremy Fairbairn and Matias Morgado will make up the front row. Noel Vasquez starts third with Jade Hubert alongside in fourth. Austin Torgerson from Medford, Oregon starts fifth with Duke Medjin in sixth. Tyler Gonzalez, your U.S. Open of Las Vegas winner, starts seventh with Nepview alongside in eighth. Montoya and Diaz make up row number 5. Dylan DeFonts from New York and Cody Crucker start 11th and 12th. Luca Mars, Fernando Barrichello, and Aiden Fox are your top 15. Big thanks to Kyle Kirkwood for stopping in and talking to us. As always, he's a busy guy. He's busy winning races. He's busy signing autographs. He's busy doing all kinds of things. So here we go. Fairbairn, Morgado, Cam Ager, let's turn him loose. Green flag in the air. Morgado's hand was up in the air, but he gets it right back on that steering wheel. He's going to get shuffled from second, now back to third. That means it's going to be Vasquez coming from the inside of row number 2 up to the inside. He takes over second spot. Jeremy Fairbairn has the lead as they come in, now out of turn number 4. I almost went horse race announcer on you right there, maybe a little bit of auctioneer. We'll see if we can't fit some of that in later on in the day. They make their way through the opening corners here. Fairbairn driving a great race at the start, but it's not obviously how you start the race. It's all about how you finish it. Fairbairn looked good in the first heat. Can he follow it up in the second heat here? A little bit farther back on the Gallard chassis is Austin Torgerson, normally on the Bennick. He seems to be liking that chassis pretty well. Duke Medjin, he's liking his chassis pretty well as he puts it out in front of Torgerson. So that pass around Torgerson, that puts Duke Medjin up into the 4th position. This is the Rollison Performance Group. I'm sorry, the PSL Karting Mini-Max class. We just wrapped up with the Rollison Performance Group Senior Max class. PSL Karting bringing you this Mini-Max category. Let's check in on that fight right there. One driver at second and third place right there. It's going to be Morgado and Vasquez. Vasquez out in front in that second position, the 162 of Morgado, but it's Duke Medjin who's the quickest driver on track, that time by a 50.987. We continue to watch the fight for P2, though, as Duke Medjin will be there shortly if he keeps laying down laps like that. They come out of turn 4. There you see Duke Medjin and Torgerson including your top 5. Now Morgado to the inside in 5 for second. He's through. Good move right there by Morgado, but this is only going to hurt those two. Fairbairn's going to keep driving out away to an early lead, and that's going to allow Duke Medjin in 4th place to catch up to second and third. Down the back straightaway, Fairbairn driving a fantastic race. He's got a dream race going on in front of him right now. Nobody ahead, and behind him, second and third place are battling. That's good news for him. Morgado and Vasquez, those two drivers. Duke Medjin goes purple once again. 50.884, and the battle for second goes from 2 karts to 3. There you see a good shot as they come out of turn 4. Fairbairn's in the Tony kart out in front. Then you have Morgado on the AM chassis with Vasquez on the Burrell, Duke Medjin on the Tony kart, Torgerson on the Gallard. Got to go talk to Torgerson at some time. He's got the Gallard bodywork on. He's running that frame, obviously. It's a new chassis. Blake Choker, his team owner from BBR Karting, is the U.S. importer for the Gallard chassis. I got to sit and talk to Nick DeBrun, the creator of the chassis, at the U.S. Open of Las Vegas. When we talked to Nick DeBrun, he told us that he really thinks the Gallard chassis could be the OTK killer here in the United States when it comes to Rotax racing. OTK, the chassis manufacturer for Tony Kart, Fernando Alonso, Cosmic, the real soft chassis out there. And on a hard tire, these soft, thin-walled tubing chassis, they do very well. Gallard, Nick, and Peter DeBrun seem to feel very confident about their chassis. And when you have results like they've been having lately, you should feel confident. When you have a guy like Blake Choker pushing your product here in the United States, North America, Canada, you're going to do pretty well and get some sharp drivers on the brand. Torgerson is going to work right now on Vasquez. Duke Medjin has made his way up into third. Morgado into second. Fairbairn still in the lead. Duke Medjin down to the final corner looking for P2. Oh, what a beautiful slide job Duke Medjin just put on him. But he lost a little bit of exit speed, and that opens the door back up to Morgado. Duke Medjin shuts the door on him, says, looking's free, but touching's going to cost you here in Florida. Fairbairn out in front, 2 to go when they get to the line. So there you see a great shot of the 4 kart, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they run on track. Coming down to see 2 to go. It's Duke Medjin with the bright green helmet. Morgado with the red helmet. Vasquez with what looks to be a little bit of a yellow visor. And then that bright green helmet, Austin Torgerson. You can pick him out anywhere. Gonzalez is in 6th. Montoya 7th. Nepview 8th. Barrichello and Mars swap positions for 9th and 10th. Jeremy Fairbairn last time by held a near full second lead. There you see the gap. Fairbairn out in front of the Tony kart as we open up the shot. Man, John Michaelman's a good cameraman. Duke Medjin in second. He's trying to keep a hard-charging Matias Morgado behind him. Into the left-handed carousel. They'll come out of it to see the white flag flying here. 1 lap remaining. Duke Medjin, Morgado, Vasquez, Torgerson, they're all fast, but none of them have anything in this race for Jeremy Fairbairn. He's 1 lap away from going wire to wire. The gap has shrunk a little bit, but not enough. 0.6 of a second is still a mighty big lead. Outside of the top 10, it's Jack Crawford in 11th, Cody Crucker in 12th, Jade Hubert, Dylan DeFonce, and Aiden Fox. Couple of drivers out of the Northeast. Speaking of the Northeast, I want to say hi to everybody listening back there. Jen Crawford, I think she's tuning in as well. Hope you guys are all having a great day. I'll tell you what, I could sure go for some bacon right now. Up front, Jeremy Fairbairn has only 3 corners to go down the short chute. He'll head for the back straightaway. Fairbairn, Duke Medjin has been closing each and every lap. If this race went maybe 2 more laps, we could have a different story. Torgerson's racing for 5th. But up front, Fairbairn's going to get to the line, and he's going to get to the win. Duke Medjin 2nd, Morgado 3rd. Vasquez and Torgerson have a great drag race to the line, but Vasquez clips him. Torgerson rounds out your top 5. Tyler Gonzalez 6th, Montoya 7th, Nepview 8th, Luca Mars 9th, and Cody Crucker rounds out the top 10. Dylan DeFonce ends up 11th. Fernando Barrichello 12th, Aiden Fox 13th, Chloe Chambers, and Yuvan Sundramurthy rounding out the top 15. James Dyer is working on that number 145 kart, Yuvan Sundramurthy. He's being tuned on by the Incredible Hulk, ladies and gentlemen. James Dyer is here in the building. Andrew Masel 16th, Jade Hubert 17th, Jack Crawford 18th, Manuel Junior 19th, and Diego LaRocque in 20th. That'll do it for Mini-Max. We should have, I believe, DD2 coming up next, and we do. Stay right there on your monitors, folks. Don't go anywhere. If you're on the East Coast, it's probably snowing. Don't go outside. Why would you do that? stay in front of your computer, cook some bacon, keep the race on, enjoy the day, put your feet up. Just have a great day. Stay tuned in to live coverage of the Florida Winter Tour, folks. So we're looking through a few of our email shout-outs here. Please email us at live@floridawintertour.com. We got one shout-out here, like I said, from our boy Artie Carpenter. Artie, hope you're having a great day, a great weekend back there in Oregon. I sure wish I was back in the Northwest hanging out with all you guys. Chris and Maddie and Cam, they all say hi. Hope you're having a great day, buddy. We got Go Josh Pearson, Ashton Torgers, and show your West Coast pride. Hi, Tony. That's from Janelle Pearson. Miss Pearson, thanks a bunch for watching us. Cheering for Aiden Keel from Central Florida. Hope you have a great race. That's from Grandma and Randy in Salt Springs. That sounds like a nice place. Hello from Canada. Wishing Dale Jr. the best of luck today from his mom. That's Dale Curran Jr. to all of you NASCAR fans. Dad and Sister Taylor and Mom say we miss you so much, Dale. Best of luck also to all of the Ben Cooper Racing drivers. We're cheering. And then we also have a shout-out to Christian Brooks. Good luck, Christian. We're so proud of you. Love, Mom and Cameron. Martine Brooks, thank you so much for emailing us. This is Brooks. Best of luck to Scott Roberts and Danny Robertson in Masters. That's from Scott Haas. So thanks a bunch to everybody emailing us. If you have a shout-out, please email us at live@floridawintertour.com. We sure appreciate it. Chris Wheeler and myself will get to the shout-outs as best we can throughout the day. Coming up next, we have DD2 and DD2 Masters, brought to you by Mojo Tires. There's a good look at your starting grid here in the Mojo Tires DD2 and DD2 Masters category. Let's take a look at it. Let's meet some of these talented drivers. 10 rows of them. Let's meet them all. Luis Zervagon and John Cariate start 20th and 19th. Geza Fedor and Christoph Adams make up row number 9. Luis Schiavo went to the grand finals last year. He had a lot of fun with Derek Wang. Christine Corno starts 15th. Moises De Oliveira rolls off 14th with Ethan Simoni in 13th. John Sebastian Herrera Martin, that's a mouthful, starts 12th, with Salvador de Alba in 11th. Inside the top 10, we see Dev Gore and Alessandro Bizzotto. Rubens Barrichello said my voice was not a friendly wake-up to him today at 7:30. So, Rubens, I'll be softer tomorrow morning. Luke Chudley starts 7th. Michael McCarthy, 6th. Christian Munoz rolls off 5th. Javier Gonzalez is 4th with Marco Signoretti on the inside of row number 2. And the front row sees a whole heck of a heap of a lot of talent. Robert Weekins, the DTM driver, and Oliver Askew, the Formula Car driver, on the front row. There you see them one by one by one. They're all following Mama Duck. And Oliver Askew is the Mama Duck. They're making their way into the final corner, getting into those tram lanes. Chris Eggers on the far side, pointing them in. We see good speeds on the board. Let's get ready to open up the chute and let them go here. They're going to be spinning and winning. Green flag in the air, and they're off. Askew does a phenomenal job, as always, dropping down to the inside. Backs them up a little bit, coming in. Oh, and we've split them. Senior and Master have been broken up. They don't tell the announcer anything. Green flag flies. Masters take off down into turn number 1. On your monitor, though, we keep up with Senior. Marco Signoretti doing a phenomenal job keeping the field at bay behind him. Robert Wickens, Javier Gonzalez, and Munoz all trying to get around because they want their shot at the champ. Oliver Askew, Wickens, and Gonzalez getting jiggy with it early on out here, side by side into the left-hand carousel. They sort themselves out. Down the back straightaway, Signoretti with his head down, but Askew is super far away ahead of them. With a 1 second flat gap from Askew and Signoretti. Signoretti in P2 on the energy chassis. Wickens, the DTM driver, in 3rd. Munoz up to 4th. Gonzalez rounds out the top 5 early on here. A little bit farther down, let's check in with our DD2 Masters drivers as Wickens down to the inside. Oh, a little bit of a hip check. Look out, coming through. Robert Wickens into 2nd spot. But as I said, let's check in on our DD2 Masters driver. It's led by Luis Schiavo in the 15th position. Cornio is in 16th, second in that class, and Christoph Adams runs 3rd. Here come your DD2 senior leaders. Where's Oliver Askew? Oh, there he is, way out in front. He's just looking down at his Micron. You know, some of the Unipro gauges have video games on them now these days. I don't know if you knew that. I'd look at installing one of those on Oliver Askew's Unipro on his steering wheel so he doesn't get so bored during these races. That's what I would recommend. Heck of a debut in DD2 if you ask me. There you see the rest of the field. Second on back is a nice long train led by Robert Wickens. Signoretti's in 3rd, Munoz 4th, Chudley, Gonzalez, McCarthy, and Barrichello. So it's a 7-cart train, 2nd through 8. You see them all right there. Then you have Bizzotto and Dev Gore rounding out your top 10. Signoretti has his hands full right now, it looks like, with Christian Munoz in the 492. Let's see, that should be Munoz. It's what Race Monitor shows me right now, and it is. Now Michael McCarthy might have his hands full with Bizzotto. Bizzotto down to the inside in 1. He's through, and he's trying to bring Rubens with him. Barrichello doing the old draft here at Homestead Karting. This track is very long. It's very fast. The draft does play a role in it, and where the wind is hitting you here. If you can get a tailwind pushing you down a straightaway, that's going to increase your mile per hour speed by quite a bit. But man, if you're running head first into a big wall of air out here, you're going to see the effects of it, and that is when the draft comes into play big time. There we see Signoretti getting a little bit more pressure from Munoz. He ran rock last year. Munoz trying the 2-speed class here at Rotax now. He wants a piece of the top 3. Signoretti has the position. But for how much longer? Javier Gonzalez and Chudley fight to stay inside the top 5. There you see those two drivers. Chudley should be on the Maranello, I believe. Gonzalez on the Burrell. No matter where you look on track here at the Florida Winter Tour, folks, you're going to see great racing side by side. Oh, Chudley and Gonzalez getting physical out there. Boom! He lifted the front wheels off the ground coming out of 5. They're wheel to wheel. They're 3 wide into 6. He crosses them over 4 wide. Barrichello just made it 4 wide, folks. Are we at Homestead or Daytona Super Speedway? What a race here in DD2. Barrichello doesn't have time for games. He's looking at himself, watching these kids play patty cake, says, ain't nobody got time for that. He's around and into the top 3. Barrichello into the top 5, rather. What a lap right there. It was Barrichello, Bizzotto, Javier Gonzalez, and Dev Gore. 4 wide. For a moment, if only a moment, it was a beautiful moment. Oliver Askew goes purple, 47-2-3-5. And you know what? I just saw it. I'm good for the day. Like I'm done. I could have a cigarette right now. That was amazing. Okay, that was great racing here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. But they still have 5 to go. One driver, it looks like a Burrell, goes around, possibly Gonzalez. Let's see when they come back around here. Barrichello is caught up to the 425, I apologize, of Bizzotto. Wow, what a phenomenal race here. And I do think we may have lost Gonzalez to a spin. Yep, we did. Javier Gonzalez looped it in the infield. Not sure if it was due to contact or not, but he did fall from the top 10. Up front, things have finally calmed down just a little bit. Oliver Askew leading by a 1.7 seconds over Wickens. Munoz third, Signoretti fourth, and then it's Bizzotto and Barrichello involved in a fight for 5th. There we see the battle. Bizzotto in the 425 Burrell. Barrichello on the 411 Tony kart. Oh, there you see the tuners letting them know how much room there is. Because you know when you're racing go-karts, you're staring at the tuner stand. Something tells me these guys are focusing on what's ahead of them and digging right now. A little bit farther back from Bizzotto and Barrichello, you're going to see Mike McCarthy running by himself right there. Barrichello makes a move on Bizzotto into the infield, and he's got him. Barrichello through into 5th spot. What a race. Oh, physical behind McCarthy and Bizzotto. McCarthy gave Bizzotto a little bit of the side pod. It shoved Bizzotto off, but he's able to stay out in front of McCarthy, and they are just jockeying for position everywhere. It's the land of Burrells as they come into the final corner. Oh, and there's a Maranello in there somewhere, too. Wow. If you're a fan of Burrells dominating Maranellos, this is the race for you right now, but the Maranellos are fighting back. It's not over for the Maranello drivers. They are staking their claim here in DD2 Senior. Oh, one driver gets a little bit of 3-wheel action. Heck yeah. You didn't even have to pay any extra for that right there. Who was that? Could have been De Alba getting 3 wheels off. And that means only 1 wheel was on the ground. He went way wide in turn 4 after making contact. Didn't go over. That's talent right there. That's like some Dukes of Hazzard stuff right there. Driving through the old barn on 2 wheels in the General Lee. But instead, it's 3 corners through turn 4 on a Burrell. White flag in the air. And this race has been thoroughly entertaining. We're going to try and pick up our leader, Oliver Askew. That's been the only boring part of the race, is Oliver Askew, man. He's not making any fun up front, but don't worry. 5th on back has been plenty entertaining. Oliver Askew, hopefully he's awake to see the checkered flag when they get there. Robert Wickens, Munoz, and Signoretti are all by themselves. What a race. He's going to come down the back straightaway in and now out of the final corner. See those checkered flags waving. Askew scores the win. Wickens comes home 2nd. There's Munoz in 3rd. Signoretti, we're waiting for him in 4th. Quite a ways a while. There's Barrichello in 5th. Great run for Rubens. Alessandro Bizzotto in 6th. De Alba 7th. Jean-Sebastian Herrera in 8th. Dev Gore ends up 9th after a Wild West shootout in the middle part of that race, and then Chudley is in 10th. Great racing in DD2 and DD2 Senior. Great racing in DD2 and DD2 Senior. Coming up next, we're going to have Micromax on track. Micromax coming up next. On track now, Micromax getting ready to roll out for their second of 3 heat races today. And we're just moving along at a nice little clip here. AM Racing Engines, Micromax on the track. And folks, I can tell you I'm pretty stoked because we got a really cool interview coming up here in a minute. It's probably going to be after we get the green flag to this race. They're going to get going, but we got a real cool interview coming up here in just a few moments, so stick around as we're going to keep an eye on this Micromax race. And it's a bummer because this Micromax race is going to be intense, but I really want to show you this interview we're going to do in a little bit. So Josh Pearson and Ashton Torgerson, 2 of my young buddies out of the Pacific Northwest at the Can-Am Karting Challenge, are running really well and up front here at the Florida Winter Tour. James Agozi running 3rd in qualifying. That's where he'll start to begin this heat race. Rafael Camara was involved in the great battle at the end of the first heat race earlier today. Diego Contecha and Justin Arsenault start 5th and 6th, respectively. Juan Pablo Cepeda and Branyan Tyner are 7th and 8th, with Marcelo Panchilla and Santiago Trisney rounding out the top 10. Jeremy Fletcher rolls 11th, with Karsten DeFonts in 12th. Alex Jankowski is 13th, with Brent Cruz in 14th, and Diego Campos Ramirez inside the top 15. So we're going to get this race started. Once we get the green flag the first lap or so through, we're going to bring you our interview. Josh Pearson, though, great lap in qualifying, a time of 52.952. Good enough to pick up the pole position over Medford, Oregon's Ashton Torgerson. Got a lot of drivers at the back of the pack trying to make their way up to the field. I don't think we're going green this time by. Yeah, they've got one finger shown. We're going one more time around. They make their way around. Yeah, we must have had a problem leaving the grid or a few carts getting together on track entrance, because here comes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Micromax carts trying to catch up to the back of the field here. It looks like drivers Isaac Canto, Miguel Costa, Enzo Felquet, Ethan Donkers, drivers about 25th on back, seem to have a problem getting off a grid. So there you see a live shot of Josh Pearson. He's got the hand up in the air, and he said when we brought him in to do an interview a little bit earlier after qualifying, you know what? He's got Aaron Nelton spinning the wrenches on that cart, setting it up for him, and he's got an amazing driver, Luke Selikin, who finished second at the Grand Finals this year in Portimao, teaching him and coaching him on the racing line around here. So Josh Pearson's coming to this thing with a pretty loaded deck. There you see, as they make their way through the short chute, they'll head for turn 11 and then down the back straightaway, the next longest straightaway on the track here at Homestead Karting. Good-looking grid. It's a beautiful day here in South Florida. A few clouds in the sky, a lot of wind, that's for sure, but we'll take it over the rain. Pearson, Torgerson, two of the Northwest's, two of the country's best, coming down 2 by 2. Pearson, Torgerson, let's turn them out and go racing, boys. Speed looks good on the gun. Cameron Egger shows him the green flag. They're off down into turn number 1. Torgerson gets a monster start. He's trying to make something happen on the outside. Was Torgerson able to? I don't think so. He got a really good start as they're still dusting up behind him a little bit into turn 4. Pearson's your leader. Torgerson is right there. What a monster start off the flag Ashton Torgerson has. And then James Agozi seems to have slipped back a few positions. It should be Kamara and Kentecha running 3rd and 4th right there. I believe Kamara taps the back of his helmet. But Kentecha's not worried about that. He's worried about getting to the front. Diego Kentecha now up to 3rd place. Rafael Kamara runs in 4th. As they come down the back straightaway for the first time, Justin Arsenault trying to crack the top 5 as well. Here comes your leader, Josh Pearson, with an old rival, Ashton Torgerson, right on the back bumper. Kentecha and Kamara run 3rd and 4th, and then it's the Canadian Arsenault in 5th. Torgerson, though, shows his hand early and goes to the lead. Boy, this is going to be an exciting race here, and I hate to step away from it, but we're going to be joined now by someone who I'm honored to have in the booth with us, someone who we're honored to have racing with us, coming off of a 5th place finish in DD2 Senior, Rubens Barrichello. You're watching the racing right here. It's fantastic on-track stuff. What do you think of the competition here at the Florida Winter Tour?
It's awesome. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. I told you the other day, I lose some kilos here, some pounds, because I'm racing, but I'm also watching my kids, and I tell you, it's so much of an adrenaline that you can see, the top 5 all together, and they race wheel by wheel, and it's so fun to watch. But when it's your kid, I tell you, it makes you lose weight.
What's more stressful out there, doing it yourself, racing with some of the best in the country, or watching your boys?
Oh, it's much more watching my boys. But I decided to race at the end of the day, obviously because I love it. But to put all the emotions that I have outside it into the go-kart, otherwise it's too difficult. So it's a real pleasure to be dividing the track with some of the best and to see my kids growing up.
We see Diego and Kamara continuing to battle right here in Micromax. Rubens, I got to be honest with you, all right? When you went for the pass with probably about 4 to go in the double right-handers here right out in front of our window, you made it 4 wide. For maybe half of a second, if that, but there were 4 go-karts all pretty much on the same axis. Daytona 500's in a few weeks down the street in Florida, but you went 4 wide. That's normally what they're doing. You going to go race that race or something, man? You love getting side by side. That was such a great battle. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was a great battle, and I find that it's on Micro Max or Mini Max that they learn to help each other, because at the end of the day, you saw the 2 fighting, and they were fighting a little bit too strongly, and that allow us on the back to come for that gap that we had, like a second gap, and then we made it, and with them fighting, we were able to overtake them. So if you help each other a little bit more on the track, you're gonna make a gap, and that's what you're trying to find on a very windy day like this.
Absolutely. Rubens, I've just got to tell you, I loved watching you racing out there. I've loved watching you race for a long time. Thanks for coming here and being a part of the Florida Winter Tour. Best of luck the rest of today and tomorrow. Hopefully we get to talk to you on the podium when it's all over.
I would love to. Thank you very much.
Rubens Barrichello, ladies and gentlemen, always a pleasure to have him in the booth talking to us. And it's been exciting racing out on the track here in Micromax. Let's check back in on the lead. It's Ashton Torgerson showing the way right now. Let's see who runs in second. That's going to be Rafael Kamara pushing Contagia. Contagia's going to go around for the lead. No, Torgerson, no, not able to hold him off. So that should be Contagia up in front, getting shoved by Kamara. Josh Pearson, Ashton Torgerson, they're all over each other out there right now. We're going to need Javier Gonzalez, driver number 486, to the steward's office. We're going to need Javier Gonzalez to the steward's office up front here in Micromax. Contagia, Kamara, Pearson, Torgerson, Arsenault. A 5-cart train down the front straightaway. How many laps to go? Only 3. Good race up at the front. Let's look a little bit farther down the field. Brendan Tyner out of Texas goes purple. 53.552 for the Texan. Behind him, it's Trisney in 9th. Campos Ramirez in 10th. Penchia in 11th. Yankowski 12th. Schianti, Barrio, and Papao in 15th. Now, it's going to be Contagia trying to hold off Kamara. Can't do it. Kamara down on the inside in turn number 5. Contagia back to second. Pearson in third. Torgerson fourth. And Justin Arsenault from Ben Cooper Racing continues to sit back, bide his time. And he's got about as good of a view to this race as we all do. They'll be coming to see the sticks next time by. Kamara will lead him. He's driving the AM chassis. Contagia is right behind him on the Tony kart. Arsenault now starting to get a little physical with Ashton Torgerson. And just as Rubens Barrichello was just telling us, if you get side by side and you start racing too much, you're going to either allow the guys behind you to catch up, or you're going to lose ground to the guys in front of you. And that's just how it works. You can go faster in a straight line than you can side by side with somebody. So our 5-cart pack turns into a 3-cart pack, and it's going to become a 2-cart race for the lead. Contagia to the inside again in turn number 5. Contagia in the 37 is through. Kamara in the 88 sits in second. Pearson in the number 14 right there in third. Beautiful day, beautiful racing. Down the short chute, they'll head for the back straightaway. When they get to the other side of turn 12, they'll see Cam Egger waving the white flag. Contagia, Kamara, Pearson. How are they going to be when they get to the line next time? 1 to go here in heat race number 2. Contagia moves low to defend. Kamara runs the high line. Kamara gets a better run through 1. They head to 2. No big gain there. Kamara looking left, right. Contagia continuing to defend. Rafael Kamara trying to make something happen. You need to get on the fence, folks. This is going to be a great race. There's the battle for fourth. Arsenault, Torgerson, it's Arsenault now. Up front, Contagia, Kamara, Pearson as they head into the infield. Half of a lap to go. Through the double right-handers, into the left-handed carousel. It's Contagia, Kamara, Pearson. 4 corners, 3 corners, now 2 corners to go. Pearson's got to make a move now if he wants to. Contagia trying to keep the field behind him. He goes low to defend. This could play into Pearson's favor. They make it to the corner, and Contagia, Kamara, drag race. Contagia. Woo! Diego Contagia. He defended low heading into turn 12. It hurt his exit speed, but he was able to hold off Rafael Kamara for the win. Josh Pearson ends up third, and I have got to sit down. Ashton Torgerson fourth, with Justin Arsenault fifth, Brandon Tyner sixth, Trisney seventh, Agozi eighth, Cruz and Ramirez your top 10. And the good thing is, folks, Chris Wheeler is finally back, and I'm putting the microphone down for a minute. We're rocking and rolling here in South Florida, ladies and gentlemen. Our last heat race of round number 2 is on the track now, and just like that, we'll start round number 3, and just like that, it'll be time for the Max Speed welcome dinner later this evening. Chris Wheeler, I believe you have a shout-out request.
You know, I've got a couple, Tony. One of them, little Miss Addie Mae Durant, little sister of Peyton Durant, and Mom Jen, back in Utah, following along live. Another grateful family, as in grateful that we are here to bring them this broadcast so they can see their friends, their family, their loved ones, their hated ones, and anybody in between.
You know, I got to say it when I know that my friends from Utah are watching. If you're here, you're having a good time. Heck, as long as you're anywhere besides Utah, you're probably having a good time.
Yeah, that's about like being somewhere else that I can't talk about. Also, Adam Johnson, thinking us on the great call in that last Junior Max heat race on
That
Twitter.
was a great quote. You said he's going to need an exit shot out of that corner from God. I do think that was a great line.
Well, it's now on Twitter, folks, so it must be official. The follow requests are coming in. So everybody out there, thanks for sending everything to us. Meanwhile, we're about to go. We've got...
Getting ready with Ryan McDermott on the front row here in Junior Max as they make their way around. It's Arthur Leist and McDermott, your front row. Killian Meyer on the CRG and Harry Colton on the rail. Man, that's a good-looking grid right there. 2x2, nice, wide and spaced out. I like it, just like teenagers at a school dance. They're on the sides. Here we go. Down into turn number 1. McDermott brings him down much quicker, and there's a lot more contact. Whoa, one car just got up and did the old two-step in turn 2.
That's what we call a hucklebuck. Then we see maybe an OGP driver connected with a Bureau driver, another one off to the left. That might be on a comp cart.
It gets awful hairy at the back, but up at the front, it's still pretty wild. McDermott trying to keep a storm behind him as they're all coming on strong. They hit the infield for the first time.
Also, another quick one here that we forgot in the first part. Just like last week, Anthony Ganji Jr. and Sr. at home. Anthony Ganji Jr. is actually running on the treadmill right now watching the broadcast while Anthony Sr. sits there and makes some sort of pasta dish. They're doing a good job of doing that. Oh, how about this one? Lee's getting sideways. Lee sideways, Meyer to the lead. Here comes McDermott now. McDermott to the bottom. Lee's going to come with him. D'Orlando going to try and make 3 at once. Not going to happen. But the top 4 here as they exit turn number 3, looking pretty racy.
Killian Meyer's head's got to be spinning. Now it's Lease back to the inside in 4. He's through, but he runs wide. McDermott's there, and Arthur Lease, Michael D'Orlando, they're all getting side by side. D'Orlando down to the inside in 5. He's around for second, and it is a huckabuck back there, Chris. They're all over each other.
Some great racing early here by the junior drivers. Hopefully they can keep it rolling. I believe that's McDermott out in front. Then it'll be D'Orlando. Then it'll be Meyer, Least, possibly Latifi. Check that, Barrichello in the 5th spot.
We just had his dad in here telling us how exciting it is and how stressful it is watching his kids out here battle. Well, Rubens, your boy, is driving a phenomenal race right now. He's in 5th and looking for more. Least is in 4th, Meyer 3rd, D'Orlando 2nd, and Ryan McDermott out in front.
Some racing here. Least got around Meyer, then Meyer back to the bottom on Least. I believe that was in the 2-3 complex. Now they head off turn number 6. You cover the top 5 with a blanket through the double rights. Off the double right. Looking for another exit shot here for your leader, Ryan McDermott. Up over the curb. Interesting here. Your leader goes over the curb. 2nd, 3rd, 4th doesn't. 5th does. And it's funny, Tony, how you can watch that and kind of predict the run, because here comes Michael D'Orlando. D'Orlando shoving McDermott down the back straightaway. Nice little push trying to get them away from that pack. Check that. D'Orlando to the bottom. Turn 1, he's through. It's going to be a solo pass there. Meyer not close enough to capitalize.
To quote someone I once heard, Chris, he had a great run, and he had an exit shot from God as he went to the lead. Now we've got a fight for second behind. McDermott is making contact. 2 drivers get together and go hard off on the exit of 4.
That was Barrichello and Least getting the bad end of that stick here. The short end of the straw, one would say. Meanwhile, back up front, no action outside the top 2. Interesting to see who's going to be in that 3rd spot now.
I believe McDermott should be in third place. Second should be Killian Meyer, and then your leader is going to be D. Orlando as they come down. Let's have the scoring monitor confirm. And it is, in fact, D. Orlando, Meyer, and McDermott. Colton up to fourth, Bruckner to fifth, Ramirez sixth, Eduardo slips to seventh. Where is the other driver that was involved in that incident? Sam Lupian eighth, Keel ninth, and Sullivan your top 10. We'll see the crossed flags halfway next time by. There's D. Orlando. He's up on the wheel on the exit of the corner, sits back for braking. Then there's Killian Meyer. McDermott in third, and then we show Harry Colton in that fourth spot. So much talent here in the top 5 making their way around the track right now. And then as you'll see as they come back to turn 4 a little bit later on, Chris Egger, our race director, up on the ladder trying to keep an eye on things. I believe he hears a little bit better when he's up above the noise. The hearing aid batteries are a little bit stronger high up in the air. He's scaring me, though, up on that ladder, Chris.
Definitely a windy day here in South Florida. Palm trees bent over quite badly. And Tony, I just got the worst news of the day that...
Don't say it. Don't say it, Chris.
Tonight's Appreciation Barbecue by Max Speed Entertainment has been canceled.
No.
Due to high winds.
No. Darn the winds. They always take what I love.
Meanwhile, they're not taking anything away from Michael D'Orlando currently as he is long gone at the 40, headed to the end zone. Went purple last time through 49.950 for the young man out of New York. His dad at home this weekend was here last weekend. He's following along. There's D'Orlando through the final corner. A little shimmy and a shake back to throttle.
Matias Ramirez and Nicholas Bruckner are involved in a side-by-side battle right now. That'd be for fourth. Bruckner right on Ramirez's back bumper as they come through the right-hander. Turn 3, they'll head for fourth. Chris, Bruckner a little wide on the exit of 3 right there. Want to take a look. Chris, I'll be honest with you. Last weekend you were talking about these drivers using the cushion on the exit of the corner. There's no cushion. We're not at a dirt track. You're using spotter terminology, but when you just said he's at the 40 heading to the end zone, that's where I draw the line. This is a kart race, not a football game.
Keith Jackson, outside of maybe Vin Scully, the greatest to ever talk into a microphone, and when he says long gone at the 40, he means it, and that's why he is one of the true legends of sport, you could say. Meanwhile, down the back straightaway, D'Orlando continues to lead it. Last time by 1.593 seconds the gap. Let's see what it is as it hit the stripe this time. D'Orlando purple again.
Grows
1.9. 4/10 of a second a lap, just clearing the field.
D'Orlando goes purple that time by 49 with an 8 on the back. That's what allows him to make nearly a 2-second lead. McDermott, your pole sitter, running well in third as they have 2.5 laps to go. Down into the hard-braking right-hander, turn number 5. You see the battle for third, fourth, and fifth.
So as we put the focus here back on second place, Meyer about to be under attack by McDermott and Matias Ramirez. After that, it is going to be Bruckner. Just kind of giving a little scan through the field here as we look for more drivers, more action.
Bruckner gets big time sideways as he clipped the curb on the exit of the last corner. They see the sticks now, 2 to go.
Meanwhile, we got big contact here in the first left-hander after the double rights. 2 drivers. It reminds me of, man, I'm trying to remember the name of the show. It's when they had the robots trying to take each other out with hammers and saws and shovels. But
I don't know what shows you're watching.
Picked up in his side pod and shoved all the way off the racetrack like a snowplow.
Up front, Michael D'Orlando with about a lap and a half to go here. Cam Egger shows them the sticks here, 2 to go. As you see the lead and then the kart train behind them. It's going to be D'Orlando up in the front, Killian Meyer, Ryan McDermott, Matias Ramirez, Nick Bruckner, your top 5. Down the back straightaway. Here they come. There's D'Orlando to see the white flag waving, and then it's a country mile until we see second place. Ramirez up around Killian Meyer for second. Meyer wants to take a look. Not close enough. McDermott's getting pressure big time from Bruckner. Bruckner in 5th, trying to move up the ladder. Behind him, it's Colton, Barrichello, and Keel. Chris Egger high on top of the world on his ladder. They always see out of turn 4. They get sideways, and they're 3 wide for a moment. Look at that, 2 by 2 by 2. Oh, and Bruckner makes contact with Killian, and he's cut the track. It looks like rejoins the field Oh, boy, that is going to make the steward's office a busy place. Although, to be fair, Chris, it looked like he gave quite a bit of that ground back. But up front, it's all clear ahead for your winner here in Junior Max. Michael D'Orlando picks up heat number 2. And then quite a ways back, we finally see Matias Ramirez. Eduardo Barrichello rebounds very well for 3rd place. McDermott 4th, Aiden Keel 5th.
So great racing 2nd through 5th, man. That was wild, that last lap. They were about 4 rows deep, 2, 3 wide, going into turn number 5, and Tony Laporta. That was some pretty close action.
It was. It absolutely was, Chris. I talked to Chris Egger, race director, and a good friend of mine. Just don't tell him that. During the lunch break, and I said, I told Egger, I said, I got to be honest, I'm amazed at the racing. It's really close racing, closer than I expected. And he said, why? Why are you surprised by that? These are some of the best karters and some of the best race car drivers in the world out here doing battle right now. Old man Egger's right. These kids are putting on a show, and it shouldn't be a surprise.
You know, I got to talk about one driver there that ran P3 at the end on lap times. Was not 3rd overall on track, but 3rd fastest lap of the race. That was Dylan Tavella. So Dylan showing the speed here, just looking for a little bit better luck, hoping for some big things out of that young man.
Great racing all the way around. Dylan Tavella coming home with a fast lap time. As you mentioned, his buddies, the Ganges, back home in New York, enjoying the on-track action. We hope they're surviving this end-of-the-world blizzard we seem to be experiencing.
Well, Anthony Sr. actually responded saying that Junior not going to watch all the broadcasts because he has him out front shoveling all the snow. But knowing that kid is for his work ethic, he's probably moving it from one side of the yard to the other and back and forth just for the exercise.
Probably. Exercise, something I tend to stay away from, but to each his own. More live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour coming up next. We're to our final round of heat races on the day, folks. The fun just keeps on coming. Don't forget to email us live at floridawintertour.com. Stick with us. We'll be right back from Homestead.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity.
You don't stop till you get enough. Not only is that my favorite song ever recorded, next to Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift, but it's the life motto we live here at the Florida Winter Tour. You don't stop till you get enough, and we haven't had enough, folks. We're going to bring you one more round of heat races. You paid to get in to see 2 rounds of heat races today, but we brought you qualifying 3 rounds of heat races, all for the price of 2, because that's how we do it here at the Florida Winter Tour. And we're about to see how these Masters Max drivers do it at the Florida Winter Tour. Christoph Adams, Rafael Matos. Gentlemen, what do you say? Who's going to bring home the 3rd and final win of the day in Masters Max? Into the tram lanes. Cameron Egger shows them the green flag. They open the chute, and they're out. Christoph Adams and Matos wheel to wheel on the exit of 1. Matos holds the outside line and shows Adams the bumper. Christoph forced to look at Matos' helmet for the 2nd time off the starts today. Matos out in front. This time a much cleaner start than previously. Scott Roberts works on 3rd. Nick Tucker got a little piece of the action coming through the right-hander turn 3. He's back around 5th place as we work the first half of our lap. They come down the back straightaway, and Rafael Matos showing the way. Man, he's got that cart hooked up and digging. Christoph Adams runs 2nd with Scott Roberts, your Grand Nationals champion from Kershaw, South Carolina a little while ago. Talk about a fun trip down south. That's what the U.S. Grand Nationals were for us last year. He's working on Christoph Adams right now for 2nd place. Roberts takes, it looks like, a little bit of air, allows a little bit more air into the radiator by opening up the radiator flap, allowing that Evo 125 engine to maybe cool down just a bit, running possibly hot. It's warm-ish today. It'd be warm if the wind would knock it off. If the wind would stop, we'd be walking around in T-shirts and shorts right now, but as you can see, our corner workers and most all of our track staff have on coats or multiple layers just because the wind is, there's got to be a wind chill factor of at least 20 degrees right now. Peter Courteau getting a little sideways on the exit right there. He's got Salvador Bortoni and Michelle Aboza. That's the 3-cart train you're watching right there. It's the battle for 6. Courteau, Bortoni, and Aboza. Should be Aboza taking a look on the inside of Bortoni right there. We move a few spots higher. You just saw Nick Tucker in the Cosmic out of RPG. Courteau way sideways on the exit turn 5 right there. He pretty much lost all of his speed on exit. Oh, boys, be careful. Courteau's in 6th. Bortoni and Aboza continue to battle. Up front there you see Christoph Adams running in 2nd. The leader, Rafael Matos, on your monitor now. There's your leaders right there, Rafael Matos, but it's Christoph Adams who's quickest as Chris Egger strikes the Captain Morgan pose on the ladder. There it is. Mario Barrios on the 690. There we see Peter Courteau on the 677, and it should be the 611 of Salvador Bortoni behind him. Rafael Matos is driving away. He's having a race like you might find in your wildest dreams. He's running so well right now. Peter Courteau battling with Salvador Bortoni and Michelle Aboja. Oh, man, Courteau gets a little physical on the exit of turn 2 right there. He's getting a little mean out there, just like another favorite Taylor Swift song of mine, Mean. I'll tell you what, if you're driving mean out there, the stewards and the officials, they're going to have something to say about it. So Peter Courteau's got to be a little careful. Nick Tucker still runs 5th, Barrios in 4th. Scott Roberts in 3rd. There's the front 3 cutting behind the trees. Roberts in the Team USA blue suit. Adams in the red and white Burrell suit. And then Rafael Matos in the 602. He's wearing the red suit, leading the way right now. Your front three are all spaced out pretty evenly right now out on track. Matos, Adams, Roberts. And then it's Barrios in fourth. Nick Tucker in the fifth position. Abozia in sixth. Salvador Bortoni, seventh. De Luca, eighth. Roberts in ninth. Corto, 10th. Peter Corto, he's driving a little physical right now, possibly frustrated with how he's running middle of the top 10 right now. He may not be happy. That might be where the aggression is coming from. Christoph Adams lays down a good lap, cuts the lead down to 0.4 of a second on Matos. They just saw 4 to go, still a lot of racing to go. 0.4 of the second that time by. Let's see what he can do. The lap times, the tail of the tape tells us that Adams was a 49 flat that time. Matos was a 49.2. Adams pretty much 0.2 of a second quicker. Matos starts these races very well. He gets out to an early lead, drives great laps at the start, but I think he's heating up his tires a little bit. And as Josh Huff, the angry elf, originally from FTK, but now this weekend working with Kuna USA, Josh Huff, a plethora of knowledge, not really a plethora of height, but a plethora of knowledge, told me, you know what, the track's been overstuck all weekend. Tons of rubber, lots of grip. As Nick Tucker tries to keep Abozia behind him, not much doing there. Abozia around for the 5th position. Tucker wants to answer back in one, stays in line. But as Josh Huff was saying, you know what, all week the track had a ton of grip, lots of rubber. You'd put new mojos on, and they'd go out there and the kids wouldn't like it. The carts would slow down. They'd be a more handful to drive. There was so much rubber. Guys were coming in during practice on Tuesday and Wednesday, and what were they doing? They were ripping the seat struts out of the back of the cart. Those put more rear grip into the back of the cart. They were taking seat struts out. The kids were being overstuck in the corners. Now, when you have all the rain that we did yesterday, a practical flood here, that washes all the rubber away. That picks up all that loose rubber, all the stuff that was grained into the track surface here over the last 3 days. Yesterday's rain washed it all away. This morning, kids were on new tires, felt good, felt great. But as you see those black marks get thicker and darker in the corners, this track is once again rubbering up. Josh said what that's really going to do, it's for Tony Kart Mechanics, he referenced, man, those green machines, they're fast. All right, you don't do much to them. You just set them up neutral, and they're going to go. What it's going to do for junior-level drivers like his pilot, Peyton Durant, it's going to change how Peyton and the rest of these junior max drivers have to attack the track. It's going to change their driving style. You have to attack the corners even more aggressively when there's grip. Yeah, the cart will feel stuck sometimes in the middle of the corner, but you've got to drive it in deep, really put some heat in those tires, and make those things work. It's a hard compound we're racing on here this weekend in Homestead, but the drivers have to take it upon themselves to attack every corner and put some serious heat in these tires. That's your technical minute with Tony, thanks to Josh Huff. White flag flying now as Rafael Matos has stretched that lead from 0.4 of a second to over a full second. Christoph Adams now has to really worry about Scott Roberts. Roberts is there, and he wants to get that second spot away. This is it. This is the last lap of Masters Max Racing you're going to see today, folks. So where these guys finish is going to influence their pre-final starting spot for tomorrow morning. Rafael Matos got out early, and he stayed out early. Matos out of the final corner. He's your winner in Masters Max Heat number 3. Adams holds on for second. Roberts ends up third. Aboisa fourth. Nick Tucker gets back to finish fifth. Barrios sixth. Waiting on Salvador Bortoni. There he is in seventh. Then we should see Daniel Robertson, Alessandro De Luca, and David Shatak rounding out the top 10. No, it's Andre Duick at the end getting around David Shatak. So Andre Duick rounds out your top 10. Masters Max are done for the day. We'll see them a little bit later on tomorrow morning in the warm-ups and pre-finals. Again, the bad news is the Max Speed welcome dinner has been canceled due to high winds. So you know what, everybody? Bring it back to my place, the Travelodge in Florida City, room 413. That's where the party's at, folks. I'll see you at the Travelodge.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
So as we get ready to kick off race number 2 in round number 3 of our heats, we got another great interview teed up here with the one and only Louis Pagano. We're going to get to that in a moment after we get this Senior Max race going here. As we head to race one to check the starting grid, Kyle Kirkwood, he's been on fire in this category, but he's got Jordan Lennox behind him. You can never count out Jordan Lennox on the Burrell. Luke Selikin on the Cosmic will start third with Zach Holden in fourth. Jordan Sherritt starts with fifth with Mazzafaro sixth. Maluk is seventh. Darren Keene eighth. Austin Garrison ninth. And Clement DeMello 10th. They've started in the same positions all day today. Throughout the heat races, you start where you qualify, and then based on how you finish in these heats, that sets the starting grid for tomorrow morning's pre-final. Just a little teaser after the first or second lap here. We're going to stop and talk to Louis Pagano, who has joined us in the booth with his wool cap on. If that doesn't tell you how cold it is out there, I don't know what will. Getting ready to go green here, though, in Senior Max's class, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Kyle Kirkwood has done a phenomenal job. We had him here a little while ago telling us about the race, telling us about the track. He says it's been fantastic to race a guy like Jordan Lennox. And the good news for all of us is we're going to get to watch that battle one more time. Selikin's been a little bit off on speed all day. He's been right there, third, fourth, struggling to stay with these top two. Keep an eye, though. I don't think you can ever count out Luke Selikin. He just might have something. And Zach Holden. He's been right there as well. If they hit the setup, he could be a threat. Into the tram lanes. We're looking for a green flag. We get it, and we're racing. Third, fourth rows back break a little bit, but the front two rows do a really good job. Those rows don't do a great job. Oh, and tough luck for Garrison. He's taken out in his second of 3 heat races today. Austin Garrison's going to have to come from the back in the pre-final. That looked like Zach Holden sliding way wide on the exit of turn 4 as they came through. Kyle Kirkwood, your leader.
So off turn number 6 now to the double rights. It's the Kyle Kirkwood show out in front, +5 currently over Selikin. Then there'll be Lennox. Holden going to get through here. I believe, over the Sody cart. Sody cart belonging to Sherritt, as now they come down the backstretch for the first time. Silicon with issues. Silicon pulls off. Violent shaking and sliding around. Silicon off the racetrack here. That's a quick turn of events.
And the plot thickens here in Homestead. Luke Selican, less than one full lap, has to bring it to the scale line. Old Crazy Eyes Raleigh's not going to be happy about that one. Let's take a look and find out what we can learn after this race is over. What could have taken Selican off the track so early?
So what that does is move David Malukas up the order now into 5th. It's so hard to see here with my old man Vision Tony Laporta, but I think maybe Zachary claiming to mellow now into the 6th spot.
So as they come down to complete second lap, it's a good thing we have Chris Wheeler in here.
I apologize. I believe it's actually Christian Brooks. So Brooks in the 5th spot. Brooks in the 5th spot over Mazzafaro.
You are correct. Christian Brooks running well on that CRG. But Chris, as I was saying, I want you to try and keep an eye on this racing for us right now as we are going to step aside quickly with Louis Pagano and talk to him for a moment. Louis, you're down here this weekend working with Brash Racing. Your guys are running well. But what I really want to talk to you about is the press release that just came out a few days ago. Something about a big, fancy, dancy academy. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that's correct. I started Elite Drivers Academy. The first round is going to be held at NOLA Motorsports Park on April 1st through the 3rd. And basically, it's a coaching school that I've created to prep the kids to be prepared for the U.S. Open coming events.
Louis Pagano, obviously one of the most accomplished drivers in karting right now within North America. You've had a great Rotax career as a driver. We talked to you back in Vegas on the grid. You and I spoke. And you're here this weekend again, the Brash Racing team. How are the boys doing?
The boys are doing good. Brandon Tyner set fast lap in the last heat race, and Cash, unfortunately, sitting out today as he's experiencing the stomach flu, and he's been throwing up all night. So tough break on that, but we'll be back tomorrow and hopefully challenge for the win.
Your fashion is strong today. You're wearing the Tony Kart jacket and a very nice wool knit cap. Pretty cold out there.
Yeah, definitely. The wind's brutal, but definitely better than the rain that we had yesterday.
Absolutely. When you got a great head of hair like yours, you got to protect it, but you're right. We'll take the wind over the rain every time. Thanks a bunch, Louis, for stopping and talking to us. Where can people go to find out a little bit more information about your Elite Drivers Academy?
We can go to Facebook, /EliteDriversAcademy.com. You can email EliteDriversAcademy@gmail.com. I'll be happy to help anyone with any questions or figure it out. Get you guys ready to go and challenge for the win at U.S. Open.
All right, Louis Pagano stopping by and talking to us. Thanks a bunch, Louis. And I'll tell you what, folks, just a personal recommendation. If you want to be fast for NOLA when it's time to go racing out there, get a hold of this guy, Louis. He has a lot of help. He's going to have a great academy lined up, ready to go. The triple-double deuce. I don't exactly know what the kids are talking about most of the time these days, but all that I do know is that he has been quick. Great shot right there as they come through turn number 4. We're going to try and pick them up once again as they hit the infield section. You're going to see it. There it is. Your leaders right there, the top 3. Kirkwood in the Tony Kart, Lennox in the Burrell, and Holden on the Tony Kart. And Chris, you're exactly right. Holden's gone purple lap after purple lap. The kid has found the secret sauce.
You know, those guys have done a lot of work this week underneath the Cooney USA tent, and I'm just happy that Zach's had a little bit better racing luck than he did last week, able to show it off his abilities behind the wheel. Last time by, Kirkwood lays down his fast, 48.037. The 7 tenths of a second separates your top 3 here, as it'll be 3 to go next time.
Only a few laps remaining, as Chris said. Kyle Kirkwood driving like it's the last lap. Every lap, he's high up on the wheel. And look out, guys, because we're starting to run up on lap traffic here in the tight stuff. There you see one driver who will become a moving obstacle for Kyle Kirkwood, Jordan Lennox, and the rest of the field. Chris Egger told our drivers in the briefing yesterday during the heat races, if you're a lap down, you'll be shown the blue flag and expected to get out of the way. Come finals tomorrow, there will be no more blue flags. There will only be the black flag.
So leaders working lap traffic. Kirkwood trying to get around him. Lap traffic, not that easy to get through for him right here. Now he's going to pull out of the way, so top 3 cleaning green from the lap traffic. Headed up towards turn number 4.
That's the 311 of Jan Leon. They cleared down in turn number 1. Kirkwood a little nervous. I'll tell you that much because I know that the OGP drivers were not exactly happy with Leon in practice the last couple of days, as he might have caused a few incidents. Kirkwood got around the lap traffic cleanly, though, and he is clear sailing up ahead for the most part. They're going to make their way onto the back straightaway. There is one more lap car, but they're not going to get to him in the next 2 laps, Chris. It's Lennox in second. Wow, he closes up really well on Kirkwood down the back straightaway.
Now that's where Lennox was once they got to 3, 4 was equal, I would say, but he really struggled off the 5, 6, right, left. Nice, he holds on the back of Lennox. Holden, gonna look to the bottom. Holden, nothing there. He's gonna think better of it. Tuck back in behind Lennox, work on, again, the exit shot. Down through there it is. 5 car lengths in one corner, the separation. Kirkwood just nailing that 5-6.
But to be fair, Lennox was quicker that last time by on lap number 7. A 48 flat for Lennox, a 48-1 for Kirkwood, but quicker than all of them, 48.00 for the 322 of Zach Holden.
So on the final lap, as we are watching on track here, 1, 2, 3, Kirkwood, Lennox, then Holden through the double rights. Now the first left-hander. And is ahead on the backside of the racetrack. Coming down the backstretch for the final time in this heat race, nothing will change in the top 3. Kirkwood, Lennox, Holden. As they cross the stripe, Malukas Mazzafaro. Apologize for a little technical difficulty there.
We had to play a little bit of microphone musical chairs there. They gave me Chris's for a moment, and I would have blown the speakers out here at Homestead had I yelled into that thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you would be a horrible storyteller, Tony, or a horrible bank robber, as you would just walk in and ruin the whole show.
I don't know about that. The way my career is going, I might look into bank robbery. But we're all done here with Senior Max. They are done. They'll take it to the barn as they have completed their 3rd and final heat race. Kyle Kirkwood, Chris, does anybody have anything for him tomorrow?
I think so. Will they be able to beat him? That's another question. I definitely think that we've seen here Lennox and Holden, both very fast go-karts when they get it right. You know, Kirkwood maybe just makes some less mistakes. But I tell you what, it's all going to come down to whether or not Jordan Lennox or Zach Holden can get the run off the 5-6 complex here at Homestead Karting. It's a deep braking, 180 right with a quick kick left, and it's all about the exit shot. Once again, I know everybody's tired of hearing it, man, but that's what it's all about when you're going Rotax racing on the Mojo tire. How much momentum can you get on the exit of the corner? And right now, they're all very good around this racetrack, but Kyle Kirkwood standing out in just 2 of the corners, and that is what is separating him from everybody else when it comes to the start-finish line.
Exactly. It's been the name of the game in Rotax racing for the last 15 years since the engine's been in the United States of America. Believe it or not, folks, once upon a time, many, many years ago, I even, too, used to race a Rotax, and even then on the FR125, it was all about getting that run out of the corner, making sure you didn't drop below a certain RPM on corner entry, and carrying speed all the way through. So that will do it for Senior Max. You see the grid filling now for Miniature Max, the long name for Mini Max drivers. It's going to be a good battle there. Step aside for just a moment. We'll be back with Mini Max Heat Race number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
So lucky for us, Chris's microphone continues to malfunction. So we're going to get things started here in Mini-Max. This class brought to you by PSL Karting. Jeremy Fairbairn and Matias Morgado up on the front row with Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez starting third. Jade Hubert will roll off fourth as she has all day. Austin Torgerson starts fifth. Arias Duke Medjin rolls sixth out in front of Tyler Gonzalez and Thomas Netview. Behind Netview in the 9th position will be Sebastian Montoya with Juan Jose Diaz in the 10th spot. Dylan DeFonts from New York rolls 11th with Cody Crucker alongside in 12th. Luca Mars, Fernando Barrichello, Aiden Fox are your top 15. And then it's Jack Crawford, Elio Giovanni, Diego LaRock, Manuel Jr., and Andrew Masel completing the top 20. There you see the front two rows. Morgado, Fairbairn, Vasquez, and Hubert. They make their way across the curbing down the final corner. It's going to be a quick 8-lapper here. The speed sign looks good. Cameron Egger, let's go racing down in turn one. Fairbairn shows the way, and he's going to bring Noel Vasquez up along with him. Now that's LaRock getting turned around in the opening corner.
So right here on the start of this Mini-Max race, out in front early still Jeremy Fairbairn.
Matias Morgado makes a good move for second place as Fairbairn shows the way.
Off the double rights, now headed to the left-handers for the first time. Fairbairn about a 3-cart advantage. Tony Laporta, this young man, has done a fantastic job all weekend long.
He absolutely has, Chris, coming off a solid run in Las Vegas at the U.S. Open back in October on holiday weekend. He dressed up as a fast go-kart driver, and that's exactly what he was. Matias Morgado in second place right now as we work our way through lap number 2. Head to Race Monitor, folks, and hit the little eye next to the top of the screen. You'll see our live schedule, and you'll see live timing with the broadcast option down in the bottom. Noel Vasquez trying to find his way around Matias Morgado as they come out of turn number 4. And then it's Tyler Gonzalez running fourth with Austin Torgerson in fifth. Duke Medjin right there behind them with Jade Hubert along for the ride as well. Making their way around the track here. All these drivers, they're on the track for the last time today. Once they're done, they'll go to work on formulating where they all start in the pre-final tomorrow. That's pretty simple. Where you finish there is where you start in the where you start in the final based on the pre-final. Jeremy Fairbairn now has company for the lead as Morgado has caught up to him. And if Morgado's there, you better believe Noel Vasquez is there too. Morgado with a monster run out of 2. Loses a little bit on the entry to 3. Turn 4, they're nearly even. He brings them out wide, sets back up to the opposite side of the track for the right-hand corner.
Here they come through the right-hander, turn number 5, now up to the left-hander. Swings through, now to the double rights once again. Fairbairn staying cool, calm, collected. Just as easy Saturday South Florida drive for that young man. Through the first of 2 left-handers, Morgado a little bit better through this section. You can see him close in about a cart length and a half. Head tucked into the headwind. Now through the final corner rather. Down the front straightaway, and this is where Fairbairn really turns it on. Through turns 1, 2, 3, 4. Young man, when it comes to getting away from the straight line, the technical aspect here at Homestead Karting, Jeremy Fairbairn is going to be really tough to beat.
Arias Duke Medjin clears Austin Torgerson on the entry into turn number 1 for the 5th position, and Tyler Gonzalez goes purple. Gonzalez now wants to take a look down to the inside as they head to 5. Gonzalez is there for 3rd, and he's going to try and bring Duke Medjin with him, and he brings Torgerson with him. It's an old 3-cart swap down in turns 5 and 6. Up front, though, it's still Fairbairn and Morgado doing the old Florida 2-step for the lead. Tyler Gonzalez has found his way up into third place after bringing Torgerson and Duke Medjin with him. Vasquez slips to sixth. Over the hump and off the last corner, down to C4 to go. We've reached the halfway point. It's going to be Fairbairn out in front, but for how much longer, Chris? Morgado looks strong.
Morgado's really gone back, and as we've talked about throughout the last week and a half, 2 weeks of broadcast, done those halftime changes. They've really done what they needed to do to have the speed here, and here he goes. Morgado to the bottom of Fairbairn in the right-hander. Clean and green. Meanwhile, Duke Medjin, he's going to get around Gonzalez. So first and third swap here. Position changes all across your monitor. Right there, you've got the view you need. Now the question is, will Gonzalez and Fairbairn, the OGP teammates, be able to counter the attacks they just received?
Turn 5 is the action corner as we saw a pass for the lead and a pass for third in the same corner on the same lap. Now Fairbairn smells exhaust for the first time this race. He's going to pull out of that exhaust and make a pass for the lead. Morgado crosses him up though. Don't stop till you had enough. Morgado back to the front. Fairbairn in second. Duke Medjin still in third. Gonzalez fourth. Torgerson rounds out your top 5.
Meanwhile, bad news here for the top 2. At least possible.
Jade Hubert comes home 6th. Good run. Good day for Jade Hubert. Thomas Nepview 7th. Noel Leon Vasquez 8th. Cody Crucker rallies to finish 9th. Then it's Sebastian Montoya in 10th. 11 13th. Dylan DeFont and Manuel Unia was the top 15. Yuvan Sundramurthy 16th. And that'll do it for our Mini-Max drivers. Welcome back to all of you watching live. We do apologize for the technical difficulties, but we're back. You didn't miss much. Matias Morgado held off a hard-charging Duke Medjin for the win in Mini-Max. Let's go to the old mailbag and see what people are saying. Hey, how about Danny Torgerson's? Tony, let's hear your monster truck voice. Austin and Ashton, he says, good luck, boys. So Austin and Ashton's dad, Danny, watching live. Danny, I sure appreciate you tuning in, man. And, hey, you can hear my monster truck voice when I'm getting to do some of your shows, man. Thanks so much for watching. Your boys are doing a great job out here this weekend. Aiden Fox, Lucky 13, congrats on the move up in the second heat of the Mini-Max. We'll be watching and cheering you on. Getting a shout out. Good luck, Harry Colton. Love watching your races from Caroline and Peter and JC in the UK. Continue to flip through our emails. Good luck to Dev Gore from Mom, Dad, Meg, and Jai. We're pulling for you. So Dev Gore getting a shout out. And then shout out to all my fellow Canadians. Bring home some hardware. That's from Kyle Edgar. So those are our emails. Keep sending them in, folks. We sure appreciate knowing who's watching, where you're watching from. If you've got a shout out for a crew member, a team owner, an official, a steward, maybe we shouldn't read those shout outs. Send us an email, folks, live at floridawintertour.com.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
And we are back with our next race of the day. Seeing pretty good numbers of everybody watching back home. I can't tell you how cool it is to see a big number like that on the monitor. So if you're back at home and you've got us on your computer, whatever you're doing on this Saturday afternoon, thanks for letting all of us here at Max Speed be a part of it. We sure hope you're having a great Saturday wherever you are. whatever you're doing, thanks for tuning in to live coverage of the Sofina Foods. Me and my good friend Chris Wheeler on the mic, and you've been watching some of the country's best kart racers do battle down here in South Florida. We're going to do it a few more times on the track now. We have DD2 and DD2 Masters. According to my email, those classes are brought to you by Mojo Tires. Hey, you've got a fancy-looking lineup on your screen. Let's tell you about it. Oliver Askew, he's been making these races kind of boring. Why? Because he's been leading by so much. But don't worry, because everybody else behind him battles. And it's the end of the world. Robert Wickens, the DTM driver, starts second. Then it's Marco Signoretti and Javier Gonzalez in row 2. Christian Munoz and Mike McCarthy make up row number 4, while Luke Chudley and Rubens Barrichello start 7th and 8th. Rounding out your top 10 will be Alessandro Bizzotto and Dev Gore. Salvador de Alba, Jean-Sebastian Martin, Ethan Simoni, Moises de Oliveira, and a few more out on the track getting ready to do battle. Shifting gears, great. If you don't like doing it too much, that's okay too. That's what the DD2 engine is all about. Shifting gears, but only 2 of them. Into the tram lanes, green flag flies, and Askew shot out of a cannon down into turn number 1. And I hate to say it, but whether he gets a big, huge lead off the first corner or whether he's takes a lap or 2, I think the result's going to be the same. The DD2 Masters drivers come down to get their green flag. They're off and running. Robert, as we should see, that third-place driver challenging him right now. We've seen Javier Gonzalez be the guy who continues to throw a monkey wrench into the works here. As Askew, he's been avoiding the monkey wrenches. He's been just out front driving his own race. Down the back straightaway into the final corner. Cody Schindel snapping a few picks. If I were Oliver Askew, I'd start waving. Wickens right now, it's not the driver Javier Gonzalez that I told you it may have been. No, it's Christian Munoz coming out of the Rock Shifter, last Florida winter tour this year. Oliver Askew, your leader. Robert Wickens in second. Munoz in third. Chudley and Signoretti, your top 5. Then farther down in DD2 Masters, we see Christian Cornio and Christoph Adams involved in a good fight. So there you see a live shot at turn 1 as the field comes out of the final corner. Throwing it down in turn 1, you see how dark the track is getting from all that Mojo rubber being laid down. Askew goes purple. He currently holds a 9/10 of a second lead. Robert Wickens is doing a really good job, I have to admit, of being able to keep the lead small. But I'm sorry, you can't really say he's hanging with Askew right now because he's not. The lead is about 1 second. We'll see what it is this time by. The lap times last time were a 47.3 for Askew and a 47.5 for Wickens. Let's see if the lead grows from 9/10 to a full second this time by, and it does. 1.0 from Askew back to Wickens. We move a little bit farther down the pack to check in with our DD2 Masters drivers. And as we said, that class is right now being contested by guys like Christian Cornio, Christoph Adams, and Luis Schiavo. As we see a fight out on the track right now. We're watching our Masters drivers right now. We saw some incredible 2-wide, 3-wide, and 4-wide racing a little bit earlier on in race number 2. Race 3 is a bit more timid, but they're starting to gang up on each other. This office needs a representative from Court 157. We need driver Tyler Gonzalez to the steward's office, please. Again, 157 to the steward's office. Oliver Askew picked back up now by our cameraman. And it's going to be a while until you see second-place driver Robert Wickens. He went purple. Askew did that last time by 47.228. Now it's Luke Chudley's turn to be the quickest driver on the track, 47.1, as that should be Robert Wickens and Munoz. See the live shot of the 180 hairpin driving away from us back towards the sunset. And that is Wickens, Munoz, and Chudley making their way into the tight infield section now. Robert Wickens has done a better job this race of maintaining his lead from Oliver Askew and not letting it get too big. But now he's got his hands full with Christian Munoz. Would love to see do as he's going to catch to Robert Wickens' back bumper. Munoz is there. Last time by, he was a 47.46. Wickens a 47.49. So barely quicker, but quicker's quicker, folks. Munoz is charging right now. Robert Wickens in second on the Maranello. Such a well-known and historic brand when you look back through the history books of karting. And you have Munoz on the Burrell. And then Luke Chudley. I'm going positive on the chassis. I'm learning over the years, folks, not to speculate and say things I'm not positive about. So I'm going to try and get a better look at Chudley as he comes down this time and tell you what frame he is on. It's the Maranello bodywork. That would tell me that he's on a Maranello chassis. Common sense. It's never been my strong suit. Common sense has never been my forte, but 7 flat. The kid just gets quicker. 47.092 that time by Robert Wickens. Now nearly a second and a half back. Askew is chopping wood right now. The gap not nearly as big as it was in heat race number 2. And not to be sarcastic, not to be funny at all, that's progress, all right, for guys like Robert Wickens and the rest of this field, okay? If they can continue to make the lead at least smaller every time they go out, that's the definition of progress. And if they can racing in that pre-final and final, who knows? Oliver Askew, he drives like a machine, but he's not one. He can still make a mistake. Something can go wrong. I doubt it's going to happen, but you never know till it's over. And anything could happen in Oliver Askew's DD2 debut here at the Florida Winter Tour. And just as I say that, he goes and proves me wrong, or at least says he doesn't like what I'm talking about, in the form of a flying lap. Great lap out of the Jupiter, Florida driver. Out of the final corner, Askew is going to see the checkered flag waving. Robert Wickens comes home second, 1.6 seconds back. Munoz holds on for third. Really thought he'd be able to challenge more for second. Luke Chudley comes home fourth with Bizotto in fifth. Signoretti sixth, De Alba seventh, Herrera eighth, and Simone with Barrichello rounding out your top 10. So a much calmer DD2 senior race. Change, and we've got one slow cart making his way across. That's the 412 crossing the line barely. Who's that going to be? Dev Gore. Oh, man, tough break for Dev Gore. You hate to see that. But his third and final heat race done early as he limps across the finish line. Oliver Askew, though, drives to an impressive win.
here in the Mojo Tires DD2 and DD2 Senior stands for our last two races of the day, Micro Max and that exciting Junior Max race. Guys, I know it's windy out there, so tie your tent down, tie your cart down, tie your trailer down. If you're done for the day, go get in those grandstands. Go get yourself a good spot to watch, because these last two races of the day are going to be phenomenal. We got a shout out, one more shout out coming to Michael D'Orlando. Says, great job, Tony and Chris. Shout out to Michael and Nicholas D'Orlando. Keep rolling strong. Don't worry, guys, because Dad's going to shovel the 18 inches of snow while you're down here in Florida. So Michael and Nicholas, don't worry. Just focus on going fast. Dad says he'll handle the snow. Mike, thanks a bunch for tuning in and watching, man. We sure appreciate it. It was good seeing you here last weekend. Sherry's done nothing but make fun of me, and I think she tried to trip me once. On track now for the final time this afternoon. It is our Micro Max drivers. This class brought to you by the good people at AM Racing Engines. Josh, Ashton Torres has all day. James Agozi and Rafael Camara start third and fourth. Diego Contecha and Justin Arsenault make up the fifth and sixth positions. Juan Pablo Cepeda and Brandon Tyner start seventh and eighth. Marcelo Panicha and Santiago Trisney Your top 10. We got the picture-in-picture going because that's the kind of technology we have here at the Florida Winter Tour. And we got ourselves a big interview coming up once we get this Micromax race underway. Josh Pearson, Ashton Torgerson, both hailing out of the great state of Oregon. They've been a staple at the Can-Am Karting Challenge for the last couple of years. It was a blast to call their Micromax races last year. Well, now they're showing the way here at the front row of the Florida Winter Tour. For the last time today in Micromax, they're going to bring them down 2 by 2. They look a little quick, but I think we should see the green flag. Pearson trying to get out in front and stay out in front. Torgerson, he's got something to say about it. So does Kamara, Igozi, and the rest of this Micromax field. Into the tram lanes. Chris Egger shows them where to go. Cam Egger, let's go racing! Down into turn 1. Pearson does a good job. Torgerson tries to hang tight, and he does. Gets away into that second spot as the rest of the field makes it through the opening 2 corners cleanly. They head up the hill to turn 4. They'll make the 180 and come back towards us here in the pit area. Pearson doing a great job not keeping that cart off the rumble strips. He keeps the cart underneath him, and he gets on the brakes, steps out a little bit. Kamara and Torgerson side by side. Torgerson wants to say something about it, just doesn't have the words. Kamara gets around for second place, and they're all single file the rest of the way on back. Kamara up to second, and that should be a Diego Campos in the 4th position, and Ashton Torgerson in 3rd. They come out of 11 and head down the back straightaway for the first time. Pearson's ducking and dipping. He's going to lead him down to complete lap number 1. Then it's Kamara in 2nd, Torgerson in 3rd, Contacha in 4th. I don't know if I'm looking out my window when I have a monitor right in front of me. Torgerson trying to hang with these guys as best as he can. He started really well the last couple of races, but towards the end he loses a little bit of speed. Maybe the tires heat up a bit, and he falls back just a touch. As we work lap number 2 here, Torgerson's going to fight back on the inside of 5, right where Kamara got him last lap. Torgerson, he gives the spot back. Kamara holds on to P2. Oh, well, there's contact. 5th on back. I don't want to say who it was. It looked like a Bennett chassis. I have a really bad feeling that was the 48 of James Agozi and possibly Justin Arsenault making contact. We'll see as they come down to complete this lap. Up front, though, it's still Josh Pearson. So, as things get a little spaced out up in the top 5 for a moment, I'm going to keep an eye on the monitor. But we're joined by Florida Winter Tour royalty in Oliver Askew and racing royalty in Robert Wickens. Oliver, you were in here with me during the Rock Cup weekend. You called some racing with me. It was an absolute blast. Great run in DD2. You made it a complete snorefest for everybody. How's the cart?
The cart's awesome. The PSL Brell ART guys are doing a great job, especially my mechanic Gaga. He's set the cart good for these conditions, and I'm really enjoying myself racing DD2. Obviously my first time racing this class, and racing guys like Robert Wickens and Rubens Barrichello makes it that much more special.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if you can stand over here next to me. We're going to try and bring Robert in. We're going to have you guys on both sides. Scoot down just a little bit for me, Oliver, and I can see if we can get you guys in between, get me in between you guys. Well, you know what, that works better. I'm just going to stay out of the frame. That works actually pretty well. Robert Wickens, DTM racer, you are looking sharp. You're both looking sharp. What are you doing racing the Florida Winter Tour, man? Why aren't you racing sports cars somewhere right now?
We're in a test band right now, so I basically have nothing to drive. So I love karting. It's my roots. I always grow up. Well, come back to it whenever I can. So yeah, keeps me fit, keeps me sharp. Trying to beat people like Oliver. I mean, he's a seasoned vet in karting, and it's great just learning. And I love to be honest, it's just fun for me. There's no politics involved. It's just good old-fashioned racing, and he's making my life difficult. I have a lot of work tomorrow. We need a few tenths, I think, to risk the chance for the win.
Yeah, what are you going to do? What can you guys do on that chassis, that Maranello chassis? Try and catch up to the Burrell Askew's piloting. I mean, that last race, you did the best job you've done all day of maintaining the gap to at least a second. Oliver was out in front. What do you guys have to do now to catch him in the pre-final and final?
Firstly, I have a feeling he's kind of cruising a bit. He's had awesome starts all 3 heats, and he's just had no pressure the whole time. So, yeah, I don't really know. I mean, we definitely need to find some time. I think, my prime power engine's running strong, and the Maranello kart's very good in the low speed, but we seem to be struggling a bit in the high speed. So we need to try to figure out something for tomorrow.
So the big question, Oliver, are you cruising, or are you going full blast out there right now?
I'm going full blast for sure.
Something about the look on your face when you said that, I don't know if I can believe it. Or I did see a wink too. I'm not so sure. Are you saving any? Is something in the tank, or are you giving these guys everything? Because Wickens, he's kind of calling your bluff right now, buddy. You've never been a strong poker player.
No, but for sure we're gonna give it our all tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. You know, honestly, I want to race for it, and yeah, hopefully Wickens and I will have a good race.
We all hope you guys will have a great race. It's been a blast watching both today, guys. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Sad news is there's no welcome dinner, but I'm at the Travelodge. If you guys want to swing by, I think we'll start barbecuing or something. See you there?
Yeah, we're at the Holiday Inn. Come on over.
All right. Oliver, Robert, thanks a bunch for stopping and talking to us, guys. We'll see you a little bit later. We check back in now with a Micromax battle. Josh Pearson has company. And it looks like Rafael Camara, the typical suspects, back up here at the front. Big thanks to Robert, Wickens, and Oliver Askew for stopping and talking to us. It's always fun to talk to the hot shoes here at the Florida Winter Tour. Josh Pearson, he's got some hot feet. He's got some hot hands. We call him jazz hands because he's always dancing up in the Northwest. Right now, he's doing the old two-step with Rafael Camara. Coming down to the end of it here. Cam Egger is showing him the sticks, letting him know 6 down, 2 to go. Rest of the field, that interview took up quite a bit of the race. Ashton Torgerson runs third, Arsenault fourth, Brandon Tyner fifth, Cepeda sixth, Fletcher seventh, Contagia, Trisney, and Karsten DeFonts are your top 10. Not a lot of racing left here, lap and a half to go. Pearson is just trying to bring this thing home. Greg Pearson, take a breath, brother. The kid's driving a great race. He's been driving a great weekend outside of the top 10 because we got to say everybody's name. Alex Jankowski in 11th, James Agozi 12th, Alex Papao 13th, Fittipaldi 14th, and Schianti 15th. Down to the last corner, right flag flying. Pearson leads Camara, but is it going to be that way when they get to the line? Next time they'll see the checkered flag. A little bit of jockeying for position farther on back. That looks like probably Juan Pablo Cepeda and Jeremy Fletcher going side by side for position. Our leaders head to the final court, head to the turn 4 for the final time. Pearson just driving smooth right now. You know that he's aware of how close Camara is, but it looks like Aaron Nelton and Luke Seligan finally got one thing pounded into his head. That's quit looking back. Not that I've been staring at Pearson every corner of every lap here, but I have not seen him look back over his shoulder yet, and what do you know? It's working out fantastically for him. He doesn't need to look back for much longer. One corner remaining. Down the back straightaway. Kamara's not close enough. He defends wide, but Kamara's going to cross him out. No! Pearson gives it away at the end. Pearson gave it away at the very end, and I know that's harsh. I know that's brutal for me to say, but he did. And Greg Pearson, his dad, and Luke Seligan, and Aaron Nelton, his tuner man, they're not going to disagree. That was just, unfortunately, a mistake on Josh's part. He had the speed. Had he just driven a normal racing line and forced Camara to make the move, it could have been different. But instead, Josh took the race into his own hands, went low, overshot the exit, allowed Camara to do the crossover, and now you've got a different winner in Rafael Camara than Josh Pearson. Great race by both of them, but unfortunately, not the result we were expecting, at least if you're a Josh Pearson fan. So that'll do it for Micromax. They'll be back a little bit later. Well, no, they won't be. They're done for the day. That was round 3. They're going to take it to the barn. Next time you see those drivers will be in their pre-final tomorrow morning. We show you a shot of the grid as the starting lineup is broadcast right there in front of you. Take a look at those names. Spot a few familiar faces. Chris Wheeler's back in the booth. We're going to be back for the start of this Junior Max heat race in just a few moments.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back here to Homestead, Florida. Homestead Karting Complex, a beautiful view for myself, Chris Wheeler, and Tony Laporta, high above the VIP luxury box. Great view there, Ricky Luther walking back. He's got some sparkles in those earrings of his. Junior, heat race number 3. Just moments away from rolling off the grid and on the front row, the 216. Ryan McDermott, the 288. Arthur Least. Row 2, Killian Meyer, Harry Colton. Row 3, Michael D'Orlando, Eduardo Barrichello. Row 4, Matthew Latifi, Nicholas Bruckner. Row number 5, rounding out your top 10, Aiden Keel, Samuel Lupien. As Tony Laporta, this class has got some excitement in it.
You're absolutely right, Chris. The Junior Max drivers, pretty much at any RMC event you're going to go to, are always going to be exciting. Coming up in about 5 days' time, you're going to have Challenge of the Americas taking place out on the West Coast. That's Andy Saisman's series out there. He's going to have a bunch of Rotax drivers out there. When you have Rotax drivers here at the Winter Tour, it is a blast at the Florida Winter Tour. Junior Max always one of the strongest categories because these kids, they're out of mini-max, okay? They've got some real horsepower underneath them for the first time. They're having a blast. They're in those full-size chassis. The racing is always impressive.
You talk about the Challenge Americas, of course. Mike Jones and DKC been following along all day long, loving the broadcast, loving the coverage here from the Sunshine State. So tip of the hat to all my buddies down there in Caddo Mills, Texas. They are some good times.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they are at DKC. We've got one of them here with us this weekend, D. Conine, showing up and providing a little bit of IT, a little bit of technical support. And so we sure do appreciate DKC loaning him to us for the weekend, kind of like Calcuni USA is loaning you to us, Chris. I think most of the emails from people letting me know that you should be doing this full-time. Max Speed sure appreciates it.
Yeah, you know, I like to consider myself personally as a high-profile football player from Europe. I'm just out on loan. You know, obviously, you're doing a great job, Tony. I'm just here to give you a break, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what. None of these Junior Max drivers are out to give any of the rest of them a break. Ryan McDermott has been very strong. We talked about it at lunch, me and a few of the other staff members. Man, where did McDermott come from? What a change a year has made for that young Canadian driver. He has run fantastic. Arthur Leist lines up on the outside of row number 1. Killian Meyer, we've said his name a lot today. Will we say his name first at the end of this race? Who knows? Harry Colton lines up 4th with Michael D'Orlando and Eduardo Barrichello behind in row 3. Matt Latifi and Nicholas Bruckner make up row 4. And Ryan McDermott is up to his same old games of bringing them down nice and slow. You see McDermott barely feathering that throttle. Arthur Leist on the outside. I got to give it to him, Chris. It's a good-looking grid. Leist needs to catch up for the final time today, folks. Let's go racing. Green flags back in the air. McDermott holds him off down in turn 1, but Leist makes a good run of it as they roll through the left-handers. No, McDermott shows the way. They come out of the right-hander turn number 3. They'll head for 4. And who's that? Is that Aiden Keel already? No, that's going to be Killian Meyer making a move, trying to get around for 2nd. He stays in 3rd. Here comes Leist way down on the inside. McDermott walks him down to the grass. McDermott holds on to the lead. What a great defensive first lap for Ryan McDermott.
So here they come to the double right-handers, looking to go to the first of the lefts in what I call the carousel. It's not a real consistent corner, but it is just constant left, 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 left.
Homestead Karting, home of the 90-degree corner.
So he'll come down the backstretch. Least to the inside. He's going to get through. Overshoot.
Oh!
McDermott going to cross him back up. Meanwhile, here comes D'Orlando with a run.
What a late-breaking attempt right there by Arthur Least. Wasn't able to get it done. Got it done for about a half a second, but swung wide.
You've given me a lot of stuff here, Tony Laporta, about my use in different genres of sport. That, folks, is what we call a slide job. Meanwhile, Least goes to the bottom of McDermott. Pushes him off. They both slow. D'Orlando 3rd to 1st, but he's going to leave the bottom open. He leaves the door open. McDermott back in to the point. Meyer, into 3rd now. Then I believe Least back to 4th. Then it should be Eduardo Barrichello.
Right before practice started today, I saw Michael and Nicholas D'Orlando on the grid. I always like to give the young junior drivers random life advice before they go onto the track. I said, look twice before you cross the street. D'Orlando goes back to the inside. I said, say please, say thank you. Right there, he said thank you as he took the lead back.
So a lot of shuffling here as the camera panned away. D'Orlando going to cross over Lee's. Lee's tries to get him into turn one. Nothing there. Lee's sideways now. McDermott back up. So McDermott went first to fifth. Now it's all over the place.
It's an absolute dogfight up here at the front, Chris.
Nicholas Bruckner, the man on the move, already into that third spot. D'Orlando least. Bruckner going to open the door now to McDermott. We got 5 wide in turn number 5.
They're all over each other here in Junior Max. Michael D'Orlando just trying to drive away. Right now, Arthur Least inside, and then it's a hornet's nest behind them. Meyer, McDermott, Bruckner, Barrichello, Colton, and Keel.
Some more issues. I saw the helmet of Bruckner shoot off the track in that first left-hander. Then I see Matias Ramirez not too far behind him. So this time by, as we kind of try and catch up, Bruckner to the bottom. Oh, hold on, Matias Ramirez.
Ramirez with 2 wheels up.
Is what I call a hucklebuck Tony Laporta. Meanwhile, the train's moving on the bottom. Bottom side moving good. Matias hung out still through turn number 2. Now to turn number 3. He's got the advantage. Nothing there over the curb. This is an unbelievable shake-up events. Meanwhile, D'Orlando and Lisa just checked out.
Bruckner pulls way off the track, off in turn 3. He's driving to go buy tickets for the NASCAR race later this year.
So another move now to the bottom. I can't keep up with these kids, Tony Laporta. Too many helmet changes. Have a shove in the back from that one.
That's McDermott getting pushed a little wide by a Burrell driver, Harry Colton, maybe Ryan McDermott, Killian Meyer. They're all over each other right now.
And now, Matias Ramirez and Mr. Excitement, Nicholas Bruckner, both at the tail end of this field. So 2 of the most talented junior drivers in North America have been relegated to the back of the field due to contact and on-track issues in this previous lap. And they are just now both driving across our finish line. That's going to make for an exciting pre-final tomorrow.
Absolutely. You're going to have some really talented kids coming from the back. But at the front of this race, you have Michael D'Orlando going purple. Last time by 49.986. There's McDermott making a pass down turn number 5. That should have been on maybe Samuel Lupien. Last time at the line, he was scored in 7th. They are passing each other for positions. McDermott can't be 7th. He looks like he's about 5th in the running order as they come by. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he is about 5th, 6th back right now. They're just spread out all over the place. Our drivers come down to see Cameron Egger showing them the crossed flags, letting them know 5 down, 5 to go. Meanwhile, now it's Arthur Leist's turn to go purple. 49.879 for the 288 PK Sports driver, Arthur Leist. Now quickest on the track. The gap, 0.4 of a second from P1 back to P2.
So your leader's down here, turn number 5, right-hander working on the exit shot now through turn 6. D'Orlando pulls about another kart length on his already impressive gap. Allen, more contact. Oh, no! That time, my little buddy Dylan Tavella. So Tavella tried to make the move, and now it's him and Latifi going at it.
Your 2 smallest drivers in the field, Latifi and Tavella. You hate to see that go on, but Junior Max, it's the big boys out there right now, and you see them hustling around turn number 11 down the back straightaway.
And if you have the opportunity to see what we could see out of this luxury box window, things are about to get real at the back of the grid as Bruckner and Ramirez have caught back up.
Just like Flowrider says, it's going down for real here in Junior Max. That's not the whole title of the song, just the first part. Quick shout out to Andy Saisman out on the West Coast watching the broadcast live. Andy, thanks a bunch for spending some of your Saturday with us. We wish we were spending your Saturday next weekend out in Tucson. That should be Latifi getting around. Well, he brings Tavella with him. I'm not sure the driver they passed. It looks like possibly Aiden Keel, the 269.
No, how about the 256 of Zachary Hollingshead on the Ocala Grand Prix Tony kart?
You are correct. It was Hollingshead they cleared down right there. D'Orlando back at the front goes purple. 49.813. The lead now only 0.3 of a second. All of these guys in the top 5, Chris, are digging. 49.8 for D'Orlando. 49.8 for Leist. 50.1 for Colton. Wow, D'Orlando and Leist down in the 49s. Nobody else is there. You see them just for a moment at the bottom of your screen. Those are the 2 leaders.
So as we try and keep our eye on this field, the battle between Colton and Meyer, 3rd and 4th, also by themselves, Meanwhile, it looks like Tavella's gotten back around on your monitor. Latifi here. Maybe Hewitt behind Latifi. Hewitt now to the inside of Latifi. He's going to get through. Now maybe Nicholas DiOrlando. Yeah, so Nicholas DiOrlando is going to come with him. So Latifi loses 3 just like that as Cam Eggers showing 2 to go. So the racing on your screen, definitely one of the best on track right now. These guys are going at it.
Great racing all around the track here at Homestead Karting. You can't think of a better facility to open up the 2016 season. It's great racing all the way around this track. Man, when this place is dry and the weather's good, it races so well. They get wide, they get strung out, but they're always close to each other. This track lends itself to such great on-track battles. We're watching one right now. DiOrlando last time by 49.813. Quick driver on the track as they're coming down to see the white flag flying. 1 lap remaining in this race, 1 lap remaining in the day. Reese now, the quickest driver on track, 49.608, Chris.
So here we go for the final time. Your leaders. Off turn number 3, headed to turn number 4 now. 2 carts separate them. Off of 4, coming to 5.
There are leaders coming out of that turn 4 hairpin. They set up for the right-hander, turn number 5. Now the quick left out kick into the infield. DiOrlando last time by the lead was only 0.2 of a second. It looks bigger than that here as they head into the left-handed carousel for the final time. DiOrlando trying to keep Leist behind him through the short chute off of the second to last corner down the back straightaway. DiOrlando's got clear sailing ahead of him. Not enough time for Arthur Leist. The last checkered flag of the day is going to go to Michael DiOrlando with the quick time of the race of 49.539. DiOrlando picking up where he left off last weekend, Chris, a Junior Rock win in his sophomore season. He's trying to do the same here in Junior Max.
A beautiful drive for the 251. Arthur Leist, 288, runs out in second. Colton Meyer McDermott's going to wind up back into the 5th spot. Lupi and Keel Suleman. Tavella. Then it would be Juan Diego
Velasquez.
Velasquez. You say it so much better than I do. Nicholas DiOrlando, 11th. Zoe Edenholm, 12th. Max Hewitt, 13th. Matthew Latifi, 14th. Sergio Crispin in the 15th spot. Eduardo Barrichello, 16th. Natal Cantine, 17th. Spencer Mills, Peyton Durant, Kyle Palomino, going to round out your top 20. Then Nicholas Flitter, Christian Flitter, Jet Nolan, Andreas de Alba, Nathan Ratton, Marc-Antoine Poirier, Emma Delatri, Matthias Ramirez, Danny Domini, Colt Hensley, Christopher Chenko, Nicholas Bruckner, Stephen Malozzi, Zachary Hollingshead, Riley Dickinson, going to round out the 35 carts here. And I believe that's going to round out our heat race action for the day. Tony Laporta, what are your thoughts?
Just like that, 3 rounds of heats and a session of qualifying are all done. Look at that. Just like that, the day is over. A packed day after a rainy Friday washed us out. We're all done here on Saturday. Again, a reminder to everybody that there will be no Max Speed welcome dinner. If you take a look out your windows, you'll see the palm trees are permanently sideways now from the wind. So for Max Speed, we are upset that we won't be having the dinner, but unfortunately we're canceling it for the evening. Chris Wheeler, great day of racing. Final thoughts?
It's been a brilliant day of racing here at Homestead, Miami, Florida, Tony. I think that the wind played a big factor into what was going on the track. A lot of people had to make driving changes, gearing changes, etc. But at the end of the day, everybody did a fine job getting ready to go racing. So I'm going to turn back to you, let you thank our sponsors, and as one might say, take us to the barn. I'm ready to go.
Fine day of racing indeed, and of course a big thanks to all of our sponsors here at Max Speed Entertainment. It's the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented to you by Fixie Wheels. Don't forget, folks, to head over to our official media partner, motorsport.com. Get the app, because if you get that app and you go to the front page, you're going to see us on that front page. Not us, like me, like you guys, us. I want to thank Ritmo Mundo, the official timekeeper of Max Speed Entertainment. And as always, big thanks to our class sponsors, AM Racing Engines, PSL Karting, Kuna USA, Rawlson Performance Group, Falcon GP, and Mojo Tires. Of course, none of this would be possible without K1 Race Gear, XPS Kart Tech, Bell Racing USA, and my friends over at the Mazda Road to Indy. That's it for today, folks. To all of you back home, thanks a bunch for spending your Saturday afternoons with us. We'll be back tomorrow with pre-final and final racing action. I'm Tony Laporta for Chris Wheeler. See you tomorrow from Homestead, Miami.
Orsalon Racing is a proud sponsor of the Florida Winter Tour. It is a great honor to be involved in such a great event. The Orsalon Racing team, founded by pro race car driver Fabio Orsalon, has 3 years of experience and tremendous success. Our team runs off a set of great principles, hard work, dedication, professionalism, and tireless data analysis to help our driver reach their goals. We would like to thank our staff, drivers, and all those who support us endlessly. Orsalon Racing is proof that hard work and dedication are the keys to success.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF2000.com for more information.